It was Halloween night 2016. I was tasked by my parents to hand out candies to all the kids for the day. My mom bought like 1,000,000 bags of candy that I knew we'd have left over for weeks, and I'd be the one regrettably munching on them for days if not weeks to come, as I was trying to lose weight. I always told my mom she went way overboard with the candies. The house was in a cul-de-sac on a dead end. We hardly got any trick-or-treaters usually. However, we did have some loyal kids who'd always come to our house knowing how much candy we'd give. Halloween was on a Monday this year. I was in college. I conveniently had Mondays and Wednesdays off this semester, so the first half of the day I went to the gym and then worked on my assignments for class. It was always around 4 p.m. that the sound of kids outside would indicate that trick-or-treaters were out. The first time the doorbell rang was, I guess, somewhere between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. The day went as you'd expect. There's nothing interesting about handing out candies all day to little kids and my dog Vito barking like crazy every time the doorbell rang. I'd say from the first trick-or-treater to 8 p.m. There were maybe 10 to 15 total. As I said, that cul-de-sac was out of the way for people to come. It was more effective for trick-or-treaters to pass it and just keep going straight. It being a Monday night, things quieted down much earlier than usual. I'd say I got enough homework done, I put a dent in my projects, and so I had some of my mum's leftover stew and went to my room to watch Game of Thrones. I was literally 2 episodes in when I heard the unexpected sound of the doorbell. Vito started barking again. I looked at the clock, and it had to be like 9:30. This was definitely beyond the cutoff time for trick-or-treaters. I went downstairs to the front door and opened it. On the other side of the glass storm door was a very tall man in a clown costume, with a very scary-looking mask. I knew it was a man just based off the frame of the person. He was alone. He waved at me and then pointed at the brown sack he was holding. It looked basically empty. I didn't open the storm door, I just said through it, "Sorry, we don't have any more candy," and slammed the door shut. I locked it right away. I instantly regretted opening the door. I genuinely thought it was just some kid or an unfortunate mother or father who worked late and wanted to get some last-minute trick-or-treating in with their kids. Whoever I just saw on our stoop was not a kid. Hell, it didn't even look like a teenager. The frame of this person was massive, and the clown costume just made him look even bigger. Thankfully, I didn't grab the candy bag before opening the door, so he couldn't see that I was lying. I hovered by the door for a bit, just to listen and see if I'd hear footsteps walking away. But not only did I not hear him walk away, he rang the doorbell again. Vito once again started going ballistic. Vito is a rat terrier. His bark is not intimidating, nor would he ever actually defend the home from an intruder. I picked him up and carried him upstairs after turning off the lights downstairs. This was my half-ass attempt at getting him to think I was absolutely never opening that door again tonight. I put Vito in my room and shut the door so he wouldn't keep barking. I stood at the top of the stairs listening, and then I heard through the front door the storm door being forced open, like there was a loud snap implying that the latch may have been broken from force. I then heard both knocks on the front door and then the doorknob moving around. At this point, I decided to hide in my room. I was incredibly unsettled. I texted my family group chat about what was going on. No one answered though, of course. I knew that whoever that was had to get bored. I would have texted all my guy friends asking who it was, but all my guy friends are short. I resumed the episode I was watching. I was truly just trying to pretend he wasn't there. What else was I to do? The doorbell rang once again though. This was a nightmare. I kept telling Vito to shush. I had my blinds closed too. I didn't want that clown knowing what room I was in. I tried calling my dad, but he didn't pick up. I called my brother, who picked up, saying he wasn't alone, and I knew that meant he was with a girl. I told him, "Check my texts. There's some guy dressed as a clown at the door and he won't go away." My brother said it's a Halloween prank and to just ignore it. He seemed like he was in a hurry to get off the phone, so I hung up. I hoped he was right. It honestly made the most sense to be a prank. So after a few more minutes of sitting on the edge of my bed, anxious, the doorbell did not ring again. I finally felt safe to relax again and lay back down. I started drifting away slowly, so I turned off the TV to allow complete silence and darkness in the room. and very shortly after that, I drifted to sleep. I don't even think I was asleep long enough to enter REM state and have a dream when I woke up to Vito growling and quietly barking, as he would do when he was waiting for approval from one of us. I told him to be quiet, and he stopped. I looked to see what he was looking at. He was looking at the window. I listened. There was a sound coming from right outside the window, the slightest thumping sounds, and I could almost swear the sound of something rubbing on the window. My bedroom was on the second floor of the house. It's not like anyone could be outside my window, but I wondered what it was. I got up and pushed open the blind on my window, and boy was I wrong. That man, dressed as a clown, was at my window. All I could see was that horrific mask on the other side of the glass. He tilted his head as he looked at me, screaming my lungs out. Vito didn't even bark from what I remember, or maybe I just blocked everything else out. I ran with my phone out of my room into my parents' bedroom, where I locked the door and dialed 911. I was too shook to even cry. My whole body was shaking and my voice was trembling as I spoke to the 911 operator. I must have asked the operator once every 20 seconds to get the police to hurry up. She'd tell me the same thing every time: they're coming as fast as they can. The police got to the house in roughly 10 minutes. They examined the exterior of the house to look for any attempted entry points. All they found was that the latch on the front storm door was broken, like I figured. And leaned against the side of the house by my bedroom window was my dad's ladder. That man went into our storage shed outside and found my dad's ladder to use to climb up to my window. To avoid this going any further, I went to go sleep at my guy friend Adam's house. To this day, I don't know if this was just a sick prank purposely played on Halloween, or if there was about to be a horrible crime committed with the sick novelty of it being Halloween. So there I was, just chilling in my living room, thinking it was going to be a normal, quiet night. But then, I heard a knock at the door. Thinking it was just some trick-or-treaters, I got up to answer it. But when I opened the door, I saw this clown standing there. And let me tell you, it wasn't one of those friendly-looking clowns. No, this one had a creepy, sinister vibe. I slammed the door shut, my heart racing. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a prank. But then, a few minutes later, I heard another knock. This time, it was louder, more insistent. I didn't want to open the door, but curiosity got the best of me. When I peeked through the window, the clown was back, staring right at me with those cold, lifeless eyes. I couldn't believe my eyes. There it was, right outside the window, a clown staring directly at me. My heart started racing and I felt a chill run down my spine. I tried to convince myself it was just a prank, but deep down I knew something was terribly wrong. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my phone. I dialed 911, my voice trembling as I explained the situation to the operator. "There's a clown outside my window," I said, trying to stay calm. The operator assured me that help was on the way, but it felt like an eternity before I heard the sirens in the distance. Finally, the police arrived. I rushed to the door to let them in, my heart still pounding. They checked the perimeter and searched the yard, but the clown was nowhere to be found. The officers took my statement and promised to keep an eye on the neighborhood. I felt a little safer, but the fear still lingered. After the police left, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I double-checked all the locks and tried to get some rest, but sleep wouldn't come. Every creak and shadow made me jump. That night changed everything. I knew I'd never look at Halloween the same way again. This is a disturbing memory from my young childhood. I was about 7 or 8 years old. My mom would usually take my brother and I trick-or-treating, but this particular year, after school, she dropped me off at my friend Sean's house. Sean, our friend Johnny, and I would go together. Johnny and Sean were a year older than me. We met while I was playing with my brother on the block. Johnny and Sean lived around the block from me. Sean had a weird upbringing that I never really understood. His sister was like 20 years old. There was a big gap between them. She was always his caretaker, it seemed, whenever I was at his house. His house always smelled like cat, and his sister always had a different guy over. It seemed like his sister was always cold to me in the sense that she'd never acknowledge me or say hi or anything. Sean's dad was never in the picture, and his mom, I believe, was always working out of town. I guess I only met Sean's mom a few times. We never really stayed in touch for long enough for me to figure all this out. Anyway, my mom dropped me off at Sean's, expecting that Sean's mom would be trick-or-treating with us. After saying goodbye, I went into his house. Johnny was already there. We all had big pillow sacks to fill with candy. This was around the time that I learned that neither Sean's mom nor sister were coming with us to supervise. I was young, so I sort of felt slightly uncomfortable knowing that Johnny and Sean would be leading the way, but at the same time I felt a sense of excitement that we'd have more freedom. I knew for a fact my mom would not have approved of us going unsupervised, though. So eventually, we were off into the neighborhood, walking around doing our rounds. Quite a few people asked if we were alone or where our parents were, and Johnny would always be the one to use the same lie that his mom is up ahead with his sister. It worked every time. This was on a Friday, so we didn't get to start trick-or-treating until around 5, but we didn't have school the next day, so we intended on going until our pillow sacks were completely full. We took a break after a couple of hours and went to Sean's, where he heated up a bunch of frozen pizzas. At the time, I was so jealous of the apparent freedom he had in his house, not having parents who cared about what he did. But looking back now, I count myself super blessed to have grown up in a household with 2 strict parents. After we hung out at his house for an hour and watched Halloween specials on Nickelodeon while eating pizza and candies, Johnny eventually was picked up by his mom. But Sean and I wanted to keep going, so we eventually headed back out for round 2. It was dark out now, and it had to be past 8 p.m. There were a lot less trick-or-treaters now. We tried to go to certain blocks we hadn't gone down yet, which meant straying further away from Sean's house. We found a block we hadn't touched yet, and continued knocking on doors. Some houses didn't answer at this hour, and mostly everyone else had a comment about us being alone or how it's getting late. We noticed a man pushing a stroller a couple houses down behind us. He was walking very slowly in our direction, probably a dad trick-or-treating for his young child. As we continued going door to door, the man with the stroller got closer. Eventually we heard him going shh and singing softly. Eventually he caught up to us and he said, "How's the trick-or-treating going, boys?" And we replied, "Good," at the same time. And then he said, "It's pretty late. I'm on my way back to my house. I can give you guys the rest of my candy." Sean and I looked at each other with telling faces as if we just hit the jackpot. Sean asked, "What kind of candies?" And he said, "A bunch of bags of different things." He said he didn't get to give much away because he wanted to take his daughter out for a trick-or-treat stroll. He did have a bag dangling on one of the handles of the stroller, which was filled with some candies. The stroller was fully covered by a folding piece on the top, so we couldn't see his daughter. He said she's asleep, and he didn't want to wake her up, but he pointed ahead and said his house is just up this way. So we followed behind him as he pushed the stroller. He was walking a little faster now. As we walked, I realized there was next to no one else out at this point. Even though it was a Friday night, it seemed like a quieter side of the neighborhood. The man talked to us as we walked, asking us questions, what part of the neighborhood we were from, where we went to school, basic stuff. I let Sean answer most of the questions. Him being even just a year older than me, at that age I felt like he was the one who should take lead. On multiple occasions as we walked, the man would lean into the stroller and talk in a high pitch to his daughter. Then he turned back and smiled at us. We finally made it to his house. He led us up the walkway with the stroller and unlocked his door. After he opened it, he brought the stroller with his daughter inside first and then invited us to come inside. Sean led the way, so I followed. I was the one to ask if we could leave the door open, and the man paused and then said, "Yeah, of course." He said he'll be right back as he goes to get the candy bags. He pushed the stroller into the middle of the living room, only about 10 feet away from where we were standing. I nudged Sean because I felt uncomfortable. I whispered, "Why would he leave the candy so far away?" Sean didn't respond. Instead, he turned toward the living room and then walked up to the stroller. He lifted up the folding part that was covering the baby and he looked disturbed. He hurried back to me, whispering, "Let's go." He was full on running once we got outside, and I followed behind, which was a bit tougher because we had those heavy pillow sacks. I still was confused about what he saw, but just then, we heard a woman's voice. "You excuse me." It was one of his neighbors. She came running over to us and asked if we knew that man. And it was at this point that Sean spilled the beans and said he offered us his leftover candy, but he was pushing a stroller with a fake baby in it. I remember getting goosebumps as he said that. The woman said, "Yeah, that man doesn't have a child. I saw you was walking by with him." She took us to her car and drove each of us home. I know getting into a stranger's car after that was another questionable move. The woman came to my front door to talk to my mom about what we just told her. My mom was distraught. After I told her every last detail about the night, she sent me to my room while my parents called the police on that man. My parents never told me anything about what happened after that. I believe they wanted to shelter me from any more exposure to the situation. My mom didn't want me going over to Sean's house anymore, and I know she had quite a bit to say to Sean's mom. I did see Sean at school once in a while still, and we'd remain cordial. But our friendship was never the same after that night. So there we were, again, facing another challenge. This time, it felt different. There was a tension in the air, like we were all holding our breath, waiting for something to happen. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears. We knew what was at stake, and none of us wanted to back down. As the seconds ticked by, I couldn't help but wonder if we were ready for what was coming next. And then, out of nowhere, he appeared. The man. He seemed to come from the shadows, his presence both intimidating and mysterious. We all froze, unsure of what to do or say. His eyes, cold and calculating, seemed to pierce right through us. There was something about him that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We knew this encounter was going to change everything. Don't use eye stock. As I followed him, my heart pounded in my chest. It was like I could hear every beat echoing in my ears. The man moved quickly, almost as if he knew he was being watched. I tried to keep my distance, but it was hard to stay hidden in the fading light. When he finally reached his house, I saw something that made my blood run cold. He was carrying what looked like a baby, but there was something off about it. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. I realized with a shiver that it was just a doll. A fake baby. Why would he be carrying a doll? Just then, I heard sirens in the distance. Someone must have called the police. Relief washed over me as the authorities arrived and apprehended the man. The nightmare was finally over, but the questions remained. Who was he? And why did he have that fake baby? The answers, if they ever came, would haunt me for years to come. It was late October, a Saturday, Halloween weekend. I think Halloween was on a Tuesday this year, so the big party night was the Saturday before. My friends and I were still looking for last-minute plans since everything was sold out. Ideally, we wanted to find a house party. We all had pretty funny costumes too, and we wanted to get good use out of them. My friend Kate actually decided to put on her Instagram and Snapchat stories looking for parties tonight. Not something I would have ever done. I'd find that to be kind of shameless and embarrassing, but I was glad she was willing to do it. I was surprised when she texted in the group chat that someone hit her up about a party pretty soon after. She sent a screenshot of the details in the group chat. It had an address, start time, and a few ground rules, such as the party would only be indoors, no backyard access, and bring your own booze. It also said, must bring at least one girl for every guy. The guy who sent the details to Kate was one of our guy friends around our age who mutually knew a lot of the same people we did. Apparently, a number of people we knew were going to this party. The house address was one town over, super close. So, between the four of us, we all went to Shauna's house since she had the open crib. We pre-gamed there for about an hour as we all finished up getting ready. We waited till our guy friends confirmed that they were going, then we decided to head over. We called an Uber. We all had our own drinks, varying from Four Locos to White Claws to vodka shooters. The Uber driver was probably sick of us by the end of the drive. When we got to the house, we saw a bunch of cars everywhere. The house was pretty big with a very spacious front yard. We were four girls walking in, so surely whoever was throwing this party was going to love us. We didn't hear any music until we got closer to the door. Then we heard the beating of the bass. I opened the door. and the first room we were in was a cross between the living room and the kitchen. The entire house was very dimly lit, only by a bunch of orange lights hung up, definitely creating a Halloween party ambiance. The place was decently crowded, but honestly, we didn't know anyone. Kate texted the guys we knew to see if they were here yet. In the meantime, some older guy came and greeted us. He asked our names and said he's John, Luke's dad. Apparently Luke was the guy throwing this party. I asked who Luke is, where he goes to school, and he replied, "Oh, he's around here somewhere, you can ask him when you see him." Then he asked us if we wanted to put our drinks in the cooler. He led us into the kitchen, where there were 3 big coolers of ice. Each one already had a bunch of drinks in it, so we put some of our cans in the coolers. The John guy seemed like he was 50-something years old, which would make sense if his son was the one throwing the party. But at the same time, it seemed slightly weird he'd be so welcoming and involved in such a big party in his own house. He was going around talking to everybody. Well, it seemed mostly the girls. He seemed like he could have also been drunk. The 4 of us played beer pong at one of the tables where some guys started talking to us, so we started playing them. Kate then said our guy friends were on the way, which I was happy to hear. John suddenly yelled my and Kate's names over by the counter in the kitchen. He was yelling, "Shots!" My other 2 friends, Shauna and Tracy, looked slightly offended, so I said, "Can we all have one?" And he yelled, "Yeah, sure." So we went over to the kitchen counter by him and all took a shot of tequila. I gagged because there was no lime. I was definitely starting to get drunk after this. It was odd how much the dad of the house was trying to hype this party up. He had this oddly welcoming yet unsettling presence. The unsettling part was because he was much older than the generally college-age people here, and he was pushing drinks on people. Then he asked what our poison is. I wasn't going to say anything until the girls all gave their favorite drinks. John started making a bunch of mixed drinks. In the meantime, we went back to the beer pong table where the guys we were playing were still waiting. I plugged my phone into an outlet just because I was down to like 50%. Then I went back to the game. Mid-game, John came over with 2 drinks for Kate and me, and then he came back with 2 more for Shauna and Tracy. They were all in red Solo cups. He made me a vodka soda. I sipped on it during our beer pong game whenever I had a chance. I was drinking it slow because I was already drunk. After we lost to the random guy, I went to get my phone only to realize it didn't charge at all. It was still at the same percent. The outlet wasn't working. I didn't feel comfortable leaving my phone on any other outlets, so I just refrained from killing the battery any further. Our guy friends eventually showed up, and it was soon after this point that things quickly became a blur. I mean, very quickly. Like 1 second I remember talking with our friend Jeff, the next, blacked out. The next thing I remember was my friends waking me up in the car outside my house. I felt woozy, my vision was blurred, my head was spinning. We were in one of our guy friends' cars. One of the guys walked me to my front door and helped me inside. Then they all left. I was alone except for my parents asleep in their room. I felt I must have drunk way too much, but I also had a woozy, weird feeling in my head that I never felt from drinking. I felt dizzy. I went straight to my room to bed. I checked my phone and I had some texts from a random unsaved number. I opened it, and there were a bunch of texts already. It started with me texting my name, and then they responded John. Uh-oh. After that he said, "You look so cute." Based on the time he sent this, it was still during the party. There was a 2-hour gap from then until he texted me again saying, "Where did my favorite girls go?" I was shocked at myself that I gave that man my number. I must have been drunker than I thought. But regardless, I lowered my head onto the pillow and fell asleep instantly. The next morning, I woke up to some disturbing texts. As my head was spinning, I read these sickening texts. After I fell asleep, I got texts from John that said, "Where are you? I'm coming to your house. You left something here," followed by, "I'm here, can you come to the door?" followed by, "Hello, are you awake?" He also tried calling me 3 times. This was all at like 2 a.m. I sent the screenshot to my friends, and this was when they reminded me of what happened. John was all over me as I was increasingly becoming a zombie. My friends started getting concerned, so they pulled me away, and we left the party. And just as we were leaving, 2 police cars showed up outside, presumably for a noise complaint. As we left, everyone took note of there being no furniture in the house. It was just a big empty space filled with people and beer pong tables. One of my guy friends looked up the number somehow and he told me it was a voice over IP number, which I didn't understand. So he just said it was a fake phone number that John texted me from. He also said that with my number he could easily find my address. I felt even more sick now. I asked if anyone ever met his alleged son, and everyone said no. We were starting to think there was no son. And when Shauna suggested he might have roofied me, it made so much sense. I'd never before felt the way I was feeling. We decided to take this to the police. We all went to the nearest police station and reported everything, including the texts. The cop at the front desk asked if this was in relation to the house party in the vacant house last night. We were at first confused by him saying vacant house until he explained that there was a call from neighbors about a party going on in a house that had been vacant for some time. We all looked at each other with our mouths gaping. We were all brought into an office to sit down with, I guess, a detective to take down the whole story. He took the fake phone number and said they'll try to trace this back to somebody once they get a warrant. We gave the police everything we could, and we went on our way. I blocked the fake number. I honestly felt sick over this for a while. As the days went on and nothing happened, I was confident it was over, but none of us ever heard from the police. We never heard of any arrests being made or anything. To think that man went out of his way to advertise a house party in a vacant house to have access to young women, roofied me and possibly other girls, lied about having a son. All of this. This was clearly a very, very dangerous man, and the fact that we still haven't been called in to identify anybody scares me to think he's still roaming free. This was a month ago. I'll update if things change, and I'm crossing my fingers that they do. So after much contemplation and planning, the moment to take action had finally arrived. It was a decisive step, one that required courage and determination. With every ounce of resolve, they moved forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. It was now or never. The investigation began with a meticulous examination of the evidence. Each clue was scrutinized, every lead followed. The team worked tirelessly, piecing together the puzzle bit by bit. They knew that every detail mattered, and no stone could be left unturned. The truth was out there, waiting to be uncovered. Despite their best efforts, some fears remained unresolved. The shadows of doubt lingered, casting a pall over their achievements. It was a reminder that not all questions have easy answers, and some mysteries might never be fully understood. Yet even in the face of uncertainty, they pressed on, driven by the hope that one day clarity would emerge from the darkness. Lockdowns are supposed to keep us safe, but when the outside world turns chaotic, those same walls meant to protect us can start to feel like a trap. Imagine being trapped in a school, knowing that something or someone is trying to get inside. The following 3 stories are true accounts of students and staff who found themselves in terrifying school lockdowns, where the danger was far closer than anyone could have imagined. I was 22, fresh out of college, and back at my old high school as a computer intern. It was a strange feeling being back, but I was grateful for the job. My office was in the basement, a cluttered space with a small, tidy area carved out for me and my 2 co-workers, Dave and Gary. The basement was a place of solace, a cool, quiet escape from the hustle and bustle of the school above. One afternoon, while enjoying my lunch break, I received a call from the front office. We're on lockdown. There's a possible intruder in the building. Stay where you are and turn off the lights, the woman on the phone instructed. My heart skipped a beat. The basement, despite being a fortress of solitude, suddenly felt vulnerable. The office I was in didn't have a door, just an open entryway, and the basement door itself had no lock. I did as I was told, turning off the lights and sinking into the darkness. I texted Dave and Gary, hoping for some reassurance, but received no reply. The silence was suffocating as I waited for any news, the minutes dragging by. Suddenly the basement door creaked open, the sound amplified by the silence. My heart pounded in my chest as I heard footsteps descending the stairs. I held my breath, praying it was just one of my co-workers. But when the footsteps reached my office, they stopped. I could feel someone's presence just beyond the darkness. Then my phone dinged with a text message. The sound was deafening in the silence. I froze, terror coursing through me as the footsteps drew closer. I was trapped. There was no escape. Desperate, I crawled under my desk, hoping the darkness would hide me. The footsteps stopped just inches away. I could feel the presence looming over me. In a last-ditch effort, I bolted from my hiding spot, pleading with whoever it was not to hurt me. But instead of an attacker, I found myself face to face with a man in a red plaid shirt and cap. "It's okay," he said calmly. "I'm just hiding down here too." Something about him didn't sit right with me. I asked who he was, but he ignored my question, instead asking if there was another way out of the basement. Suspicion gnawed at me, but I pointed towards the exit. He nodded and started to walk away. Then I remembered the text. I glanced at my phone and my blood ran cold. The message was from Dave. "Dude, some guy shot Mr. Buckley. He's wearing a red shirt and a hat. Stay down." I looked up at the man, dread filling my gut. He had caught on to my change in demeanor. Before I could react, I turned and sprinted for the stairs. A gunshot rang out, echoing through the basement, but I didn't stop. I burst through the door at the top of the stairs, nearly colliding with the police who had surrounded the exits. The man in the basement was captured moments later. Miraculously, Mr. Buckley survived the shooting, but the reason for the attack remained a mystery. To this day, I can still hear the gunshot echoing in my mind, a haunting reminder of how close I came to being another victim. It was a typical, uneventful Friday afternoon in calculus class. The week was almost over and spring break was just around the corner. Everyone was restless, more focused on the upcoming vacation than the lesson at hand. Our teacher, known for his laid-back attitude, decided to lighten the mood by playing a game on Sporkle.com, a brand logo quiz. Laughter filled the room as we guessed answers, the tension of the week slowly fading away. But just as my friend triumphantly shouted Adidas, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The dean's voice crackled over the loudspeaker, his tone uncharacteristically frantic. "This is not a drill. Go into lockdown immediately." The casual vibe of the room shattered instantly. Our usually calm teacher leapt into action, his face pale with fear. He turned off the lights and hurriedly ushered us to the back corner of the room. The buzzing of the lights ceased, leaving us in an eerie silence. The power cut off. The minutes that followed felt like hours. We all sat in the darkness, hearts pounding, listening for any sign of what was happening. Then, from somewhere in the hallway, we heard it. A man's voice, screaming at the top of his lungs. His words were unintelligible at first, but the terror in his voice was unmistakable. Two girls began to cry, their fear infectious. The screams grew louder, and suddenly the man began pounding on the lockers, his voice echoing down the corridor. "I'll kill all of you." Panic surged through the room. Our teacher, who had always been the epitome of calm, looked terrified as he desperately tried to keep us quiet. The banging grew closer, each thud making my heart jump. Then he reached our classroom door. The handle rattled violently as the man screamed, "Open up!" One of the girls couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a terrified scream, which only seemed to fuel the man's rage. For what felt like an eternity, he pounded on the door, trying to force his way in. But then, just as suddenly as it began, the banging stopped. The man's screams faded as he moved further down the hallway. We all sat there, too scared to move or even breathe. 10 minutes later, though it felt much longer, the dean's voice returned. He explained that a mentally unstable man had entered the school, attacked the front desk clerk, and disappeared into the building. The staff couldn't locate him, so the lockdown would remain in effect. Eventually, the lockdown was lifted, and we were told to resume our day, though the fear lingered long after. Later, we heard rumors that the man had been found by a janitor hiding in a storage closet with a .44 Magnum in his pocket. But when the police arrived, he was gone. To this day, no one knows if he was ever caught. But every time I hear a sudden loud noise, I remember the terror of that day and wonder where that man is now. Our school had 2 lunch periods. 6th graders and some 7th graders ate during the first lunch, while the remaining 7th graders and all 8th graders had the second. It was a gloomy October day, the sky overcast and the air heavy with the promise of rain. I was with my friends, waiting in line to buy lunch, when we heard 4 loud booms. At first I thought it was thunder, but the panicked screams of my classmates told me otherwise. Campus security burst into the cafeteria, their faces set with grim determination. "Everyone into the multi-purpose room now," they shouted. The urgency in their voices sent a wave of fear through the crowd. Those of us in line had to abandon our lunch trays and hurry inside. The multi-purpose room, usually a place of casual gatherings, had transformed into a refuge. The back wall, normally a wall of windows, was quickly covered with heavy curtains. Adults stood at every exit, their eyes scanning the room nervously. My friend Eric, ever the curious one, asked one of the adults what was going on. When he returned, his face was pale. "There's a crazy guy in one of the houses across from the school," he whispered. "He's threatened to kill himself and anyone who tries to evict him. He was outside watching the kids and the cops think he's dangerous." The room fell into a tense silence as his words sank in. The man wasn't just any neighbor. He was a registered sex offender. My stomach churned at the thought of him watching us. We were stuck in that room for what felt like an eternity. 2 whole periods passing before we were finally escorted back to our classrooms one by one. Later, I learned from my friend Brandy, who lived next door to the man, that he was more than just dangerous. He was deeply disturbed. The previous Halloween, she had seen him standing at his window, cutting his arm and writing on the glass with his own blood. "Don't come here or I'll kill you," he had scrawled. At the time, everyone thought it was just a gruesome Halloween prank. But now we knew better. The man was eventually taken away by the police. But the fear he instilled in us lingered long after. Every time I passed his house, I couldn't help but feel a chill, knowing how close we had come to being his next victims. Lockdowns are meant to be safe havens, a shield against the chaos that lurks outside. But as these stories reveal, sometimes the real terror is not what's trying to get in, but what's already inside. The walls that we trust to protect us can quickly become a prison, where fear festers and shadows whisper. In those moments of silence, when every creak and footstep could be your last, you realize that the true horror isn't the unknown. It's the dreadful certainty that for some there's no escape. As the final bell rings and the doors swing open, we step back into the daylight. But the darkness never truly leaves. It lingers, a chilling reminder that safety is an illusion, and that sometimes the real monsters aren't out there. They're much closer than you think. It was a night like any other, until I felt the cold metal glint of a knife just inches from my face. I never thought I'd find myself staring down the barrel of danger at a gas station, but there I was, trembling and completely frozen in fear. I had two choices: stop at the gas station just a block away, which had become a hotspot for sketchy characters, or risk running out of gas on the way home. I didn't want to get stuck, so I reluctantly headed to the station near my work, knowing I'd have to deal with the unsettling atmosphere. When I arrived, the lot was surprisingly empty. I let out a small sigh of relief, thinking I could fill up without any hassle. I stepped out of my car, swiped my card at the pump, but it was useless. The reader wouldn't work. Frustrated but determined, I headed inside to prepay for $20 of gas. I mentioned the broken card reader to the attendant, but he just shrugged, uninterested in my plight. I brushed it off and went back outside. That's when I noticed another car pull up right behind mine. The station had only 2 pumps, which meant we were practically on top of each other. I tried to ignore the newcomers as I unscrewed my gas cap, just wanting to finish up quickly. Then, the yelling started. At first I thought it was just another argument that would fizzle out, but the voices only grew louder. A man was screaming at another about money and debts, and soon a woman joined in, shouting about how they would pay him back. I kept my head down, pretending not to hear them, but my heart raced. Suddenly the car doors slammed and I saw them get out, still arguing. One of them started fiddling with the pump, clearly facing the same issue I had. Against my better judgment, I leaned over and said, "Hey, the readers are broken. You need to pay inside." The guy at the pump turned, his face softening for a moment as he muttered a thanks and walked toward the building. But the man who stayed behind, the one who had been yelling, stared at me with wild eyes. My stomach twisted as I sensed the shift in the air. "Who do you think you are?" he hissed, his voice low but dripping with anger. I stammered, trying to explain I was just trying to help, but before I could finish, he stepped closer and pulled out a small knife. My heart sank. "I should mess you up right here," he snarled, holding the blade toward me. "You think you can just butt in? I'll make you regret that." I froze, fear wrapping around me like a vice. The knife was so close now, gleaming ominously in the dim light of the station. I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears, sweat trickling down my back. I raised my hands slowly, trying to calm the storm brewing between us, but there was no escape. Before I could even think of what to say, the first guy, the one I had spoken to, burst out of the station. His eyes widened at the sight of the knife. "What the hell are you doing?" he shouted, glaring at the man with the blade. It felt like time stood still as the tension escalated, the air thick with threat. The guy with the knife didn't back down, but the other man stepped forward, reaching into his waistband. What I saw next shocked me, a glimpse of a gun. He didn't pull it out completely, but it was enough to make the guy with the knife hesitate. "Drop it before I drop you," the first guy warned, his voice hard. They stared each other down, and for a moment I thought my life might end right there. Finally, the knife lowered, and the man backed away, climbing back into the car, still shouting about how he would find me, and this wasn't over. I was shaking so badly I could hardly stand. My body felt weak, and all I wanted was to escape. The first guy turned to me, his tone softening. "I'm sorry about him. He's dealing with some stuff. Just finish up and go. Maybe don't mention this to anyone for your own safety, okay?" I nodded, unable to find my voice. I hurriedly finished pumping gas, not daring to glance over at the car again. As I drove away, the scene replayed in my mind over and over. Even though I walked away unharmed, the fear clung to me like a shadow. The way that man looked at me, the knife so close to my skin. I never returned to that gas station. Now, I fill my tank long before it runs low, trusting my instincts. Sometimes, the real horrors aren't monsters or ghosts. They're the chilling reminders of how fragile safety can be. What if the gas station you stopped at was never really there? It was late, and Jenna, a college student, could barely keep her eyes open after a long night of studying. Driving through a deserted stretch of highway, all she wanted was to be home. But then her fuel light blinked on. Empty. She sighed, hoping she'd find a gas station soon. The road was dark, silent, and endless. Just as her hope was fading, she spotted something ahead. A dimly lit, old-fashioned gas station with a flickering sign that read, "Joe's Garage." It looked like it hadn't been touched in years, but the lights were on. Jenna hesitated, but with no other options, she pulled in. The place was straight out of a different era. Rusty pumps stood frozen in time, their paint chipped and peeling. The garage was old, its large, rusty doors half closed, windows caked with dust. Everything about the station felt off, but Jenna was too tired to care. She began filling her tank. A greasy cap. He moved slowly, deliberately, as though time didn't matter. Jenna waved at him, but he never looked up. The only sounds were the steady hum of the pump and the faint clinks of tools. Jenna's nerves began to creep up on her, but she brushed them aside, eager to be done. With her tank full, she walked toward the garage to pay. "Excuse me?" she called out, but the man didn't move. She cleared her throat. "Hello? How much do I owe you?" When Jenna reached the nearest town, she told the locals about Joe's garage. They stared at her with wide eyes and whispered among themselves. "That place has been closed for years," one of them said. "People say it's haunted. Some claim it's a gateway to somewhere else." Jenna never spoke of that night again, but the memory haunted her. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had crossed into a place that wasn't part of this world. A place where time, space, and reality twisted into something wrong. Why do shadows follow you when you're running from something you can't see? Late one snowy evening in Cedar Hollow, Mr. Parker, the gruff but reliable owner of Parker's Pit Stop, was closing up his gas station when an old battered sedan pulled into the lot. The roads were silent, buried under fresh snow, and the storm was intensifying by the minute. The man hesitated, his voice dropping to a nervous whisper. "I don't know if it's real or if I'm losing it, but something's been following me. I keep seeing these shadows. They're everywhere, in the mirror, on the road behind me." He swallowed hard. "I just need to get away." High against the windows, The next morning, when the storm finally cleared, the sheriff came by with more disturbing news. The sedan had been found, abandoned, and worse, locals had been reporting strange sightings for days before. Shadowy figures lurking just beyond the edges of light, whispers on the wind. Mr. Parker shuddered, remembering the figure by the pump and the man's desperate eyes. In the weeks that followed, Parker's pit stop became the talk of the town. People began reporting eerie occurrences. Customers spoke of seeing shadows that moved when no one else was there. Some claimed to see the silhouette of a man pacing near the pumps, mirroring the last customer's frantic movements. Mr. Parker, disturbed and exhausted, eventually sold the station and retired, but the stories didn't stop. The new owners faced their own share of unsettling events. Shadowy figures watching from the dark corners, strange noises late at night, and the overwhelming feeling that someone or something was always watching. Cedar Hollow's gas station soon became a legend, a warning to travelers passing through. Beware the shadows on the road, they're not always just in your mind. Was it the cold that sent chills down her spine, or was it the shadowy figure lurking in the gas station? Samantha loved adventure, especially exploring remote places. One crisp winter evening, she found herself driving through an isolated area, her car's headlights barely piercing the thick darkness. Her fuel gauge was dangerously low, and a knot of anxiety formed in her stomach as she desperately searched for a gas station. After what felt like hours of driving, she spotted a dimly lit sign that read, "Miller's Stop." The small, rundown gas station looked as if it hadn't been touched in years, but with her tank almost empty, it was her only option. As she pulled in, an unsettling chill swept through the air, much colder than the surrounding night. The silence was thick, broken only by the soft crunch of snow beneath her tires. She parked beside the ancient pumps, their faded screens and rusted nozzles a stark reminder of the station's decay. While refueling, Samantha noticed movement in the shadows of the station's office. Confused but relieved to be on her way, Samantha hurried back to her car, her heart pounding. As she drove away, she glanced in the rearview mirror and watched Miller's Stop fade into the darkness. But unease gripped her. It felt as if something was following her. The road stretched endlessly ahead, and suddenly her headlights flickered before dying completely. Panic rose as she pulled over to check her phone, but there was no signal. The only sound was the howling wind and the distant echo of what seemed like a woman's voice. Heart racing, she tried to restart the engine, but it sputtered and fell silent. With no other choice, she stepped outside. But Miller's stop was gone, swallowed by the darkness and swirling snow. Gritting her teeth against the cold, she began walking back the way she had come. Each crunch of snow beneath her boots was mirrored by footsteps behind her. When she turned, nothing was there. The feeling of being watched intensified, making her skin crawl. After what felt like hours, she spotted a warm glow in the distance. A house. She hurried to the door and knocked, relief flooding her as a kind elderly couple let her in. They offered her warmth and food as she recounted her strange experience. Their faces turned solemn as they listened. Miller's stop has been closed for decades, the husband said, his voice low. People say it's haunted by a woman who disappeared there. Her spirit is trapped, wandering the station, waiting for the next traveler. Samantha's heart sank. She left the couple's home the next morning, shaken to her core. What had she encountered? As she drove away, she couldn't shake the feeling that the echoes of midnight were still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting traveler to stumble into their grasp. What if the friendly face at the gas station you trust was hiding a terrifying secret? It was a quiet summer night when Mark, a weary truck driver, pulled into a small rural gas station known as Willow's Way. The old establishment had a worn-out sign and faded paint, but the neat rows of vintage gas pumps and the quaint little store seemed inviting enough. Mark welcomed the chance to stretch his legs after a long day of driving. As he filled up his truck, he noticed the lone attendant, a young woman with a friendly smile, working diligently behind the counter. Her bright demeanor stood out in the otherwise deserted area. "Evening," Mark said, trying to strike up a conversation. "Evening," she replied cheerfully. "Just finishing up a few things." Mark appreciated her warmth and went inside to pay. The store was filled with old-fashioned knickknacks and snacks, creating a nostalgic atmosphere. The attendant moved quickly and efficiently, ringing up his purchase. "Thanks for stopping by," she said, her smile unwavering. "Not many folks come through this way." Mark nodded, grabbing a couple of snacks for the road. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something odd. The attendant was fidgeting, glancing nervously toward the back of the store. "Everything okay?" he asked, his concern growing. The smile faltered slightly. "Yeah, everything's fine. Just a little weird tonight." Mark shrugged it off and headed back to his truck. But as he prepared to start the engine, he caught a glimpse of the attendant through the window. She stood by the back door, her anxious eyes staring into the darkness beyond the station. Curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to investigate. He walked back to the store and tried to open the door, but it was locked. He knocked, but the attendant didn't respond. After a moment, he noticed her slipping out of the back door, disappearing into the night. Unease washed over him. Why was she leaving? He waited, but she didn't return. Growing concerned, he went inside the store. To his shock, it was empty. The familiar sounds of the gas station were gone, replaced by an eerie silence. Feeling a knot of dread in his stomach, Mark decided it was time to leave. As he drove away, he glanced back at the gas station. There in the window stood the attendant, her face pressed against the glass. Her eyes were wide with fear, filled with a desperation that sent chills down his spine. The next morning, Mark heard unsettling news on the radio. Willow's Way had been abandoned for years, and locals spoke of strange occurrences and mysterious disappearances. Stories of a vanishing attendant surfaced, with her image captured in old photographs, always showing a fearful expression. That unsettling night lingered in Mark's mind, a haunting reminder that not everything is as it seems. The image of the attendant's desperate face haunted him, a chilling symbol of the darkness hidden behind familiar smiles. What if the help you seek is just an illusion, and the past refuses to let you go? In the middle of a long, deserted highway, an old toll booth stood silently, abandoned for years. It was a relic of a time when the road was busy and bustling with life. Travelers often spoke of the eerie feeling they got when passing by. But it wasn't until Sarah found herself stranded that she experienced the terror firsthand. Driving cross-country, Sarah's car suddenly broke down on this desolate stretch of highway. The nearest town was miles away, and with no cell signal, she had no choice but to find help. As she walked, she spotted the old toll booth in the distance. Its faded sign was barely readable, but something about it seemed oddly inviting. As she approached, Sarah noticed that the toll booth was surprisingly well kept for its age. The windows were clean, and the old cash register inside gleamed as if polished just that morning. A note on the door, written in elegant script, read, "Please ring the bell for assistance." With a mix of curiosity and hesitation, she rang the bell. Moments later, a middle-aged man in an old-fashioned uniform appeared at the window. His face was mostly hidden by a cap, and his expression was solemn, as if he were a statue come to life. "Need help?" he asked in a flat tone. Sarah explained her situation, and the man nodded but didn't immediately offer assistance. Instead, he watched her with a vacant stare, sending chills down her spine. "I'll need to check your car," he finally said before disappearing into the booth. Sarah hesitated, her anxiety growing, but she followed him inside. The toll booth was filled with old maps, dusty books, and vintage toll tokens, remnants of a time long past. As she waited, a strange chill enveloped her. The man reappeared after a few minutes, his expression unchanged. "I'll get someone to help you," he said, his voice echoing unnaturally in the small space. Time dragged on, each passing minute heavy with silence. Growing impatient, Sarah decided to leave and head back to her car, but as she stepped outside, her heart dropped. The toll booth had changed. It looked older, more dilapidated, as if it had aged overnight. The once polished cash register now appeared covered in dust, and the windows were grimy. "Hello?" she called, but the man was nowhere to be seen. The bell on the door was silent, and a thick tension filled the air, making her skin crawl. Sarah rushed back to her car, desperation fueling her movements. But when she turned the key in the ignition, the engine sputtered and died. Panic surged through her as she sat in the growing darkness, waiting for help that never came. Hours passed before a passerby finally stopped and offered assistance. But when they approached the toll booth, both were bewildered to find it had transformed into a crumbling ruin, barely recognizable from the structure Sarah had approached just hours before. In disbelief, Sarah finally made it back to town, her heart racing. When she asked the locals about the toll booth, they exchanged uneasy glances. They told her it had been abandoned for years, whispering of a ghostly attendant who appeared to lost travelers but never offered real help. Sarah never drove that stretch of highway again. The memory of the lonely toll booth and its spectral attendant haunted her, a chilling reminder that sometimes Help is just a ghost of what it once was. Tom was a truck driver with over 20 years on the road, convinced he had seen everything, until one fateful night at a gas station off the beaten path. Harper's Haven was a small, isolated stop that looked neglected and forgotten. The pumps were old, and the entire place felt eerie, with an unsettling quiet that hung in the air like a thick fog. A flickering bulb above the pumps cast ghostly shadows, making Tom's skin prickle. Running low on fuel, Tom approached the station, thinking it must be closed for the night. But just as he began filling up, an elderly man emerged from the darkness. He wore a tattered uniform and had a face that seemed carved by time. The man said nothing, merely nodding at Tom, who nodded back, slightly unnerved. Once he finished pumping gas, Tom walked inside to pay. The man stood behind the counter, his eyes obscured by a cap. Without a word, he handed Tom a crumpled receipt. Tom squinted at it, noticing there was no price, only a series of strange symbols and numbers that seemed to twist and turn in the dim light. "Is this all?" Tom asked, but the man didn't answer. He just gestured toward the door with an unsettling calmness. Confused and slightly disturbed, Tom left the station, feeling as though something was terribly off. As he drove away, Tom glanced down at the receipt, trying to make sense of the symbols. They reminded him of ancient hieroglyphs, forming a pattern he couldn't decipher. He pushed the thought aside, dismissing it as just an oddity from an old, forgotten place. But later that night, his truck began to sputter and lose power. Alarmed, Tom pulled over, hoping it was just a minor issue. Yet the engine problems worsened, and his truck finally came to a stop on the dark, lonely highway. Stranded, Tom reached for his phone to call for a tow but found no signal. As he waited, he noticed strange lights flickering in the distance. They danced in the night, moving in a peculiar pattern that matched the symbols on the receipt. His heart raced as the lights blinked out, leaving him in suffocating darkness. A chill ran down his spine as the sense of being watched settled over him like a heavy blanket. The night dragged on with his engine still silent. Just as dawn broke, a tow truck finally arrived, and Tom was taken to a mechanic. "Have you ever heard of Harper's Haven?" Tom asked, still shaken. The mechanic's face paled, and he looked at Tom as if he were crazy. "That place hasn't been operational for years," he replied. "Some say it's haunted. People have seen strange things there. Glowing symbols, eerie figures, and lights that dance in the night." Tom's heart sank as he realized he had stepped into something far darker than he could comprehend. He never returned to Harper's Haven, but the memory of the mysterious receipt and the strange occurrences haunted him. He often wondered if that receipt had been a warning of the sinister forces lurking in the shadows of that forgotten place, waiting for their next visitor. Sarah and Jake were enjoying a road trip across the country, eager for new adventures. But one fateful night, while driving through a desolate stretch of road, their car began to sputter. It was running low on fuel, and just when they were starting to panic, they spotted an old gas station in the distance. The sign, barely visible through the darkness, read Jackson's Fuel. As they pulled in, the station loomed like a ghost from another time, surrounded by weeds and debris. It felt abandoned, but the gas pumps looked functional. With no other options, They decided to stop and refuel. Stepping out of the car, an unsettling silence washed over them. The air was cold, unnaturally so, and a creeping unease settled in their chests. Jake approached the pumps, and as he began to fill the tank, Sarah noticed a strange sound, an almost imperceptible whispering emanating from the gas pumps. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Yeah," Jake replied, glancing around. "It sounds like whispers." The whispers grew louder, swirling around them like a chilling wind. It was a jumble of indistinct murmurs, as if the pumps were trying to communicate something urgent yet incomprehensible. Their unease deepened and they exchanged worried glances. After Jake finished fueling, he wandered into the small, run-down store attached to the station. The door creaked ominously as he entered, and Sarah remained outside, her ears straining to catch the whispers. The store was dark and filled with dusty shelves, remnants of expired products, and an oppressive atmosphere that made her skin crawl. Suddenly, Jake stepped back outside, his face pale as a ghost. "There's no one here," he whispered. "The store is completely empty." Just as they decided to leave, a faint, ghostly voice floated through the air, calling Sarah's name. Heart pounding, she spun around but found only darkness. The whispers intensified, swirling around them like a storm. "Let's go!" she shouted, fear tightening her throat. They hurried back to their car, but as Jake turned the key in the ignition, they froze. The gas station had changed. The pumps were now adorned with strange symbols pulsating with an eerie light, and the sign had morphed into an unreadable jumble of letters. Panic surged through them as they sped away, the whispers echoing in their minds, refusing to let them go. They drove in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, both unnerved by the sense that they had left something behind at Jackson's Fuel. When they finally reached the next town, they couldn't shake off the dread that clung to them. They asked the locals about the gas station, but they received only confused looks. "Jackson's Fuel? That place has been closed for years," one man said, his brow furrowing. "You're not the first to mention strange occurrences there. People say it's haunted." Sarah and Jake exchanged a glance, realizing they had encountered something far more sinister than they ever imagined. They never spoke of their experience again, but the memory of the whispering pumps haunted them, a chilling reminder of the otherworldly presence that lingered in the dark corners of their minds, forever echoing their names. Jake and Emma were on a late-night road trip, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. They spotted a small 24-hour diner glowing invitingly in the darkness. Luna's Eats flickered just off the highway, promising warmth and food, so they pulled in, tired but hopeful. As they approached the drive-thru, the window was lit by a soft, flickering light that seemed to pulse in the night. Jake placed their order, and the voice from the intercom chirped cheerfully, instructing them to wait at the window for their food. But the wait felt unusually long. Sitting in the car, they exchanged worried glances as the diner's sign began to flash erratically. The lights inside flickered as if they were alive, creating a dizzying effect that made Emma's head spin. She squinted at the menu board, which now displayed bizarre, nonsensical items that didn't make any sense. Was that a monster milkshake next to Invisible Burger? Finally, a woman appeared at the drive-thru window, holding a brown paper bag. She smiled warmly, but the dim light cast strange shadows across her face. "Here you go," she said, handing over the bag. Jake thanked her, excitement bubbling up as they drove away. eager to eat. Once back on the road, they reached into the bag, only to find it was empty. Confused and frustrated, they glanced back at the diner, but to their horror, it was gone. The area around them was just an open field, dark and empty, stretching out into nothingness. "Did we just—" Emma started, her voice trailing off as they stared at the spot where the diner had been. "Where did it go?" Jake turned the car around, determined to find the diner again. But as they retraced their route, they found nothing but the unfamiliar stretch of road and the shadows of trees looming around them. Panic set in as they realized the diner had vanished completely, swallowed by the night. After what felt like an eternity of searching, they finally found a gas station and pulled in. The attendant, an older man with weary eyes, looked at them with a mixture of pity and concern. "You saw Luna's eats, didn't you?" he asked, as if he already knew the answer. "Yes," Jake replied, still trying to comprehend what had happened. The attendant sighed, glancing over his shoulder as if expecting someone to appear. "That place closed down years ago. It's said to be haunted. People have reported seeing it appear out of nowhere, only to vanish without a trace." Jake and Emma exchanged horrified looks, the weight of their experience crashing down on them. The story of the ghostly drive-through, once just a local legend, was now their chilling reality. As they drove away, the memory of the empty food bag and the disappearing diner haunted them, a terrifying reminder of what they had encountered in the dark. They never spoke of that night again, but the unsettling question lingered in their minds. What else might be lurking in the shadows waiting to draw them in? It was a scorching summer day when Greg, a traveling salesman, found himself on a long, empty stretch of highway. His car's air conditioning had failed, and sweat dripped down his face. Just as he began to feel the heat closing in, he spotted a rest stop in the distance, a small building with a faded sign reading Greenwood Rest Stop. Relief washed over him as he pulled in, but the moment he stepped out, unease settled in. The rest stop looked abandoned. The parking lot was overgrown with weeds, and the building was in disrepair. Still desperate for a break from the heat, Greg pushed the door open, finding it slightly ajar. Inside, dust hung in the air like a thick fog, and forgotten supplies cluttered the corners. A musty smell hit him as he stepped into the cafe area. Greg noticed the counter, but was surprised to see no one around. "Hello," he called, but only silence answered. Feeling foolish, he walked to the counter and found a rusty old bell. He rang it, hoping to attract someone's attention. After what felt like an eternity, a middle-aged woman emerged from a back room. She was dressed in old-fashioned clothes that seemed out of place, and her eyes looked vacant, as if she were lost in another time. "Can I get something cold to drink?" he asked, trying to keep the conversation light. The woman nodded slowly and vanished back into the shadows. The silence grew heavier. The only sounds were the creaking of the building and a fluttering piece of paper. After a moment, she returned, holding a cold drink. Without a word, she placed it in Greg's hand and turned to disappear into the darkness once more. He tried to thank her, but she didn't acknowledge him. As he sipped the drink, Greg noticed the light outside fading. The temperature in the rest stop plummeted, sending chills down his spine. Shadows crept in from every corner, and he could have sworn the walls were closing in around him. The once familiar rest stop now felt like a tomb. Determined to leave, Greg approached the door, but it wouldn't budge. Panic surged as he pulled and pushed against it, but it felt as if the door was glued shut. The unsettling silence deepened, and the shadows stretched, swirling around him like restless spirits. Suddenly the woman appeared again, this time at the counter. Her ghostly face was twisted in sorrow, her lips moving as if trying to speak, but no sound came out, only a faint whisper that made Greg's skin crawl. "Let me out!" he shouted, his voice cracking with fear. In a desperate surge of strength, he shoved against the door one last time and finally forced it open. He stumbled outside, gasping for air. The rest stop had transformed into a crumbling ruin, barely recognizable. The area around it was deserted, and the once welcoming sign was now just a faded memory. Greg's heart raced as he jumped into his car, desperate to escape. He drove away quickly, glancing back at the rest stop. He later learned that the Greenwood rest stop had been closed and abandoned for years, a ghostly relic of the past. The memory of the woman and the decaying rest stop haunted him, a chilling reminder of the eerie encounter that blurred the line between reality and the supernatural. And deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that the woman had been trying to warn him about something dark lurking in the shadows. Tom's station stood alone on the outskirts of a quiet town, known for its charming old-fashioned decor and friendly service. But behind its quaint exterior lay a secret that sent shivers down the spines of locals, a haunting that had plagued the station for years. One night, a young couple, Lisa and Mark, found themselves driving through the area. Their car was low on fuel, and they decided to stop at Tom's station, thinking it would be a quick pit stop. As they pulled in, the gas station looked as quaint as ever, its vintage pumps glowing softly under the night sky. While Mark filled up the tank, Lisa ventured inside to pay. But the moment she crossed the threshold, an uneasy feeling settled in her stomach. The store was dimly lit, with old memorabilia casting eerie shadows. She approached the counter, where an elderly man in a classic gas station uniform stood, his face expressionless. "Good evening," Lisa said, forcing a smile. "How much do I owe?" The man looked at her blankly, then handed her a handwritten receipt. Lisa's heart raced when she noticed there was no amount listed, only a cryptic message: "Beware the shadows." A shiver ran down her spine, but she brushed it off as a quirky joke. She paid for the gas and returned to the car, eager to leave. Mark was already inside, and they set off, eager to continue their journey. As they drove, an unnatural darkness enveloped the road. Shadows twisted and shifted in the periphery, making the air feel thick and oppressive. Despite their efforts to dismiss the tension, it clung to them like a second skin. Then, without warning, their headlights flickered. A figure appeared on the side of the road, a woman in an old-fashioned dress, her face obscured by a veil. She stood there for a fleeting moment before melting back into the darkness. Panic surged through Lisa and Mark, and they slammed on the gas. The shadows seemed to cling to their car as they sped away, whispering of an unseen presence. They finally reached a small motel, desperate for safety. As they settled into their room, unease washed over them, and the feeling of being watched was impossible to shake. The next morning, still rattled, Lisa and Mark asked the motel clerk about Tom's station. The clerk's face went pale as she listened to their story. "Tom's station has been closed for years," she said, her voice trembling. "There were rumors of strange occurrences and sightings. Some say it's haunted by a woman who vanished there long ago." Lisa and Mark exchanged horrified glances, the realization hitting them like a punch to the gut. They had encountered something far beyond a simple gas station. They had brushed against a ghostly legend, From that day on, they never returned to Tom's station. But the chilling memory of that night haunted them. The cryptic warning on the receipt became a dark reminder of the shadows that lurked just beyond the light. A warning they would never forget. In a remote area on the outskirts of town, a small gas station named Ellis's Corner sat in silence, its quirky charm beloved by locals. But on a frigid winter night, it would become the backdrop of a terrifying encounter. Rick, a long-haul trucker, pulled in to refuel, his breath visible in the icy air. The station was eerily quiet, the dim lights flickering overhead. Mr. Ellis, the elderly owner, greeted him with a warm smile as Rick began filling up his truck. As Rick waited, he sensed something odd about the atmosphere. Old photographs and antiques adorned the walls, casting shadows that danced in the flickering light. A faint, rhythmic humming echoed from the back room, almost like a heartbeat. "What's that noise?" Rick asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Mr. Ellis's smile faltered for a moment. "Oh, that's just the old heater," he replied, though the sound felt far too mechanical to be mere heating. After finishing up, Rick stepped inside to pay. The store was filled with vintage decor, but there were no other customers. Yet it felt bustling, as if people had just left. Something about it unsettled him. As he turned to leave, Rick noticed a woman standing outside, dressed in an old-fashioned coat and hat, her gaze fixed on the ground. He waved, but she didn't respond. Shrugging it off, he returned to his truck. But when he glanced back, the woman was walking toward the station. "Hey! Are you lost?" he shouted, but she vanished inside as if swallowed by the shadows. Feeling a surge of unease, Rick went back inside. The station was empty. Mr. Ellis had disappeared. Confused, he scanned the walls again, and the photographs caught his eye. Each one featured people with a haunting similarity, a mix of sadness and resignation etched on their faces. The humming grew louder, pulsing in the back of his mind. Panic flared within him. He had to leave. Rick rushed to his truck and drove away, but as he continued down the road, he saw the woman again, standing on the roadside. This time she was staring directly at him, her pale face void of emotion. Heart racing, he sped past her, not stopping until he reached a truck stop miles away. Breathless, he asked the locals about Ellis's Corner. They exchanged confused glances before one finally spoke up. "That place has been closed for years. Everyone knows about the phantom customer who appears there and vanishes without a trace." Rick's stomach dropped. The chilling encounter echoed in his mind. He had brushed with something otherworldly, something that should not have existed. From that night on, Rick never returned to Ellis's Corner, but the memory of the woman, the strange humming noise, and the sorrowful photographs haunted him. It served as a chilling reminder of the ghostly presence lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting traveler to arrive. Jake and Lisa were miles into their cross-country road trip when the engine of their car sputtered and died on a desolate stretch of highway. Stranded without cell service and with the nearest town miles away, they were desperate for help. Just then, they spotted a flickering light in the distance, a small isolated gas station called Bennett's Fuel. As they approached, an unsettling feeling washed over them. The station looked old and run down, with rusty pumps and boarded-up windows. It felt as if the place hadn't seen customers in years. But they had no choice. They needed gas. An elderly man emerged from the shadows as they began refueling. He wore a weathered uniform, his eyes distant and vacant, as if he were staring through them. He nodded in acknowledgement but said nothing, sending a chill down their spines. They exchanged nervous glances but brushed it off as nerves. Once the tank was full, Jake went inside to pay. The interior was cluttered with old equipment and dusty shelves. Behind the counter stood the man, but instead of a cash register, there was a strange antique device that looked like a fuel gauge. Jake handed over a crumpled bill and the man passed him a receipt that made his heart race. It had no total listed, only a cryptic message. The gauge tells all. Confused and uneasy, Jake returned to the car where Lisa was waiting, anxious to leave the eerie place behind. But as they drove off, something strange happened. The fuel gauge began to fluctuate wildly, swinging from empty to full, then back to empty again. Panic set in as the car sputtered and lost power, forcing them to pull over on the side of the road. They were stranded again, with no way to contact anyone for help. As they sat in the darkness, fear gripped them. The night grew colder, and strange lights flickered in the distance, moving erratically as if they were alive. The lights seemed to follow them, casting unsettling shadows around the car. It felt as if they were being watched, trapped in an invisible web of dread. Just when despair threatened to consume them, a passing motorist stopped and offered help. They were towed to the nearest town, where they learned the chilling truth. Bennett's Fuel had been closed for years, abandoned after a series of strange occurrences and ghostly sightings. Jake and Lisa never returned to that stretch of highway, but the memory of the vanishing fuel gauge and the eerie night haunted them. It served as a chilling reminder of their encounter with the supernatural, a night when they learned that sometimes what seems like a simple stop for gas can lead to a terrifying plunge into the unknown. Emily had been driving for hours on a lonely stretch of highway when she spotted Harper's garage in the distance. The small town of Birchwood had once been known for its reliable service and friendly staff, but tonight it felt different. Exhausted and running low on fuel, she pulled in, relieved to see the lights shining brightly against the dark backdrop. As she parked, a wave of unease washed over her. The gas station was unusually quiet. The pumps were functional, but no cars were around. Steeling herself, she walked inside to pay, finding Mr. Harper, the owner, behind the counter. "Good evening," she said, trying to shake off her discomfort. "It's pretty quiet here tonight." Harper smiled faintly, but his eyes held a strange emptiness. He handed her a receipt with no total listed, just the ominous words, "The last call." Confused and a little frightened, Emily pocketed the receipt and hurried back to her car. Just as she started to drive away, the gas station's lights began to flicker, dimming until they cast an eerie, ghostly glow over the lot. As she continued down the road, dread filled her as she noticed her fuel gauge rapidly dropping. How could this be? She had just filled up. The road stretched endlessly ahead, the darkness around her growing thicker with every passing moment. Suddenly her car sputtered and died, leaving her stranded on the side of the highway. Panic surged through her as she tried to restart the engine, but it wouldn't turn over. Then, from the corner of her eye, she spotted a figure standing in the shadows. Mr. Harper. Her heart raced as she tried to open the door, but before she could move, he vanished into thin air. Panic took hold. She began waving frantically to passing cars, but they sped by without a glance. The temperature dropped, and an unsettling silence enveloped her. Finally, a highway patrol officer arrived, helping her get the car started again. As he worked, he casually mentioned that Harper's garage had been closed for years. Whispers of strange occurrences and ghostly figures surrounded the station, but no one had ever dared to stop there at night. Emily never returned to Harper's garage, but the chilling memory of that night and the cryptic receipt haunted her thoughts. It served as a grim reminder of her close encounter with the supernatural, and the warning that sometimes it's better to drive away than to stop for gas. Late one evening, Tim found himself driving through a desolate stretch of highway, the kind where the trees whispered secrets and shadows seemed to stretch for miles. Suddenly, his fuel light flashed ominously. He was running low. Just as panic started to creep in, he spotted a small, dimly lit gas station in the distance. Miller's Fuel, the sign read, but it looked more like a relic from a forgotten time, abandoned and run down. With no other option, Tim pulled in. The station's old pumps groaned as he filled his tank, and the flickering lights cast eerie shadows across the cracked pavement. It felt like a scene from a horror movie. Just then, an elderly woman emerged from the darkness inside the station. Her face was hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, and she silently watched Tim, her gaze piercing through the dim light. Feeling uneasy, Tim finished fueling and walked inside to pay. The air inside was thick and stale, filled with dust and silence. The walls were cluttered with old, forgotten items. The woman stood behind the counter, her eyes still fixed on him. She didn't say a word. Instead, she handed him a receipt with no amount listed, only a chilling message. The pump knows. A shiver ran down Tim's spine, but he shrugged it off, convinced it was just an odd quirk of the place. He left the station, ready to put the creepy encounter behind him, but as he drove away, his heart sank. The fuel gauge on his car was fluctuating wildly. One moment it showed full, the next it dropped to empty. Tim's car began to sputter, losing power, forcing him to pull over on the side of the road. Frantically, he tried to restart the engine, but nothing worked. As he sat in the dark, unease settled in his stomach. He spotted strange figures moving in the distance, shapes that shifted and blurred, almost as if they were playing tricks on his mind. Finally, after what felt like hours, a passing motorist stopped to help. But when Tim explained his ordeal, the man's face went pale. Miller's Fuel? That place has been closed for years, he said, shaking his head. They say it's haunted. People have seen ghostly figures and heard whispers in the night. Tim never returned to that area, but the chilling memory of the woman, the mysterious pump, and the erratic fuel gauge haunted him. Each night, as darkness fell, he would recall that eerie encounter, a haunting reminder of the supernatural forces that lurked in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting traveler. It was a freezing October night, and Brian was miles away from civilization, his truck running on fumes. The highway stretched on endlessly, dark and empty. His gas gauge hovered dangerously on empty. Just when he thought he might be stranded, he spotted a faint flicker ahead, a gas station, its old neon sign struggling to stay lit. Relief washed over him as he pulled in, but something wasn't right. The station looked ancient, like it had been forgotten long ago. Rusty pumps stood crooked under a faded awning, and the place was eerily quiet. Not a single sound except for the occasional howl of the wind. Brian hesitated, but then started filling up his tank. Out of nowhere, a man appeared. The gas station attendant moved slowly, like he was pushing through something invisible. His uniform was worn, dirty, and his cap sat low, hiding most of his face. "Evening," Brian muttered, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. The attendant barely looked up. "Evening," he replied in a voice that sent a shiver down Brian's spine. As the tank filled, Brian felt eyes on him. He glanced back. The attendant stood there, motionless, staring at him. No emotion, just a blank, almost waiting expression. Brian's pulse quickened. He finished up and walked toward the counter where the attendant now stood, his eyes on an old, dusty ledger. The counter was covered in odd things. Yellowed photos, ancient newspaper clippings, strange trinkets that seemed out of place. "How much do I owe?" Brian asked, uneasy. The man slowly lifted his gaze. "No charge," he rasped, his voice thick with something unspoken. "But be careful." Brian frowned but didn't argue. He hurried back to his truck, trying to ignore the eerie feeling crawling up his skin. As he drove off, he glanced in his mirror. The gas station light flickered, then vanished into the night. A few miles down the road, Brian noticed something strange. His headlights revealed scattered debris, tires, scraps of metal, and clothing. His breath caught in his throat when he saw it. A worn, faded photograph lying among the debris. It was the same family photo he had seen on the counter at the gas station. Heart pounding, Brian slammed his foot on the gas. The road ahead felt like it stretched on forever, the darkness pressing in around him. His phone had no signal, the radio was nothing but static, and the shadows outside seemed to come alive, twisting and moving in the corners of his vision. By morning, Brian learned the truth. The gas station had been shut down for decades. Locals spoke in hushed tones about strange disappearances and ghostly sightings tied to the place. No one had seen an attendant there for years. Brian never stopped at a gas station on a deserted road again. He couldn't shake the feeling that some places, some things, should be left alone. Forever.
I was 13, that awkward age where the thrill of being home alone for the night was enough to make me feel grown up. My parents had just started letting me stay by myself overnight, and I relished the freedom. The only rules were simple. Don't leave the house and don't have anyone over. Easy enough. I loved the solitude, the chance to blast my music and lose myself in video games without my dad's constant nagging. That night, a storm rolled in, transforming the evening into something cozy and atmospheric. I loved thunderstorms, the rhythmic drumming of rain on the roof, the occasional flash of lightning, and the deep rumble of thunder that followed. It made the warmth of home feel even more comforting. I decided to move my Xbox from my room to the den downstairs. The den had my dad's big flat-screen TV and an incredible Bose sound system, which I never got to use unless I was alone. It was the perfect setup for a night of gaming. The den was a cozy space, a half flight of stairs down from the living room, with large windows that faced the backyard. The storm was raging outside, but inside I felt snug and secure. I settled in with my controller, the game volume cranked up, and my headset connected. My friend Cody and I were playing together online, talking trash and laughing as we fought our way through the latest Call of Duty installment. Everything was perfect until I heard the doorbell ring. The sound was jarring against the backdrop of the storm. It was already past 9, so I was startled. I told Cody someone was at the door, and he joked that maybe it was my parents coming back early. But they wouldn't ring the bell. They had keys. Curiosity got the best of me, and I paused the game, heading upstairs to the front door. I hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Who's there?" A male voice on the other side responded, "I need to use a phone." Something about his tone set off alarm bells in my head. My gut told me not to answer, so I stayed silent and crept back downstairs, hoping he would think no one was home and leave. The doorbell rang again. My heart pounded in my chest, but I stayed put, ignoring it. Cody's voice crackled in my headset, asking if I was okay. I muttered something about a stranger at the door, and he agreed I shouldn't open it. The doorbell rang a third time, but then it stopped. I sat there, straining to hear any sound over the storm. After what felt like an eternity, I let myself relax, convincing myself that whoever it was had given up and left. I tried to get back into my game, but the unease lingered. Just as I was getting comfortable again, I heard a creak to my right. My blood ran cold as I turned to see the back door slowly closing, and a tall, shadowy figure stepped inside. My first instinct was to run, and I did, dropping the controller and sprinting towards the office door. The headset cord yanked out of the controller as I slammed the office door behind me and locked it. I barely had time to catch my breath when the door handle rattled violently. The stranger on the other side was trying to get in. My heart raced as he knocked on the door, his voice muffled but menacing. "Little boy, I just need to use your phone," he said, but there was a sinister edge to his words. The knocking turned into pounding, and his voice grew louder, angrier. "Open the door, you little," he screamed, the force of his blows making the door shake. I knew I had to get out of the house. The office had 2 doors, one leading to the den and the other to the garage. My only chance was to make it to the garage and escape through the door. I pressed the button to open the garage door, the motor whirring loudly, and prayed the man couldn't hear it over the storm. As soon as the door was open enough, I ducked under and bolted through the rain, sprinting down the block to my neighbor Julian's house. I banged on Julian's door, breathless and soaked, hoping the man wasn't following me. Julian opened the door, and I collapsed into his arms, babbling about the break-in. He quickly called the police while his wife tried to calm me down. The wait for the police felt like an eternity. When they finally arrived, I led them to the house. They found the garage door open and cautiously entered. After a few tense minutes, they emerged with a disheveled man in handcuffs. He was yelling incoherently, insisting that the house was his and that I was his son. It was clear he was either drunk, high, or just completely unhinged. My parents pressed charges and the man was taken to jail. His name was John McCarty, and he was charged with criminal trespass. But even though he was locked up, I couldn't shake the fear that he would come back one day. The thought of him knowing where I lived haunted me for a long time. Thankfully, it was just a random encounter, and he never returned. But that night, the thrill of being home alone turned into a nightmare I would never forget. It was around 4 a.m., and everyone else in the house was asleep. My mother and both of my grandparents. For the past couple of months, we had been getting hit by major thunderstorms at least once a week, and that night was no different. I always loved thunderstorms, especially at night. There was something oddly comforting about the sound of rain hammering against the windows, the occasional flash of lightning illuminating the room for a split second. But the wind always unnerved me. It could be soft and gentle one moment, and then, without warning, it would roar like a freight train, rattling the windows and making the whole house creak. That night's storm was one of the worst we'd had in a long time. It sounded like the wind was throwing rocks at my window. Still, I enjoyed the chaos outside while I scrolled through Reddit, completely absorbed in my feed. Then, the power went out. Just like that, everything went dark. The sudden silence was eerie, but I wasn't too worried. My phone was charged, and I had data, so I kept scrolling. After a while, though, my eyes grew heavy, and I decided it was time to sleep. I set my phone on the nightstand, rolled over, and tried to drift off. Sometime later, I woke up. The house was silent, the storm had died down, but there was still a soft wind outside. I shifted in bed, trying to get comfortable, but my throat felt dry, and I realized I was really thirsty. I tried to ignore it, hoping I'd fall back asleep, but eventually, the thirst won out. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and headed to the kitchen for a glass of water. The moment I opened my bedroom door, I was hit with a blast of cold air. It was freezing in the house. I threw on a sweater and continued to the kitchen, shivering as the wind seemed to grow louder with each step. When I reached the kitchen, I noticed something odd. The sliding door to the patio was wide open. Panic surged through me. I rationalized it away, convincing myself that my grandfather must have left it open earlier and forgot to close it. I walked over, my heart pounding, and quickly shut and locked the door. Then I hurried back to my room, hoping I could shake off the fear and get back to sleep. Once in bed, I tried to calm down. I turned off the flashlight, but kept my phone close, just in case. I told myself that everything was fine, that the door being open was just a mistake, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I got up again and slid my desk chair in front of the door, just to be safe. Then I checked the closet, reassuring myself that no one was there. I finally lay back down, this time leaving the flashlight on as a sort of nightlight. But then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible creak from under the bed. My heart skipped a beat as I realized I hadn't checked there. Slowly, I leaned over the side of the bed and peered into the darkness beneath. I nearly screamed. Staring back at me from under the bed was a woman, her eyes bloodshot, her face gaunt and pale, her teeth yellowed and sharp. She was grinning, a twisted, malevolent grin that made my skin crawl. I was frozen, unable to move, my brain struggling to process what I was seeing. Then she laughed, a low guttural sound that sent a chill down my spine. That broke the spell. I leapt out of bed, bolted for the door, and shoved the chair aside. I ran down the hall to my grandparents' room, pounding on the door and shouting for my grandfather. He was up in an instant, his face lined with confusion and concern. I rushed into the room, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I tried to explain what I'd seen. My grandfather, ever the skeptic, looked at me with a mix of disbelief and irritation, but agreed to check it out. Armed with a flashlight and a baseball bat, he followed me back to my room. The house was still eerily quiet, the only sounds being the occasional creak of the house settling. As we entered my room, the light from the flashlight cast long shadows across the walls, making everything look distorted and menacing. I pointed to the bed, trying to stay calm. "She was right under there," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. My grandfather knelt down and cautiously peered under the bed. For a few moments, all I could hear was his steady breathing and the faint hum of the wind outside. Then he stood up, shaking his head. "There's nothing here," he said, his voice low and firm. "Are you sure you weren't dreaming?" I tried to protest, but the look on his face told me he was not convinced. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and fear, I reluctantly agreed to go back to bed, hoping that the encounter had been nothing more than a nightmare brought on by the storm. The next morning, the storm had passed, and the sun shone brightly through the windows. I was exhausted, but the promise of daylight made me feel safer. My grandfather and I checked under the bed again, and of course, there was nothing there, just dust and the occasional forgotten toy. However, as the days went by, the memory of that night stayed with me. I couldn't shake the image of the woman under the bed, her horrifying grin, and that bone-chilling laugh. I tried to tell my friends, but they just laughed it off as a bad dream. And my grandfather seemed to think it was just a trick of the light or an overactive imagination. One night, several weeks later, the power went out again during another storm. As I lay in bed, trying to ignore the wind howling outside, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of dread. I had moved my bed away from the wall, leaving more space beneath it, but the memory of that grinning face was hard to shake. Around 4 a.m., just as it had been that night, I woke up with a start. My room was dark, save for the faint glow of the moonlight filtering through the curtains. I lay there, wide awake, listening to the sounds of the storm outside. The wind was loud, almost deafening, and the house creaked in response. My heart raced as I thought about the woman from before. I tried to convince myself that it had been a figment of my imagination, but the fear was palpable. I mustered the courage to get up and check under the bed again, just to reassure myself. I flipped on the flashlight and crouched down, peering into the darkness. The light flickered, and for a moment I saw nothing but shadows. But then I saw it. The faintest movement, a glimmer of something just out of sight. I quickly backed away, my pulse racing. I grabbed the phone from my nightstand and dialed my grandfather's number, my hands trembling. As I waited for him to pick up, I could hear the wind roaring outside, almost as if it were mocking me. "What's wrong?" he answered groggily. I think she's back," I whispered, my voice shaking. There was a pause on the other end of the line. "I'll come over," he said finally. "Just stay on the phone with me." I stayed on the line, keeping my flashlight pointed at the space under the bed. The movement had stopped, and I was left in a cold sweat, waiting for my grandfather to arrive. Every sound seemed amplified, and the shadows in the room seemed to grow more menacing. When he finally arrived, he checked under the bed once more. This time, he found nothing. The woman was gone, and there were no signs of intrusion or disturbance. "We need to talk," he said as we sat down in the living room. "I don't know what you saw that night, but I think it's affecting you more than you realize." He suggested that I see a therapist to talk about my fears and anxieties. It was not an easy decision, but I agreed, hoping that talking about the experience might help me find some closure. The therapy sessions were helpful, but the fear of what I had seen never fully went away. I learned to live with the unease, trying to rationalize the experience as a product of stress and imagination. But deep down, I knew that whatever I had seen was more than just a figment of my mind. To this day, when a storm rolls in and the wind howls outside, I can't help but remember that night. The fear of what might be lurking in the shadows still lingers, and the thought of that grinning woman under my bed haunts me whenever the power goes out. It's a reminder that sometimes the line between reality and nightmare is disturbingly thin, and even the most mundane moments can be twisted into something far more terrifying. Growing up in a small rural town meant that there wasn't much to do, especially for a teenager. My friends and I would often find ourselves driving aimlessly along the back roads, seeking any sort of thrill or excitement. One night, we got more than we bargained for. It was a late summer evening, and the humidity hung thick in the air. My best friend, Jake, and I had decided to go for a drive after a big thunderstorm had passed through. The roads were slick, and the air smelled fresh and earthy. We were both feeling restless, and the idea of exploring the old, winding roads outside of town seemed like a good way to kill time. We were driving down a particularly remote stretch of road, the kind that was more dirt than pavement. The trees on either side formed a dense canopy overhead, making it feel like we were driving through a tunnel. The headlights of Jake's old car barely pierced the darkness, and the only sounds were the hum of the engine and the occasional call of a night bird. We had been driving in silence for a while when Jake suddenly slowed down. Up ahead, barely visible in the dim light, was a figure standing by the side of the road. As we got closer, we saw it was a woman, drenched from head to toe, her clothes clinging to her like a second skin. She looked disoriented, her eyes wide and panicked. "Should we stop?" I asked, already feeling uneasy. Jake hesitated, but eventually pulled over a few feet away from her. We rolled down the window, and I leaned out slightly, trying to get a better look at her. She seemed out of place, as if she had wandered there by mistake. "Are you okay?" Jake called out. "Do you need help?" The woman didn't respond right away. She just stood there, staring at us with those wide, frightened eyes. Finally, she nodded slowly. "I was in an accident," she said, her voice trembling. "My car, it went off the road." Jake and I exchanged uneasy glances. This stretch of road was notorious for accidents, especially after a storm. The ground was uneven, and the roads were poorly maintained. "Do you need us to call someone?" I asked, pulling out my phone. But she shook her head violently. "No, please," she said, her voice growing more desperate. "Can you just take me to town? I just need to get to town." Jake nodded, and I opened the back door for her. She climbed in, her wet clothes leaving damp spots on the seat. The moment she was inside, I felt a chill in the air, even though it was still warm outside. I shivered, trying to brush it off as Jake started driving again. The woman sat silently in the back seat, staring out the window as the car rolled down the dark, winding road. I tried to make small talk, asking where she was from and how her car had ended up off the road, but she barely responded. Her answers were short and vague, and her voice had an unsettling, hollow quality to it. As we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The way she had appeared out of nowhere, her strange demeanor, it all felt wrong. I glanced at Jake, and I could tell he was feeling the same way. But we both stayed quiet, unsure of what to do. We had been driving for about 15 minutes when the woman suddenly spoke again. "Stop the car," she said quietly. Jake looked at me, confused, but he slowed down and pulled over. "Are you sure this is where you need to be?" he asked. The woman didn't answer. She just opened the door and stepped out into the night. As she walked away from the car, Jake called out, "Wait, are you sure you're okay?" But she didn't turn around. She just kept walking, disappearing into the darkness. We sat there for a moment, stunned and unsure of what had just happened. Finally, Jake turned to me, his voice shaky. "What the hell was that?" I didn't have an answer. I just shook my head, my mind racing. Something about the whole encounter felt wrong, like we had just witnessed something we weren't supposed to see. We turned the car around and headed back toward town, both of us on edge. We didn't say much, each lost in our thoughts. But as we drove, a terrible realization began to dawn on me. The road we were on, the one where we had picked up the woman, was known for more than just accidents. There were stories, old legends, about a woman who had died there years ago in a car crash. People said that on stormy nights she would appear, looking for someone to take her to town. I wanted to dismiss it as just a story, but deep down, I knew. The woman we had picked up, she wasn't alive. She was the ghost from the legend, doomed to wander the lonely road, searching for a ride that would never truly take her home. Jake and I never spoke about that night again, but I know we both remember it. Sometimes, when I drive down that road, I think I see her standing there, just out of the corner of my eye. But I never stop. I keep driving, hoping that one day she'll finally find peace and stop haunting that desolate road.
I'll never forget that night. I don't think I could, even if I wanted to. It started off as a normal sleepover, just two best friends hanging out at Luke's place, playing video games and talking about random stuff. His house was old, like really old, with those creaky wooden floors and tall ceilings that make everything echo. Luke always joked that it was haunted, but I never paid much attention. That night, though, things took a turn. It was around midnight, and we had just finished watching a horror movie, just to get into the spirit of things. We were lying on the floor in our sleeping bags, Lights off, just the soft glow of the TV flickering in the background. Luke's parents were out of town, so it was just us. We were talking about school, girls, whatever came to mind when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, or maybe the house settling, like old houses do. But then I realized it wasn't stopping. "Did you hear that?" I asked, sitting up. Luke looked at me like I was crazy. "Hear what?" "Shh," I said, straining to listen. It was faint, barely there, but I swear I heard whispering like someone was talking right next to me. But there was no one else in the room. Luke finally heard it too. His eyes went wide. "What the—" We both sat there, frozen, listening to the walls. The whispering got louder, more distinct. I could make out words, but they were jumbled, like someone was talking through a bad connection. I remember feeling this deep, gut-wrenching fear, like something was terribly wrong. "Maybe it's the wind," Luke suggested, but I could tell he didn't believe it. The whispers were coming from inside the walls, not outside. There was no wind in the room, and it wasn't like the sound was drifting in through a window. It was like the walls themselves were talking. We both scrambled to our feet, grabbing flashlights. The room suddenly felt a lot colder, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We started pacing around, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. It didn't seem to have a specific source, it was just everywhere. "Dude, this is freaky," Luke muttered, his voice shaking. "No kidding," I replied. I was trying to keep it together, but inside I was freaking out. My mind was racing, trying to come up with some logical explanation, but nothing made sense. Then something clicked. I remembered Luke mentioning something about the house's history when we first became friends. It used to be something else before it became a regular home. But what was it? I couldn't remember exactly. "Luke," I said slowly, trying to piece it together, "didn't you say something about this place having some weird history?" He nodded. "Yeah, my dad mentioned it once. This house was part of a mental institution, like a long time ago. They converted it into a regular home when the place shut down." A chill ran down my spine. Suddenly the whispers seemed more than just creepy sounds. What if they were connected to the house's past? What if we weren't alone? We decided to investigate further, as stupid as that sounds now. We started knocking on the walls, listening for anything that might explain the noise. When we got to the far corner of the room, the whispering stopped. Dead silence. But as soon as we moved away, it started up again. "What the—" Luke whispered. "Hold on," I said, stepping closer to the wall. It was then that I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There was a small, almost invisible seam running vertically along the wall, like a hidden door or panel. "Help me with this," I said, and we both started pushing on the wall. It didn't budge at first, but then, with a loud creak, it slowly swung open. Inside was a dark, narrow space, barely wide enough to fit a person. It looked like an old service tunnel, maybe something left over from when the house was part of the institution. We shined our flashlights inside, and that's when we saw it. An old, rusted intercom system, wires hanging loosely from the walls. It looked like it hadn't been used in decades, but somehow it was still working. The whispers were coming from the speaker, garbled and distorted, but unmistakable. Luke and I stared at each other, our faces pale. "This is messed up," he finally said. "How is this even possible?" I had no answers. So, there we were, just exploring the house, when, suddenly, we stumbled upon this weird, almost hidden door. It was like tucked away in a dark corner, barely noticeable. We couldn't believe our eyes. Who would have thought there'd be a secret door in that old house? As we ventured further, we came across an old intercom system. It looked ancient, like something out of a different era. We were curious, of course. I mean, who wouldn't be? We decided to give it a try, just to see if it still worked. And well, let's just say, what we heard next sent chills down our spines. I'll never forget the night at Ember's house. It was supposed to be a typical sleepover, pizza, movies, and gossiping until we passed out. But things took a turn none of us could have imagined. We were a group of 5 girls: me, Emily, Ember, Sarah, Grace, and Chloe. Ember had this cozy guest room with 2 beds, one for her and another for 2 of us to share. The rest would crash on the floor with sleeping bags. We were excited, giddy even, and the evening started just like any other. We all crowded onto the bed with bowls of popcorn, watching some cheesy horror movie that wasn't really scary. It was just an excuse to scream and laugh together. Around midnight, the vibe started to shift. Maybe it was because the movie was over and the house was too quiet. Or maybe it was just that late-night paranoia setting in. Ember's parents were not home, so it was just us and her younger brother, who was already fast asleep upstairs. Chloe, always the adventurous one, decided she wanted to tell ghost stories. We all agreed, trying to outdo each other with the creepiest tales we could think of. We sat in a circle on the floor, the dim light from a single bedside lamp casting shadows on the walls. I could tell some of the girls were getting genuinely scared, especially Sarah, who kept glancing around nervously. After a while, we decided to call it a night. Grace and I claimed the bed near the window, while Ember and Chloe took the one by the door. Emily and Sarah unrolled their sleeping bags on the floor. As we settled in, I noticed Ember's bed seemed a bit off. The mattress wasn't lying flat like it should. It was slightly elevated at one end, like something was underneath it. "Hey, Ember, your bed looks weird," I said, trying to sound casual, though I could feel my pulse quickening. Ember frowned and sat up. "What do you mean? It's like higher at the end," I pointed. Chloe laughed, assuming I was just messing around. "Yeah, right. Nice try. You're just trying to freak us out after those stories." "No, seriously, look," I insisted, feeling a knot form in my stomach. Grace leaned over, her eyes narrowing as she inspected the bed. "She's right. It does look weird." Ember hesitated, then threw off the covers, revealing the bare mattress. The elevation was more noticeable now. She reached down to lift the mattress, and that's when I saw it. A hand, pale and bony, clutching the bed frame. My breath caught in my throat, and for a second, none of us moved. The room seemed to shrink, the air thick with fear. Then, with a sudden panicked shriek, Ember yanked the mattress away, and there he was, a man scrunched up in the tight space, staring up at us with wide, crazed eyes. He had dirt-streaked clothes and greasy hair, and his expression was a twisted mix of surprise and anger. For a split second we were all frozen, disbelief paralyzing us. Then the room exploded into chaos. Ember screamed louder than I'd ever heard anyone scream before, a raw primal sound that tore through the air. Grace bolted for the door, but in her panic she stumbled, crashing into Emily, who was already halfway up, eyes wide with terror. Sarah just stood there shaking, her hands covering her mouth, too scared to move. But it was Chloe who reacted first, grabbing the nearest object, a heavy ceramic lamp, and hurling it at the man. The lamp shattered against the bed frame, missing him by inches, but it jolted him into action. He scrambled out from under the bed, moving faster than I thought possible, and lunged toward the door. I don't know how, but Ember managed to grab her phone and call 911, her voice shaking as she gave the dispatcher our address. Meanwhile, the man was halfway out of the room, but Chloe, brave or just reckless, tackled him, knocking him off balance. He hit the floor hard, and that's when we heard footsteps pounding up the stairs, Ember's brother, woken by the noise. The next few minutes were a blur. Ember's brother, barely 14, tried to help Chloe keep the man pinned down, while the rest of us stood back, too terrified to do anything. The man was thrashing, snarling like an animal, his limbs flailing as he tried to get free. I remember the sound of the police sirens in the distance, getting closer and closer. Finally, the door burst open and 2 officers stormed in, pulling the man away from Chloe and her brother. He was cuffed, struggling the whole time, but they managed to drag him out of the room. The relief was overwhelming, but the fear didn't leave. It clung to the walls, to the bed, to the very air we were breathing. Later, we found out that the man had broken into the house earlier that day, hiding under the bed, waiting for God knows what. He had a record, burglary, assault, but this time he was caught before anything worse could happen. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We couldn't. We just sat in the living room, the TV on low, not really watching, just trying to stay awake to make sure it was really over. It's been years since that night, but I still check under the bed every time I go to sleep, because sometimes the things you fear aren't just stories. They're real, and they can be hiding in the last place you'd ever expect. As the night grew darker, a chilling realization hit us. There was someone under the bed. We could hear the faintest of breaths, the rustling of fabric. Our hearts pounded in unison, a silent scream trapped in our throats. Who was it? And why were they hiding there? In an instant, chaos erupted, the room filled with frantic whispers and hurried movements. We scrambled to the door, tripping over each other in our desperate bid to escape. Panic had taken hold, and rational thought was a distant memory. We just knew we had to get out, now. Moments later, the police arrived. Their presence brought a semblance of order, but the fear lingered. They searched the room methodically, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. Under the bed, they found him. A man, disheveled and wild-eyed, muttering incoherently. It was a sight none of us would ever forget. The aftermath was a blur of questions and statements. The man was taken away, and we were left to piece together what had happened. Sleep was a distant thought. The night had left an indelible mark on our minds. We knew one thing for sure. Sleepovers would never be the same again. I'm not really into ghost stories or any of that spooky crap, but this was real, and it still freaks me out when I think about it. So it was Mason's birthday, and he invited us over for a sleepover. Us being me, Mason, Kevin, and Josh. A tight-knit group of friends since middle school. It was a chilly autumn night, the kind where the wind howls through the trees and you're constantly checking over your shoulder. Mason's house was your typical two-story suburban deal. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a regular home with his parents away for the weekend. We were in Mason's room upstairs. The night had started out normally. Pizza, video games, and a bunch of dumb horror flicks. We were just winding down, having a good time. Mason's room was cozy, but the cold wind outside was making the window rattle. We'd closed it to keep out the chill, but that didn't stop the cold air from sneaking in through the gaps. Around midnight, things took a turn. We were all lounging around, Josh scrolling through his phone, Kevin sprawled on a sleeping bag, Mason and I playing some game on his console. When suddenly, there was a loud thud on the window. It sounded like someone had thrown a stone at it. The sound made us all freeze. "What was that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mason, trying to play it cool, said, "Probably just a stray rock or something." But the way the window shook made it clear it was more than that. We didn't do anything at first, but the knocking came again. Louder this time, like someone was banging on the glass. It was a chilling sound, cutting through the quiet night. Mason, braver or dumber than the rest of us, decided to investigate. "All right, let's see what's going on," he said, getting up and walking over to the window. We all watched, a mix of curiosity and dread. Mason pulled the curtain aside, opened the window, and peered out into the darkness. But all he could see was swirling leaves and shadows in the wind. Just as he was about to turn away, there was another thud, and then a sharp, rattling bang. Mason's hand was on the window latch when something happened that I can't shake from my memory. A shadow moved quickly outside, and then, out of the blackness beneath the window, a hand shot up and grabbed Mason by the collar. The hand yanked him hard, pulling him toward the window. Mason's scream was cut short as he was dragged halfway out. He flailed, trying to hold onto the window frame, but he was being pulled with such force. In that instant, we could see nothing. Nothing more than a dark shape beneath the window. Whoever was outside was hidden in the darkness, and with the wind howling and the light from the room barely reaching outside, we couldn't make out any details. Kevin and I lunged forward, grabbing Mason's legs and pulling him back with every ounce of strength we had. Josh was already on the phone with the cops, his voice shaking as he tried to explain what was happening. Mason's face was pale, his eyes wide with terror as he fought against the force pulling him. It felt like forever before we finally managed to drag Mason back inside. He fell onto the floor, gasping for breath, his face a mix of fear and confusion. His shirt was torn and there were deep red marks around his neck where the hand had clutched him. "What was that?" Kevin shouted, backing away from the window. Mason tried to catch his breath, still in shock. "I don't know," he said, his voice barely a whisper. It was a hand, but it was cold, cold like death. We backed away from the window, adrenaline pumping through our veins. I slammed the window shut and locked it, my hands shaking. We huddled together, our eyes darting around the room, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. Just then, Josh peered out from behind the curtain and gasped. "Guys, look," he said, pointing. We all moved to the window and saw two men running across the yard, their silhouettes barely visible in the dim light. They were sprinting away from the house, disappearing into the darkness. The police arrived shortly after, and they found footprints leading to the house and a ladder that had been used to climb up to the second story. The ladder was just found discarded in the yard. It was Mason's. They suggested it might have been local troublemakers, but none of us believed that. The way Mason had been grabbed, it felt too deliberate, too wrong. The rest of the night, we just huddled in Mason's room, lights on, too scared to sleep. We barely spoke, each of us trying to process the fear. Mason's parents decided to move shortly after that night. We never talked about it again, each of us trying to forget the terror of that night. As the clock struck midnight, the air grew colder, and an eerie silence fell over the house. Suddenly, a faint scratching sound echoed through the hallway. It was coming from the old wooden door at the end. With trembling hands, John reached for the doorknob, his heart pounding in his chest. As he slowly opened the door, he saw it, a disembodied hand crawling towards him. The hand seemed almost alive, moving with a purpose. John took a step back, his breath quickening. What could this mean? Why was this hand here? The questions swirled in his mind, but there were no answers. Only the chilling sight of the hand, inching closer and closer. As the night grew darker, the tension in the air became almost palpable. Every shadow seemed to move with a life of its own. Our protagonist, heart pounding, faced the unseen terror with a mix of fear and determination. The struggle was fierce, each moment stretching into an eternity. Would they emerge victorious, or would the darkness claim another victim? The silence that followed was deafening. The once chaotic scene now lay eerily still. Our protagonist, battered and bruised, surveyed the aftermath. The cost of survival was heavy, but there was a glimmer of hope. In the quiet, they could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before, urging them to move forward, to not give up. Just as dawn began to break, the distant wail of sirens pierced the morning stillness. The police arrived, their presence a mix of relief and formality. Questions were asked, statements taken, but the true horror of the night was something that words could scarcely capture. The authorities tried to piece together the events, but some things defy explanation. In the days that followed, life slowly began to return to a semblance of normalcy. Yet the experience left an indelible mark. Our protagonist had faced the darkness and, against all odds, survived. The story would be told and retold, a cautionary tale of courage and resilience. And as the final chapter closed, one thing was clear. The human spirit, though fragile, is remarkably resilient.
I'm a graffiti artist, or as some might call it, a delinquent. I'm fine with either title. My passion lies in spray painting, and I'm pretty good with a can in my hand. The tagging community, however, is brutal. Artists have little respect for each other, so I've adopted a quieter routine. I prefer tagging places where my art is unlikely to be seen by others, like old train lines. The abandoned trains there make for the perfect canvas. My friend Lucas often joins me on these adventures, even though he's not really into graffiti. I appreciate his company, since most of my other friends don't respect my time or interests the way Lucas does. On one particular night, we found ourselves at a forgotten set of tracks, smoking a joint as we walked alongside a rusty old freight train. Oddly enough, the entire train was spotless, not a single tag in sight. It seemed like it had recently been moved here, and I was excited at the prospect of being the first to mark it. I tossed Lucas a can to mess around with and started working on my own tag. About 15 minutes later, I had 3 decent tags up, lined neatly alongside each other. I was proud of my work. As usual, I tossed the empty cans behind me, enjoying the clattering sound they made. I caught up with Lucas, who had just rolled another joint. For context, I'm not a heavy smoker. Weed often gives me unbearable anxiety, but I indulged anyway, trying to match Lucas's vibe. It wasn't long before I started feeling uneasy. The anxiety crept in, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Then we heard it, a muffled clang from somewhere behind us. We froze, staring into the darkness. My heart raced, and sweat formed on my neck. I couldn't tell if the sound had come from outside or inside one of the train cars. Either way, it was unsettling. After a minute of silence, I pulled out my phone to record, trying to capture whatever was happening. "What the hell was that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Suddenly, one of my empty paint cans flew past us, clattering against the ground. Then, out of nowhere, someone started chasing us, shouting angrily, "Run!" Lucas yelled, and we took off down the tracks. The adrenaline surged as we ran for our lives. Then a gunshot rang out behind us, echoing in the night. The sound startled Lucas so much that he almost tripped. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with my phone, trying to stop the recording. We didn't stop running until we reached a main road, far from the tracks. We didn't speak a word on the drive home, both too terrified to make sense of what had just happened. What was I supposed to do? Call the police? I was literally breaking the law. That wasn't an option. But the story doesn't end there. A few weeks later, I went back to those tracks during the day, this time armed with my Glock 17. To my surprise, the train was still there, but my tags had been covered up with ugly blotches of red paint. Someone had deliberately erased my work. I kept investigating and eventually came across a train car with its door wide open. Inside, the car was empty, except for a chair in the center, surrounded by ropes and chains. The air reeked of bleach, so strong it was suffocating. I wanted to take a picture, but then I heard another metallic clang from further down the train. That was enough for me. I bolted out of there, not daring to look back. I've told this story to so many people, but no one can rationalize what happened that night. Who was that person? Why did they cover my tags? And what was with the chair and the train car? I still hear the gunshot ringing in my ears sometimes, a reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved. This story took place at the beginning of summer. I usually spend my summers in my college town or traveling to Europe, but this time I found myself reluctantly returning home. I wasn't keen on seeing old friends, so I spent my days hiking, watching movies, or just driving around aimlessly. On my last day at home, I was bored of the usual routine and wanted to do something more exciting. My friends and I used to train hop, a reckless activity I'd since given up. But that day, I decided to revisit my old hobby. I drove to a secluded set of tracks hidden by trees and foliage where freight trains often passed. I parked my car and made my way to the track. The layout was familiar. The tracks ran through the trees, entered a tunnel, and emerged into a small clearing before crossing a massive bridge over the water. I planned to hop on a train, ride it through the tunnel, and then walk back to my car. As I walked along the tracks, I felt the familiar vibration of an approaching train. I hid behind some bushes, waiting for the right moment. When a suitable car passed by, I sprinted alongside it, grabbing onto the ladder and pulling myself up. The train wasn't moving too fast, so it was an easy hop. As the train approached the tunnel, I saw a strange flash of light ahead. I assumed it was a spark from the train, but I'd never seen anything like it before. I hoped it wasn't something dangerous, but it was too late to jump off now. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness and grabbed my leg. I nearly lost my footing, but I held onto the ladder for dear life. I screamed and kicked, but the train was moving too fast for me to see who or what grabbed me. Before I could catch my breath, another hand slapped against my leg. I scrambled up the ladder, my heart pounding in my chest. Train exited the tunnel. I jumped off without thinking, landing hard on the gravel. I watched the train disappear into the distance, my mind racing. Were there people in that tunnel? Why would they try to pull me off the train? The only way back to my car was through the tunnel, but there was no way I was going back in there. After pacing around for what felt like hours, I realized I had no choice. I picked up a rock for protection and started walking back through the tunnel. As I reached the spot where I'd felt the hands, I heard a faint clicking sound like someone clicking their tongue. I froze, every instinct telling me to run. but I couldn't go back. I pulled out my phone and bluffed, "Stay back, or I'll shoot." I then played a gunshot sound effect on YouTube, echo reverberating through the tunnel. Without waiting to see if my bluff worked, I sprinted through the darkness, not stopping until I reached the other side. When I finally dared to look back, I saw two silhouettes standing on the tracks, watching me. A horrific screech echoed from the tunnel, sending chills down my spine. I've never felt fear like that before, and I don't plan on ever train hopping again. The New York City subway system is a scary place, even for someone like me who's been working for the MTA for 7 years. I've seen a lot of strange things, but nothing compares to the night I'm about to tell you about. It was about 2 years into my job, and I was stationed in Brooklyn, doing some routine maintenance at High Street Station. Platform was eerily empty, a stark contrast to the usual hustle and bustle. The silence was unsettling, broken only by the hum of the lights and the occasional passing train. Out of nowhere, I heard a loud clang from somewhere down the tracks. The sound startled me so much that I dropped my mop. It was an unusual sound, like a rock hitting a metal rail. I stopped what I was doing and listened. The station fell silent again. 10 minutes later, the same sound echoed through the station, only much louder this time. My heart raced as I walked over to the tunnel entrance. Peering into the darkness, I couldn't see anything, but something about this didn't feel right. I tried to shake it off and went back to work, but the eerie feeling lingered. Just as I was finishing up, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A child's voice, calling for help from inside the tunnel. I froze, my mind racing. I couldn't just ignore a child in distress, so I made my way to the edge of the platform, my heart pounding in my chest. "Are you okay?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Yes," the child's voice replied, "just keep walking." I hesitated, fear gnawing at me, but I couldn't leave a kid down there, so I started walking into the tunnel. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw the silhouette of a child up ahead. But there was something else, a taller shadow standing beside the child. Panic set in. I stopped in my tracks, realizing that this wasn't what it seemed. Slowly, I turned around and made my way back to the platform, my heart in my throat. "Wait, where are you going?" The child's voice called after me, but I didn't look back. I ran up the stairs and called the police as soon as I had cell service. The police arrived quickly, swarming the platform. After a thorough search, they found something chilling: a single child's shoe, lying in the tunnel. They hypothesized that it could have been a sign of a struggle. Despite hours of searching, they never found a body. To this day, I wonder if I made the right decision. If I had walked further into that tunnel, could I have saved that child? Or was it a trap, meant to lure me to something far more sinister? This story happened years ago when I was working as a train engineer on the night shift. I used to run freight trains between small towns in the Midwest, a job that was mostly uneventful. But one night, something happened that still haunts me. It was a calm, clear night. I was alone in the locomotive, guiding the train along a deserted stretch of track. Everything was going smoothly until I noticed something odd on the monitor. A set of blinking lights on the side of the track, signaling that there was an obstruction ahead. I slowed the train down, squinting into the darkness. As we approached, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A man was standing on the tracks, staring directly at the locomotive. I blared the horn, hoping he would move, but he just stood there, motionless. I hit the emergency brakes, the train screeching to a halt just inches away from the man. I jumped out of the cab, my heart racing. But when I reached the spot where the man had been standing, he was gone. I searched the area, calling out into the night, but there was no sign of him. The tracks were empty, the surrounding fields silent. I was shaken, but I chalked it up to fatigue and got back on the train. As I resumed my journey, the radio crackled to life with static, followed by a voice whispering, "You shouldn't have stopped." I nearly jumped out of my seat. frantically checking the radio for any explanation, but there was nothing. Just silence. My hands were trembling as I gripped the controls, trying to focus. Then, out of nowhere, the train's lights flickered, and the engine began to sputter. The power fluctuated, and the train slowed to a crawl. I tried everything to get it back up to speed, but nothing worked. The train was barely moving, and the darkness outside felt like it was closing in. Suddenly, the radio crackled again, and the same voice whispered, "It's too late." The lights went out completely, plunging the locomotive into pitch-black darkness. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as the train came to a dead stop. I was terrified, trapped in the dark, with no idea what was happening. And then I heard it, a low, guttural growl coming from behind me. I spun around. There was nothing there. The growl grew louder, more menacing, and I could feel something breathing down my neck. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it. When I finally managed to turn it on, the light revealed nothing but the empty cab. But the growling continued, echoing in my ears. I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed with fear, but eventually, the lights flickered back on, and the train roared to life. The growling stopped as suddenly as it had started, and I wasted no time in getting the train moving again. I didn't stop until I reached the next station, where I immediately reported what had happened. But no one believed me. They said it was just a power failure, nothing more. But I know what I heard, and I know that something was in that locomotive with me, something that didn't want me to leave. Quit my job not long after that. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something terrible. Even now, years later, I still have nightmares about that night. And every time I hear a train whistle in the distance, can't help but wonder if it's still out there, waiting for me. Trains have long been symbols of adventure, mystery, and sometimes tragedy. The stories you've just read tap into that deep-seated fear of the unknown, fear that lingers in the shadows of old tracks, abandoned tunnels, and the echoing silence of a late-night subway station. Each tale paints a chilling picture of what can happen when the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and the familiar turns into something terrifying. From the phantom that haunts the forgotten freight train to the unseen hands reaching out in a dark tunnel, these experiences remind us that some places are best left undisturbed. The tracks, once pathways to new destinations, transform into something far more sinister in these stories. They become the setting for encounters that defy explanation and leave those who witness them questioning their sanity. The common thread in these tales is not just the setting, but the overwhelming sense of dread that accompanies the unknown. Whether it's the shadows in the subway or the possessed locomotive, these stories tap into our primal fears. The fear of being watched, fear of being pursued, and the fear of facing something beyond our comprehension. The characters in these stories, though flawed and often unprepared, survive their encounters, but they are forever changed by what they've experienced. As you leave these tales behind, remember that the next time you find yourself near the tracks, whether it's a bustling subway or an abandoned rail line, you might think twice before venturing too close. For some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some places are better left in the dark. The echoes of these stories might fade with time. The fear they invoke lingers, like the distant whistle of a train in the dead of night.
When I was about 14, I lived in a very small town. My dad was there on a temporary assignment. It was the summer of my 8th grade year, and we were about to move back to the city. I had a friend named Lawrence, who I met at the local middle school. Since my family was leaving in a couple of weeks, both of our parents let me stay the night at Lawrence's house. Lawrence was a cool guy, but he always tried to act tougher than he really was. That morning, Lawrence tells me that he found a cave in the woods about 2 miles out, and said we should go exploring it. In my naive 14-year-old mind, I thought this was a great idea. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Important to note as well is that my friend has not been inside the cave yet. So we go to the location. It's pretty far in the woods and very hidden. When we walk in, we discover that other people had been there before. We see a lot of beer bottles, potato chip bags, and other convenience store junk. Then, a little further into the cave, we stumble on this area. This is where my note meter started jumping. The area had a putrid smell and was lined with garbage. I even saw a few needles. At the time, I didn't know what they were for. A grocery bag that seemed to be their portable house and a makeshift bed. It really seemed like someone was living out here. I know there are homeless people in the area, but I'm still on high alert at this point. I saw some other stuff that I later came to realize were sex toys, a ball gag, rope, anal beads, among other things. I'm getting pretty nervous at this point. We're in a potentially crazy homeless person's den. The next thing I found was beyond creepy. It looked like a photo album. I picked up the album with one hand and held my flashlight with my other hand, trembling. First thing I saw looked like a vintage photo of a prison. However, then I saw a picture of a pile of bodies. I immediately recognized this was a Holocaust photo because one of them was wearing a star on his uniform. The whole page looked like graphic concentration camp photos. When I tried to flip the page, I noticed the next two pages were stuck together. Then I saw some gooey substance. I took a second to register what I was seeing. Keep in mind, I was only 14. Then it hit me like a bag of trucks. This man was masturbating to these pictures. I froze in sheer terror because I could never imagine anyone being that messed up. It's hard to describe the other feeling I had, but it is a feeling that you get when you experience evil in its purest form. At this point, my note meter jumped from about 9 to 20. I see Lawrence right behind me. Before, I was worried if I told him that we need to leave and that he would call me a wimp. But at this point, I didn't care. I said, "We need to get out now." To my surprise, he simply said, "Good idea." So we knelt out of there and didn't stop running until we got home. I realized when we got back to his house that he had a look of pure dread. I told him about the book. He then told me what he had found was another photo book with pictures of women gagged and bound. There was also a picture of what looked like a child with a badly burnt face. He then heard the sound of someone coughing and moving further down in the cave. I personally didn't hear that. That is when he came over to me and was about to tell me to run as well. We finally told his parents later that day, and the police were called. But the only thing they found was trash. Naturally, nothing came of it. Lawrence and I first met at the local middle school. He was new, just like me, and we quickly became friends. He was always trying to act tougher than he really was, but deep down, he was a really good guy. Our friendship grew stronger, especially knowing that my family would be moving back to the city soon. We spent a lot of time together, making the most of the few weeks we had left. One morning, Lawrence excitedly told me about a cave he had found in the woods, about 2 miles out. He suggested we go explore it. Being 14 and naive, I thought it was a fantastic idea. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? We packed some snacks and flashlights and headed out. The cave was hidden deep in the woods, and it took us a while to find it. When we finally did, we were both filled with a mix of excitement and curiosity. As we walked into the cave, it became clear that others had been there before us. Beer bottles, potato chip bags, and other trash littered the ground. The deeper we went, the more unsettling it became. The smell was awful, and there was garbage everywhere. I saw needles, a makeshift bed, and even a grocery bag that seemed to be someone's portable house. My anxiety was through the roof. Then I found a photo album. The pictures inside were horrifying. Holocaust photos, concentration camp images, and worse. My heart raced as I realized the true nature of what we had stumbled upon. Lawrence was right behind me, and I told him we needed to leave immediately. To my relief, he agreed without hesitation, and we ran out of there as fast as we could. When we got back to his house, we were both shaken. Lawrence told me he had found another photo book with equally disturbing images. We told his parents, and the police were called. But in the end, all they found was trash. Nothing more came of it, but the experience left a lasting mark on both of us. So we continued deeper into the cave. The air got colder, and the darkness seemed to swallow our flashlight beams. Then, we stumbled upon something that made our hearts race. There, etched into the cave walls, were strange symbols and markings. They looked ancient, almost like they were telling a story. We couldn't understand what they meant, but we knew one thing for sure. We were not alone. After finally making it out of the cave, we were relieved but still shaken. Once we got home, we decided to look through an old photo album that belonged to my grandfather. As we flipped through the pages, we found a picture that made our blood run cold. It was an old, faded photograph of the same cave, and standing in front of it was my grandfather, with the same strange symbols in the background. It was then that we realized this mystery was much closer to home than we ever imagined. It was then that I realized the full extent of the danger we were in. The walls seemed to close in, and the air grew colder. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could hear every beat echoing through the cave. I knew we had to get out, and fast. We turned and ran, our footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The path was treacherous, and every step felt like it could be our last. But we didn't stop. We couldn't stop. The thought of what might be behind us pushed us forward, faster and faster. As we stumbled out of the cave, Lawrence made a startling discovery. He found a strange old map tucked away in a crevice near the entrance. It looked ancient, with markings that seemed almost otherworldly. We didn't know what it meant, but we knew it was important. We knew we had to tell someone about what we found. So we went straight to the police. They listened to our story, their faces growing more serious with every word. They took the map and promised to investigate. We could only hope that we had done the right thing. I considered myself to be quite the high-ranking urban explorer. I had long since dove deep into the realm of abandoned places long before this story takes place. I had seen some truly amazing and beautiful places that were forgotten by humanity and taken back by nature. These places always left me with great feelings and some extremely good photos, as I consider myself an amateur photographer as well. Anyway, in the summer of 2008, a co-worker at my job informed me of an abandoned coal mine in the woods near our work, which was a department store in rural South Dakota. The store was surrounded by thick forested area, and it was no surprise that such a place existed within the woods. Unfortunately, that co-worker had no desire to delve into the mine, so I instead brought the idea up with my friend Ray. He was all for the idea of an adventure. My co-worker explained that the mine was right off the main bike path that led through a section of the woods and circled back into town, and I was ecstatic at how close by this location was. However, my co-worker seemed very keen on trying to convince us to avoid the mine, texting me later that day, while I prepared myself for the exploration, saying that he had experienced some strange things there before. Refusing to back down from this new challenge, I informed him I was going with or without his blessing, and turned off my phone. I slipped my backpack over my shoulder, the likes of which contained all my necessary tools, such as my camera, heavy-duty flashlights, bandanas to cover our mouths and avoid breathing in harmful toxins, my tripod, water bottles, and a few camera batteries. I tossed my backpack into my truck and picked up Ray, and with that, we drove back to our work, parking my truck in my designated spot, and quickly locked and exited the car, looking for the bike path that led into the woods. The path was on the far corner of the lot, and was all gravel and closed off with a yellow chain, and signs stating the hours that it was publicly open. We walked down the gravel path and into the woods, the thick South Dakota forest consuming us into quietness and wilderness. My co-worker had told me to turn onto the first separating gravel path on the right side of the main one, and as we did, we could see a clearing ahead of us where a few trees stood. It was around 4 p.m., so thankfully it would be light out, even if we were inside the mine for hours. As we first approached the entrance to the mine, I snapped a photo of the mine. I pulled my bandana over my mouth, and I exchanged a glance with Ray as we approached the tunnel into the earth. I shone my light inside and let out a deep cough as I stepped onto the rocky ground of the tunnel, a heinous amount of dust bombarding my lungs. Shining my light around illuminated the tunnel with rock formation walls and graffiti littering the inside of the mine. Ray stepped down next to me, the two of us examining the tunnel. I could feel my socks growing wet, and I looked down to the smooth stone floor to notice about 2 inches of murky brown water settled on the floor. The two of us began to walk, wading and splashing through the tunnel, snapping pictures of the exponential graffiti, when we both noticed some natural light shining into the tunnel ahead of us from what seemed to be a gaping hole in the roof of the tunnel. The water seemed to grow deeper, and the graffiti grew lighter as we dropped off deeper into the mine. The dirty water was at around 5 inches or so, completely covering my feet when we found the source of the natural light just ahead of us now, in some sort of room in the tunnel, complete with wooden support beams. In the first graffiti that we had seen in around 10 minutes, messages were crudely painted onto the wooden beams with some unsettling words. As it grew harder to breathe the further we went in, this room was severely out of place. The floor was rocky and uncut, unlike the smooth floor ahead of it and behind us. There was no water in this room as it was elevated a few inches above the rest of the tunnel, and obviously the newer-looking messages on the wooden beams read, "Turn back, stop." And then the final beam, which was the most unnerving, read, "Burn." We brushed off the oddness in the room and slowly moved through it, enjoying the natural air from the hole in the roof before moving back down into the flooded tunnel. We walked in near silence now, no graffiti to look at, no interesting rooms, nothing. Just a rocky tunnel with a growing amount of dirty water now to my ankles. After wandering maybe a mile into it deeply, Ray stopped ahead of me and looked back to me with his eyes wide and filled with terror. He hurriedly turned his light off and dramatically motioned for me to do the same. Now completely swallowed in darkness, we stood in silence, listening to the steady drips of water somewhere in the mine. "I heard something talking, I think," Ray whispered, as I dropped my camera to the side and listened carefully. The mine was disturbingly quiet, and I heard nothing but the drips of water still. I reassured him that everything was probably fine. Who else would be this deep in this desolate tunnel? As we flipped our lights back on and continued to move through the rocky, dusty shaft, I remember getting a strange feeling of dread and regret. In all of my adventures, that mine was the first time I gave it a second thought. Something in my head was saying there was something wrong, no matter how much I tried to reassure myself. The truly ominous feeling of that damn mine continued to get to me. Nonetheless, we moved through the mine silently now. I swore at myself for not packing respirators as the air quality this far into the earth was horrendous. The water was still ankle deep. The graffiti had long since passed. I truly felt like we were the first humans to ever go this far in this tunnel. That was until I heard the unmistakable sound of whispering. I felt my heart drop and my muscles tighten in true terror as I rushed and fumbled to turn my flashlight off, throwing my hand out and smacking Ray on the arm, who picked up on it and turned his light off as well, leaving us totally vulnerable in the mine with just the sound of our breathing. We listened in horror as ahead of us in the mine, some unknown person spoke in gibberish, their words fast and total nonsense. The best way to describe what we were hearing was when you hear someone speaking in tongues. Ray whispered his desire to get the hell out of there as I noticed a sheer terror in his eyes. The gibberish-speaking man grew louder, and the sounds of this deranged man banging on some sort of metallic object made me jump and immensely chilled me to my very core. I steadied my breathing and decided to move just a bit further into the tunnel. The sounds weren't far. Maybe he needed help. Ray began to swear and curse at me in agony as I flipped my light back on and began moving quicker down the tunnel, the sounds of the deranged man growing louder and seemingly more aggressive. My body was shaking and nearly convulsing in fear as I shone my light up onto the left side of the tunnel, about 100 yards from where Ray and I had stopped when we began to hear the noises. I was freezing, some of the most heart-pounding terror I've ever experienced, as my flashlight illuminated a side tunnel, the first I had seen within the mine. surrounded by freshly painted neon yellow arrows pointing inside the chasm. As soon as I snapped the picture, the horrific gibberish screaming halted suddenly. I wiped the immense sweat from my brow, turning to look at Ray, who began to make away in fear. As I slowly took a step toward the rocky chasm, the hissing scream of words erupted within the hole in the wall. Ray and I began to scream in terror, tripping and splashing in the water as the adrenaline to sprint filled my body. The two of us were tripping and slipping through the water as the deranged man began screaming behind us at the top of his lungs, screeching and berating us. Some words were understandable, others were total gibberish. The screeching of his voice echoed through the rocky tunnel, his voice in a truly sinister and horrific tone that will haunt me for eternity. I could hear rapid footsteps behind us as Ray and I dead sprinted through the mine, swearing and cursing and screaming during the most heart-wrenching moments of my life. As I turned to look back, shining my flashlight in confusion, panting and cursing, my light illuminated his shadow. Yet he had stopped running and screaming and just seemed to be watching us. As we continued to run through the tunnel, we momentarily stopped to catch our breath, panting and coughing, as I noticed the air seemingly growing thicker. The realization hit me that we were still about a mile from the entrance to the mine. "We need to get the hell out of here," Ray sputtered, spiraling into a set of deep coughs. This clearly unstable man began to plead for us to listen to him, and how sorry he was. I shushed Ray with my finger. His eyes widened in fear as much as my own, as we continued to listen to his maniacal claims. "Please come back. I'm oh so lonely down here. You'll get used to it soon, I promise." "Just stay a while," he pleaded, his voice cracking with each syllable like he hadn't spoken in days. As the words left his mouth, I quickly moved my camera into my backpack and motioned Ray to start running again. And we did, sloshing through the vile water and ignoring the horrid air quality, purely just wanting to leave this awful place. The man behind us had other plans, however, because as soon as he heard us begin running again, his tone deepened and became sinister again, screaming obscene things that he would do to us, including things I don't want to mention, to our bodies decomposed. I now knew that we had to leave and never come back. Ray and I moved faster, using the dusty rock walls of the tunnel for support, my entire body soaked in nasty brown water. As we finally reached the large room with the wooden pillars again, and with the man's voice trailing far behind, his echo barely audible, we slowed our pace. I remember my lungs feeling heavy, and feeling like my chest was going to erupt in shooting pain every time I moved a certain way. Ray and I spoke little to none, as nothing would ever reach the level of pure joy and satisfaction that we had when the natural light from the entrance to the tunnel welcomed us, second only to the feeling of the setting sun on our skin. We never did report this to the police, and our reasoning was simple. We were trespassing on severely private property. In the 10 years that have followed since this event, I have never returned to that awful place, and I never will. I'd be lying if I said anything else has happened. But no, I've never had another bad experience with an abandoned place, and I still explore to this day. However, on rare occasions, when one of my friends brings up tunnels or underground things, I can feel those same fear-inducing shivers shoot up my spine. Where to begin? I don't know. Let's start by apologizing. Yeah, that would be a good start. First, I apologize for my bad English. My main language is French, and I live in northern Quebec. Please bear with me as you listen to my story. I also apologize for my bad writing skills. I've never done something like this before. My friends and I share a hobby called urban exploration. If you haven't heard of this before, it basically means that you like to explore abandoned places and take a lot of pictures. Where I live, unfortunately, this is almost impossible to do as we live far from any big city, so we have to work with what we have, the forest. Instead of trying to find abandoned places to explore, we try to find the most beautiful or creepy places in our area to take pictures. The harder it is to get to a place, though, the better it is. We like to go where a lot of people aren't able to, which gives a lot of thrill. Last Monday, I received a private message on Facebook from someone who liked our pictures. Yes, we have a Facebook page, and he told us about a place deep in the forest, a cavern. Needless to say, we were pretty excited to hear about such a place and yet surprised that we had never heard of it before. We do a lot of research to find good places. Even better is that he told us that the cavern was so deep that he didn't manage to reach the end, as his cell phone battery was getting low and therefore no light source. He gave us very good directions on how to get there. The cavern is located deep in the forest, a 2-hour drive in the car to get there, and from there a 1-hour walk in the forest. He gave us the GPS coordinates, but the Google Maps didn't show the area. It's very low quality and we can't see the road or anything, but we decided to take a guess and just go there anyway. So yesterday, we went. After almost a 3-hour drive and walk, I don't know how you could drive any faster because the trail was horrible, having to avoid rocks every 10 meters to avoid destroying the car. We finally reached the dead end of the road and parked the car. It was a very nice trail to walk on. We walked about 1 hour and then the trail split in half. The person on Facebook didn't talk about that split, but we decided to take a guess and we chose the left path as it kept going down in the forest while the other was a long straight path. After some walking, we finally found it. We weren't expecting such a huge entrance. Yesterday was a very hot day in Quebec, ranging from 25 to 30 degrees Celsius. But when you were standing in front of the entrance, the airflow that came from it was so cold that we were shivering from the coldness of the air. It was so weird to go from 30 to like 5 degrees Celsius just by walking a few feet near the entrance. I've honestly never felt something like that before. We had to walk on ice at some point, literally ice in mid-July. At this point, we were at least 500 meters in the cavern, a 45-minute walk or so because of all the water, ice, rocks, and other obstacles that we had to avoid to not get ourselves hurt. I forgot to mention how it was hard to actually talk and listen to each other because of the echo. There was so much echo going on around us because of the vastness of the place that it was very hard to hear each other. We had to whisper to communicate. Not very long after, things started to get creepy. As we kept walking and I was whispering to my friend how cool this place was, he told me to shut up and listen. We stopped dead in our tracks, barely breathing. We could hear someone walking in front of us. We didn't know how far he or she was ahead of us, but there was someone walking in front of us. Definitely not an animal, as we could hear the sound of a biped walking. My friend then asked, "Who is there?" Then they stopped walking. At this point, I told my friend that we should go back. The walking started again, but this time we could hear the person walking much faster and breathing heavily. We could hear him, I assume it was a male, breathing, heavy breathing, like someone who smoked all of his life. No time for more thought. We both started running as fast as we could, jumping from one rock to another. Then the ice. We had to slow down because we didn't want to fall on it. At this point, I told my friend to slow down and listen. That person was actually running after us with no light. They were alone in the dark, deep in a damn cavern, deep in the forest with apparently no car to get there because we didn't see any. I knew something was wrong, and that this thing wasn't normal at all. We started running toward the exit as fast as we could without caring about slipping on the ice or walking in water. We really felt like our lives were in danger. When we finally got out, we didn't bother watching behind us to see what was after us. We just ran for at least 20 minutes on the trail. I was legit crying like a baby. My friend was just in shock, asking what the hell that was all about. We were both out of breath and just walked until we reached the car. We didn't say a word during the drive back home, and we were just thinking about what had happened in that cavern. To give some explanation and background knowledge for this whole encounter, I was around 15 at the time this occurred. I was camping out in the middle of nowhere with my family and part of my extended family, my aunts, uncle, and cousins. I was the oldest kid there in the RV, so you can probably understand how it felt to have no one else to do the stupid crap that I did back then with. With a good 2-year gap between me and the inferiors, it was almost like nirvana when I got to the campgrounds and met other teenagers. These were all people that we knew fairly well from previous camping trips, so it was considered normal to hit it off with them from the start and act like we've known each other forever within the hour. Now to the story. My parents trusted me a lot, no lie. I liked my fun, but I liked getting home in time for dinner equally as much. So when I was gone most of the day with other people from the camp, they didn't think much of it. The only rule was that I had to be back to the RV to eat dinner and before 8:30 in the evening. So picture this group of 6 teenagers, 15 to 16, in the middle of the woods with no adult supervision for the vast majority of the day. Just a recipe for success right there. But this particular day, we found a neat little deer trail that we hadn't found in the 2 years we'd been there before. On second thought though, it didn't really seem like a deer trail. It snaked through a really thick part of the underbrush, maybe a foot of clear ground, 3.5 feet clear of branches going upwards. It's a really hard thing to pick out of the brush unless you're either really looking for it or know where it is. It was promptly explored, marked with a broken branch outside the entrance and quickly forgotten. Except I remembered this special little tunnel. That night, while we were all eating dinner, one of the adults proposed that we play mana out in the woods at night. Not everyone was totally on board with this idea, but in the grand scheme of the plan, they were quashed down like autumn leaves. Everyone got a flashlight, and everyone was assigned to a team. For those of you who aren't sure what mana is, here's an explanation. Everyone playing is given a flashlight, and they are divided into 2 groups. It's basically like glorified flashlight tag, but there's a catch. As you catch people, you have to correctly identify who they are, and, if you can, they join forces with the hunters. The last man standing gets a candy bar or something, whatever is being offered as a prize. This is how we played it anyways. For the first round, I get lumped in with the runners, those who are getting chased by the hunters. We get a 5-minute head start to run, climb a tree, or whatever the hell we want to do to evade the hunters. Usually I'm the one up in the tree, but that never really worked out as being the winning spot. So to try and score a win for once, I decided to play the cat and use one surefire method of escape. And the hiding spot was the rude little path to the thicket. It took most of the head start time to find the damn thing because it was so well hidden and out of the way. As I passed hiding spots, I heard hushed, smothered whispering between siblings who were questioning my actions, like a bird's wings rustling when it's fluffing itself. It should be noted that I have bad hearing. My ears are possibly my greatest asset in this game. But when I'm just reaching the destination, I hear the short blast of the air horn announcing that the 5 minutes are up. I swan dove into this minute little path in the undergrowth, shuffling on my hands and knees until I'm about halfway in, crouching down like some huge malformed quail. The hunters are doing an initial sweep through the trails, looking for obvious hiders and people called out trying to change spots. When they finally reach me, they reach the dead end and go straight back. I try to rest myself and crawl further down the tunnel. I honestly don't know how it happened, but I found an even more hidden path within that one. And accidentally, I dragged my stupid body down the rabbit hole. Except instead of ending in a dead end, this one ended in a slight hollow. I don't ever want to describe exactly what I found there. I'm sorry, but I just can't. It was a younger-looking woman, naked, covered in lacerations and stab wounds in the fetal position. Her glassy, glazed eyes seemed to look straight through me. I refused to go any further than that. I was too scared to scream, and I froze there while a dark burgundy stain formed on my jeans. I froze there in a pseudo-catonic position like a marble carving for what felt like hours. And then I heard someone else coming along the path. Have you ever been so scared that for one moment, one insane moment, you truly consider something incredibly stupid as a viable option to escape? That was one of those times. I let out a short, trembling whimper and I started moving. Whoever was on the path also stopped, then eagerly started moving forward again. I could hear their panting, uneven breaths of a man, a horrible marker of whoever it was getting closer and closer to me by the second. By some wondrous, beautiful miracle, he missed the path leading to the brushy hollow. I heard him moving down past the entrance, dragging something clunky and awkward behind him. I heard clinking noises and the occasional effort to silence the small, sharp noises. I heard a low curse somewhere towards the end of the tunnel, and I blasted out of the undergrowth tunnel like a bullet forcing its way out of a barrel. Crashes and obnoxious rustling were all around me as I heard the man sharply intake a breath and begin to move towards me. The hoarse, deep panting was getting closer and closer to me, a testament to how I was too slow at exiting. Somehow I exploded out of the entrance, got onto my wobbly, half-asleep legs, and started booking it down the trail. The unknown pursuer was close behind me for a bit, but it seemed like he was too exhausted to chase me at the same speed for long. I know everyone loves to rip on the fact that people always trip in horror movies, but in all honesty, tripping is something I'm amazed I didn't do. With adrenaline coursing through me at the speed of Usain Bolt, trying to make my jello-like, unsteady walking appendages work to move me away from whoever was behind me was like trying to run on water. It felt like an eternity. But I finally reached the main trail running back to the camp, and I sprinted down it, screaming bloody murder. Confused faces looked out from the trees, and I think someone called after me. Reaching the camp was easier, but trying to explain why I woke up half the people in the camp and bolted out of the woods at breakneck speed was harder. When I finally choked out the words to explain, I remember a profound, insidious silence throughout the group of adults waiting at the mouth of the trail. I really don't remember a whole lot from that point on. I know the cops were called, and my mother and aunts were shrieking and wailing along the trail, calling for the other kids to come back to safety. When someone's yelling like that, you don't ignore it. They rounded everyone up in 30 seconds flat and barreled back into the camp. The police found a man in the woods creeping along the trail, clutching a knife. A black garbage bag with a plethora of sharp instruments and a saw was found abandoned on the trail, some speckled and smeared with dried blood. I don't think there's really any getting over it. I still have nightmares sometimes of the man chasing me, breathing heavily down the back of my neck trying to catch me. Sometimes he succeeds. Imagine this. You're working late into the night. The only sound is the rhythmic hum of your printer as it churns out page after page. But tonight, something is different. The printer starts spewing out pages, not from your document, but from a hidden archive, a chilling record of someone else's secrets. As you try to make sense of it, you realize these documents are not just eerie. They are connected to a dark presence that now lurks in your home. What if I told you that the real horror began the night the printer started printing messages meant for someone else, someone who never wanted to be found? It all started on an ordinary night, with nothing more sinister than a little boredom and a search for distraction. I'd always been fascinated by dark web stories, those creepy threads and chilling videos that promised glimpses into the unknown. But nothing could have prepared me for what was about to unfold. The night was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you feel isolated. I was scrolling through random internet content, YouTube videos, Reddit threads, the usual digital junk food. But that night, something caught my eye. A thread discussing bizarre items bought from the dark web. Most of it was harmless. Old comic books, vintage electronics, quirky but benign. But then I saw it. A discussion about an old printer, supposedly haunted. At first, it seemed like one of those urban legends you hear about in scary stories. A printer that works on its own? Ridiculous. But the idea wouldn't leave me. The more I thought about it, the more I became fixated. I spent hours researching, diving deeper into forums and threads, trying to piece together the truth behind this eerie claim. I knew it was a foolish obsession, but curiosity had a way of consuming me. Eventually, I found an auction for an old printer. The listing was minimal, just a grainy photo and a brief description. Vintage printer, works on its own. The price was only $50, a small risk for what I assumed would be a pointless but interesting conversation piece. I placed my bid and won. A week later, a package arrived at my doorstep. It was brown, taped up, and entirely unmarked. Inside was the printer, which looked even older than I had imagined, something out of a 90s office. It had a musty smell, like a mix of burnt plastic and mildew. The power cord was frayed, and the whole thing seemed like it belonged in a junkyard rather than my spare room. I set it up in the spare room, more out of a sense of duty than excitement. The printer was old and beat up, but I figured it wouldn't do much more than gather dust. When I plugged it in, the noise it made was unnerving, an almost mechanical roar that filled the room. The printer vibrated so much that it shook the desk. I was expecting it to fizzle out, to die as old machines sometimes do. But no, it just sat there, humming and vibrating, as if it were alive. Days passed and the printer remained dormant. I almost forgot about it until one night around 2 a.m. when I heard it. The printer was on. I had unplugged it earlier that day. I went to check and found it powered up, its lights blinking erratically. To my horror, it began printing out pages, even though there was no paper in the tray. I froze, staring at the printer as it spat out page after page. The first few were disturbing, a series of black and white images of creepy porcelain dolls. Their lifeless eyes seemed to follow me as I flipped through the pages. But then came the 5th page, and it was something that shook me to my core. A photo of my late grandmother, the same one that had hung in our hallway when I was a child. She had passed away over 20 years ago, and this photo was the one my mother kept after her death. There was no way the printer could have known about this photo. I hadn't scanned it, uploaded it, or connected the printer to any devices. It wasn't even plugged in. The sight of that photo, the one that had haunted my childhood memories being printed out by this ancient, inexplicable machine, was too much. In a panic, I yanked the printer from the desk, threw open the window, and hurled it out into the backyard. The printer landed with a dull thud, and I slammed the window shut, my heart racing. The rest of the night was a blur of dread and sleeplessness. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong, that the printer's actions were more than just a mechanical glitch. The next morning I woke up feeling groggy and unsettled. I had barely slept, my mind clouded with a mix of fear and embarrassment. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps the printer had some leftover memory from a previous owner, and the photos were just a weird coincidence. I decided to check the backyard to see if the printer had survived the fall. When I opened the back door, the printer was still there, lying in the grass. It didn't look broken from a distance. I approached it cautiously, half expecting it to start printing again, but it remained lifeless. I bent down to pick it up and noticed something strange. The paper tray was empty. There were no signs of the dozens of pages it had printed the night before. I felt a knot form in my stomach. Had I imagined the whole thing? Maybe it was a bizarre dream. But then I saw it. A single sheet of paper stuck under the printer. My hands shook as I picked it up and turned it over. It was a photo of me sitting at my desk in the spare room. The angle of the photo suggested someone had been standing at the doorway, watching me. The sight of that photo made my heart skip a beat. I couldn't understand how it was possible. I had checked the entire house for signs of intrusion, but everything was locked and secure. The printer had printed a photo of me that should not have existed. I spent the rest of the day in a state of paranoia, convinced that someone was watching me. I tried to tell myself it was an elaborate prank or a glitch, but deep down, I knew something far more sinister was at play. I considered calling the police, but how could I explain that I'd bought a haunted printer from the dark web? Instead, I decided the printer had to go, not just out the window, but completely out of my life. As I was about to dispose of it, a thought crossed my mind. What if the printer had more to show me? What if there were more photos, more clues hidden within its malfunctioning mechanisms? Despite my fear, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to let the printer print one more time to see if it had anything else to reveal. But as I plugged it in and turned it on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was inviting more terror into my life. The printer's hum filled the room, and I waited with bated breath, hoping to uncover whatever secret it held. Imagine joining a chat room game with the promise of confronting your deepest fears, only to discover that the game knows more about you than you ever realized. I thought it was just a thrilling online experience, but as I progressed, the game began to manipulate my reality, showing me images and scenarios that felt disturbingly real. The final challenge forced me into a choice between facing my darkest fear or making a deal with an unknown entity. But little did I know, the true horror was not in the game itself, but in what it left behind, an ominous message that my ordeal was far from over. I had always been a fan of online games, particularly those with an edge of danger and intrigue. One evening, while navigating a dark web chat room, I came across an invitation to an exclusive game. The chat room was filled with users discussing the game, their messages filled with excitement and anticipation. The game was called The Final Challenge, and it promised a unique experience, one that was supposed to be life-changing if you dared to play. The description was vague, hinting at psychological thrills and high stakes, but it was enough to pique my interest. I was looking for something different, something that would push my limits. So I joined the chat room, eager to learn more about this mysterious game. The game's setup was elaborate. I had to fill out a detailed profile, including personal information and psychological questions. It seemed odd, but I brushed it off as part of the immersive experience. After submitting my information, I was given a set of instructions and told to wait for further communication. Days went by and I nearly forgot about the game until I received an encrypted message with the game's access code. The message was short but ominous. "You're in. The game begins soon." I entered the game's interface and was greeted by a virtual room that looked like a blend of an old horror movie set and a psychological thriller. The game's rules were simple. Complete a series of challenges and answer questions to advance. The challenges were designed to test your fears and sanity. The first few challenges were unsettling but manageable. Dark, confined spaces, creepy sounds, and disturbing visuals. The game used every trick in the book to create a sense of dread, but I was determined to push through. As I advanced, the challenges became more personal. I was forced to confront fears I had long buried and face scenarios that seemed disturbingly familiar. One challenge involved navigating a maze filled with images from my past. Pictures of my childhood home, my family, and even old friends. The deeper I went, the more intense the experience became. One of the most chilling parts of the game was a live interaction component. I had to chat with other players, but their responses were always unsettling. They seemed to know personal details about me, details I hadn't shared with anyone. The game's interface began to reflect my real-life surroundings, showing snippets of my room and even my reflection in the mirror. The final challenge was the most terrifying. I was instructed to enter a virtual room that mirrored my own home. The walls were covered with messages that seemed to be written by someone who knew me intimately. The room was filled with eerie sounds and distorted images of my own life. The game's final test was a choice: face a physical representation of my greatest fear, or make a deal with an unknown entity. I chose to face my fear, but as I did, the room became increasingly hostile. The walls seemed to close in and I felt a growing sense of dread. At the climax, the unknown entity appeared, a shadowy figure that offered me a choice: leave the game with a new identity and a fresh start, or stay and face an unknown consequence. In a moment of panic, I chose to leave, but the entity's voice echoed in my mind, warning me that leaving wouldn't erase what I had experienced. The game ended abruptly, and I was left with a profound sense of unease. I tried to distance myself from the experience, but the psychological impact lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that the game had left something behind, a mark on my psyche that would never fully fade. I continued to receive strange, anonymous messages, each one more cryptic and unsettling than the last. The messages seemed to know personal details about my life, and they hinted that the game was far from over. Eventually, I deleted my account and severed all connections with the game, but the experience had changed me. I was left with a deep sense of paranoia and a lingering fear that the game had tapped into something far more sinister than just a virtual thrill. Have you ever wondered what happens when you bid on something that's not meant to be sold? I thought it was just a curiosity, a bit of forbidden thrill on a dark web auction site. But when I won the bid, I quickly discovered that my prize was far more than I bargained for. It started with a simple item, a seemingly ordinary box. But the real horror began when the box arrived, and I realized it wasn't just a piece of forgotten junk. What came next was beyond anything I could have ever imagined, leading me into a nightmare where every shadow in my house seemed to come alive with malevolent intent. It started as a harmless curiosity. I'd always been fascinated by the dark web, not out of any desire for danger, but from a sense of morbid curiosity. The stories were always there: anomalies, strange artifacts, and horrifying encounters. I never expected to get involved myself, but one late night, with nothing better to do, I found myself browsing through a dark web auction site. The items ranged from oddities to downright disturbing, but I never imagined I'd actually bid on anything. Among the listings was a small, unassuming box, labeled simply as Rare Collectible. The description was minimal, just a few cryptic lines hinting at its mysterious origins and a note about its unsettling past. Intrigued, I placed a bid, half expecting it to be a joke. To my surprise, I won the auction. The seller's message was curt: payment received. The item will be shipped. Do not open it until you are alone. I thought it was just a gimmick, part of the dark web theatrics. But the warning piqued my interest even more. I eagerly awaited the arrival of my prize, convinced it would be an old piece of junk or a clever prank. A week later, the box arrived. It was much heavier than expected, and wrapped in nondescript brown paper. No return address, no tracking details, just a plain cardboard box with a strange aura. I placed it on my dining table and hesitated for a moment, recalling the seller's warning. My curiosity won out and I carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a small wooden box, its surface intricately carved with symbols I couldn't recognize. It had a rusty latch and was surprisingly cold to the touch. I was about to open it when a sense of unease washed over me, but I brushed it aside, attributing it to the anticipation. As soon as I unlatched the box, a shiver ran down my spine. Inside was a collection of old photographs, yellowed with age, each depicting scenes of people I didn't recognize. Some were normal, others were grotesquely distorted. But it wasn't the photographs themselves that were alarming. It was what they hinted at. In the bottom of the box was a final photograph, one that was different from the rest. It showed a young woman standing in front of what appeared to be my house, her eyes hollow and expression eerie. The date on the photo was recent, only a few days old. I froze, realizing that the photograph had been taken while I was inside. As I stared at the photo, a cold draft swept through the room, and the lights flickered. I felt as though I was being watched. I immediately checked the security cameras around my house, but they showed nothing unusual. I convinced myself that it was a coincidence, just a disturbing prank. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me jump. I kept thinking about the photo and what it meant. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was an elaborate prank by the seller or just an unsettling coincidence. Over the next few days, strange things started happening. Objects in my house moved on their own, and I heard footsteps echoing through empty rooms. The final straw came when I found a new photograph on my doorstep, showing me asleep in my bed. The photo was taken through a window. I knew for a fact that I had not seen anyone outside my home. The disturbances grew more intense. I started seeing shadowy figures in the corners of my vision, and the temperature in my house dropped inexplicably. I could hear whispers that seemed to come from nowhere, and the sensation of being watched never left me. Desperate to get to the bottom of it, I did some research on the symbols carved into the box. What I discovered was chilling. They were associated with dark rituals and curses, suggesting that the box might have been used in some malevolent ceremony. One night, after weeks of torment, I received a final message from the seller. I hope you enjoyed your experience. The box was just the beginning. Now it's time for you to face the consequences. Panicking, I decided to destroy the box, thinking it might end the haunting. But as I smashed it to pieces, the lights went out and a cold, oppressive darkness enveloped my house. The disturbances became more violent, and the shadows grew more defined. I felt an overwhelming presence, something ancient and angry, as if the box had released a malevolent force into my home. In a desperate bid to escape, I fled the house, abandoning everything I had known. Even now, as I stay in a new place, I can't shake the feeling that the darkness from that cursed box still follows me. The photographs, the whispers, and the shadows, they are still with me, a constant reminder of the night I made the mistake of bidding on something that was never meant to be sold. And every now and then, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I hear a whisper reminding me of the auction's warning. Some things are better left undiscovered. Have you ever stumbled upon a live stream that made your blood run cold? I did, and what I saw still haunts me to this day. It was a cold December night when I stumbled upon something that would change my life forever. I had been an avid live streamer for a while, exploring various channels and content in the depths of the internet. That night, I was browsing through obscure live streams when I came across something odd. A stream with no description and no identifiable creator. The thumbnail was blank, just a black screen with a faint blue dot in the center. Curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on it, expecting nothing more than another failed attempt at a stream. But as soon as the video loaded, my excitement turned to unease. The stream showed a dimly lit room with no one in it, just the faint hum of an old air conditioning unit. I shrugged it off as another abandoned stream, but something about it intrigued me. Over the next few nights, I kept checking the stream out of a mix of boredom and curiosity. The room remained unchanged, but there was something unsettling about it. Occasionally, I would see strange flickers of movement in the corner of the screen, as if something or someone was lurking just out of sight. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, or perhaps some optical illusion created by the low-quality video feed. One night, however, things took a turn. The stream had been inactive for days, but when I clicked on it, the room was filled with a soft, eerie glow. A figure appeared in the corner of the room, partially obscured by shadows. My heart raced. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a glitch or someone playing a prank. But as the nights went on, the figure became more pronounced. Sometimes it would be standing right in the middle of the room. Other times it would be crouching in the corner, its face hidden. I could barely make out the details, but the presence was undeniable. My fear turned into obsession. I couldn't stop watching, trying to decipher any clues about who or what this figure was. I noticed patterns in the stream. The figure seemed to appear more frequently at specific times, and sometimes the room would be filled with an unsettling silence, broken only by the occasional distant whisper. One particularly chilling night, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The figure seemed to reach out towards the camera, and the room's temperature dropped visibly on the stream's thermostat. I could almost feel the chill through the screen. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to look away, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be happening in that room. Then something happened that I still can't explain. The screen flickered, and suddenly the room was filled with images of my own home, my living room, my bedroom. I saw myself on the screen, sitting on my couch, staring at my computer. The shock was overwhelming. The room I was watching on the stream wasn't just a random, creepy place. It was a location tied to me. Desperate to get answers, I decided to investigate further. I used every tool at my disposal to trace the origin of the stream, but my efforts were in vain. The stream was coming from an anonymous source with no identifiable location. It was as if it was deliberately hidden. One night, as I watched the stream, something changed. The figure in the room seemed to be moving, its face becoming clearer. I saw eyes staring directly into the camera. My heart pounded as I realized that the figure was mimicking my every move, as if it was a mirror image of me, watching and waiting. The room's lights flickered violently, and the figure suddenly lunged at the camera, its scream echoing through my speakers. I could feel the sound in my bones, a deep guttural noise that seemed to reach out from the screen. I tried to shut down the stream, but the interface was unresponsive. I was trapped in a nightmarish loop. When the stream finally cut off, I was left in stunned silence. My heart raced as I frantically checked my surroundings, convinced that something from the stream had crossed over into my reality. I spent the rest of the night awake, my mind racing with thoughts of what I had seen. The stream never returned. The channel was deleted, and all traces of it vanished from the internet. I still don't know what I witnessed that night or why it targeted me. The experience left me with a deep sense of unease. I stopped live streaming altogether and avoided dark corners of the internet, haunted by the memory of that mysterious, malevolent figure.
It was a bright, crisp day in 5th grade when my class embarked on a much-anticipated field trip to a nearby nature park. I don't remember the exact name of the park, but it was no more than a 20-minute bus ride from our school. The park wasn't vast. It was more about scenic overlooks and viewing the waterfall and river rather than hiking. As we arrived, the excitement was palpable among my classmates, 30 kids in total, all eager to explore. We gathered in a small building near the entrance where a park ranger gave us a brief introduction. Afterward, our teacher led us on a short walk along the trails, pointing out different features of the landscape. The park was quiet, almost eerily so, with only a few random visitors here and there. After the group tour, we were given some free time to explore on our own, provided we stayed within certain boundaries. I teamed up with a classmate, a boy I was somewhat friendly with but not particularly close to. We wandered off together, checking out various viewpoints and chatting about nothing in particular. It was during one of these quiet moments that I first noticed him, a boy around our age, standing off to the side of the trail. He wasn't part of our class. I had a vague sense that he might be there with his parents, but something about him seemed out of place. As we moved on, I realized that this boy was following us, albeit at a distance. He never got too close, but always stayed within sight, lingering at the edge of our awareness. For 20 minutes or so, we walked from one overlook to another, all the while with this kid trailing behind us. It felt strange, but not threatening, more like a puzzle I couldn't quite figure out. Eventually, our teacher called us back to the bus for the ride home. As we lined up to board, I saw the boy again. He was standing at the far end of the parking lot watching us. To my utter bewilderment, he started walking toward the bus. I was one of the last kids in line, and the teacher was distracted, chatting with another student. The boy quietly slipped into line behind me and got on the bus. My heart raced as I watched him walk to the very back and take a seat. He didn't say a word, and no one seemed to notice him except me. I knew for certain he wasn't in our class, but there he was, sitting quietly as if he belonged. I took a seat near the front, my mind buzzing with questions. When we arrived back at school, I watched carefully as everyone disembarked. The boy was the last to leave, slipping out of the bus and walking behind it away from the group. I kept my eyes on him, but he quickly disappeared from view. Once inside, our teacher took attendance again, and of course, the boy was nowhere to be found. The whole experience left me feeling uneasy, but with the distractions of the school day, the memory soon faded into the background. That was until I saw him again. As the final bell rang and I left school to catch my bus home, I noticed the boy standing near a tree, half hidden behind its trunk. He didn't approach or speak, he just watched. I hurried onto my bus, not looking back, and that was the last I ever saw of him. To this day,
I wonder who he was and what he wanted. The image of him silently boarding our bus, blending in so seamlessly, still haunts me. In another time, another place, when I was about 8 years old, my class went on a field trip to the zoo. I had always loved field trips, and the zoo was one of my favorite destinations. The day was full of excitement as we arrived, and were greeted by a zookeeper who guided us through the various exhibits. The zoo was massive, with winding walkways connecting the different animal enclosures. After spending some time observing the animals, our group paused in an open area, waiting for the next part of the tour. I was standing near the back of the group, lost in my thoughts, when a woman suddenly approached me. She came from a side path, a quiet intersection just behind me. I had never seen her before, yet she called me by name as if she knew me. I was taken aback, thinking perhaps she was a friend of my mother's, though I couldn't place her face. She smiled warmly and asked if she could show me something, beckoning for me to follow her. I hesitated, feeling a mix of curiosity and the instinct to stay with my class. My teacher had always emphasized the importance of sticking together, and that thought was the only thing keeping me from following the woman right then and there. But as my classmates started moving forward, the woman waved me back, saying, "Never mind." I turned and rejoined the group, trying to shake off the strange encounter. The day continued as planned. We visited more exhibits, saw more animals, and everything seemed normal, until we entered one of the indoor enclosures. While I was watching the monkeys, the woman appeared again. She didn't waste any time and told me that when we left the building I should go with her. I was confused but didn't argue. I nodded, and she walked away before I could process what was happening. When we eventually exited the building, she was waiting outside, as if she had been expecting me. My teacher and the zookeeper were busy keeping the group together, and no one seemed to notice the woman. She motioned for me to follow her again. This time I took a step toward her, but then I heard my teacher call my name. I froze, caught between the woman's urging and my teacher's voice. The woman's eyes flickered with frustration, and she told me to hurry, but by then my teacher was approaching, and the woman turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. My teacher asked me who the woman was and what she wanted, but I had no answers. She wasn't supposed to be there, and my teacher seemed genuinely concerned. My parents were called, and my mother came to pick me up early. The rest of the day passed in a blur, and I never saw the woman again. To this day, I wonder who she was, how she knew my name, and what her intentions were. I'm grateful that my teacher intervened when she did, because I dread to think what might have happened if I had followed that woman into the unknown. During my sophomore year of high school, my history class took a field trip to a local history museum. The museum was well known in our community, a large building with multiple exhibits and a rich collection of artifacts. I had been there once before with my family, but this trip felt different. There was a certain unease in the air, though I couldn't quite place why. We arrived early in the morning, and after a brief introduction from one of the museum staff, we were allowed to explore the exhibits at our own pace. My friend Anna and I stuck together, moving from room to room, taking in the sights. The museum wasn't crowded, with only a few other visitors besides our class. At one point, we entered a dimly lit room filled with antique displays. As we stood in the corner, a man entered the room. He was unassuming at first, dressed in plain clothes, but something about him made me uneasy. He lingered near the entrance, staring at us with a blank expression. I tried to ignore him, but the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. The man moved closer, not saying a word, and then slipped into a restricted area behind one of the exhibits. It was odd. He didn't seem like an employee, and his behavior was unsettling. Anna and I exchanged glances, both of us feeling the strangeness of the situation. We continued through the museum, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. We didn't see the man again until later during lunch. We chose to eat outside, where there were a few picnic tables set up on the grass. Most of our classmates stayed inside, but a small group of us enjoyed the fresh air. As we chatted and ate, I noticed the man again. He was standing a short distance away, partially obscured by a tree. His eyes were fixed on us, watching intently. I pointed him out to Anna, who turned to look, and she agreed that something was off about him. He wasn't doing anything threatening, but the way he stared was unnerving. We tried to ignore him, hoping he would go away, but he remained rooted to the spot, his gaze never wavering. After what felt like an eternity, we decided to go back inside, seeking the safety of the group. The rest of the day passed without incident, but as we boarded the bus to leave, I saw him again. He was standing in the parking lot, not far from where our bus was parked. As we pulled away, I caught a glimpse of him through the window. He was smiling and waving, a slow, deliberate motion that sent chills down my spine. We never saw him again, but the memory of his stare and that eerie smile still lingers. A few years ago, during high school, several classes from my school went on a field trip to see a play at a well-known theater in a nearby city. The theater was grand, with ornate architecture and a reputation for high-quality performances. We left school early in the morning and arrived at the theater after a short bus ride. As we entered, the lobby was bustling with activity. Other school groups, theater staff, and a handful of regular patrons all mingling together. Our teachers ushered us into our seats, a large block in the center of the auditorium. The room was dimly lit, with soft music playing in the background as we settled in. The play was a classic, one we had studied in class, and I was genuinely excited to see it performed live. As the lights dimmed and the performance began, I became engrossed in the story. Everything seemed perfectly normal, until about halfway through the first act. I noticed two men sitting a few rows ahead of me, both dressed in dark suits. At first, they didn't stand out among the crowd, but as the play progressed, something about them caught my attention. They weren't watching the play. Instead, they seemed to be scanning the audience, their heads turning slowly from side to side as if searching for something. Their movements were synchronized, almost mechanical, and it was clear they weren't interested in the performance. My unease grew as I watched them, their eyes never staying in one place for long. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were looking for someone or something in the audience. At one point, one of the men made eye contact with me, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. It was as if he could see right through me, his gaze penetrating and unnerving. I quickly looked away, trying to focus on the play, but the feeling of being watched persisted. After the intermission, I glanced over to where the men had been sitting, but they were gone. I scanned the audience, but there was no sign of them. I tried to put it out of my mind, chalking it up to my imagination, but the rest of the play passed in a blur. As we exited the theater, I saw them again, standing near the entrance, their eyes still scanning the crowd. This time, they seemed more focused, their movements more deliberate. I stayed close to my friends, eager to get back to the safety of the bus. On the ride home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I asked a few classmates if they had noticed the men, but no one else seemed to have seen them. It was as if they had only been visible to me, a strange and unsettling thought. Looking back, I still don't know who those men were or what they were looking for. All I know is that their presence cast a shadow over what should have been an enjoyable day, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease that I can't quite explain. These encounters, these fleeting moments of unease during what should have been normal, even mundane experiences, have stayed with me for years. They are the kinds of stories you tell late at night, when the darkness seems to blur the lines between reality and the unknown. I've shared them with friends who often laugh and say I have an overactive imagination. But in my heart, I know there was something real, something strange in those moments. Each of these experiences left me with more questions than answers. Who were these people? What did they want? Why did they appear in these specific moments, on these seemingly ordinary days? I may never know the truth, but these memories serve as a reminder that the world is full of mysteries, and sometimes the most unsettling experiences happen when you least expect them. So, the next time you're on a field trip, or even just going about your daily life, take a moment to look around. You never know who or what might be watching.
Jack had been a trucker for over 20 years. He had seen just about everything the road had to offer: blazing sunsets, midnight storms, and the occasional oddball hitchhiker. But nothing could have prepared him for the night he took a load down Route 86. Route 86 was a desolate stretch of highway, a remote area with no gas stations, diners, or motels. It was just miles of empty road surrounded by dense, dark woods. Jack had been running late and needed to take this route to get to his drop-off point on time. As he merged onto the highway, the glow of his truck's headlights illuminated the road ahead, casting long shadows on the asphalt. The trees on either side loomed like black walls, their branches swaying in the cold night breeze. The radio crackled, the signal weakening as he got farther from civilization. Jack didn't mind the silence. He found it peaceful. He turned the dial, searching for any station that might still come through, but all he got was static. After about an hour of driving, Jack's eyelids grew heavy. He rubbed his eyes, keeping one hand on the wheel. The dark road seemed endless, and the rhythmic hum of the engine made it harder to stay awake. That's when he saw her. At first, Jack thought his tired eyes were playing tricks on him. In the distance, illuminated by his headlights, a figure stood by the side of the road. He squinted, slowing his truck to get a better look. It was a woman standing motionless, her back to him, wearing a white dress that seemed to shimmer in the light. Jack's grip tightened on the wheel. What was she doing out here in the middle of nowhere? He considered pulling over to offer her a ride, but something about the way she stood, perfectly still, not even a glance in his direction, sent a chill down his spine. As he passed her, Jack turned his head to get a better look. The woman didn't move. Her face was hidden by her long dark hair, and her arms hung limply by her sides. For a moment it felt like time had slowed down, the air in the cab growing cold as if a window had been opened. Jack pressed on the gas, deciding it was best to keep moving. Hitchhikers weren't his concern, especially not in a place like this. But the uneasy feeling stayed with him long after she had disappeared from his rearview mirror. 15 minutes later, Jack saw something that made his blood run cold. Up ahead, standing by the road once again, was the same woman in the white dress. It couldn't be. He hadn't passed any side roads, and there was no way she could have gotten ahead of him. Jack's heart began to race. Was it his mind playing tricks on him? He drove by her again, this time keeping his eyes forward, refusing to look at her. But he could feel it. The cold in the air, the weight of her presence, as if she were watching him through the glass. Jack swallowed hard and kept driving. The darkness seemed to press in closer now, the trees on either side of the road towering over him like silent sentinels. His fingers trembled slightly on the steering wheel. "Just get through the night," he muttered to himself. "It's just the dark messing with you." But deep down, Jack knew better. There was something wrong with this road, and it wasn't done with him yet. Another half hour passed in tense silence. Just as Jack started to relax, the radio crackled to life. Static filled the cab, but beneath the interference, Jack could hear something. A voice. It was faint at first, but as he turned the volume up, it became clearer. "Help me." The voice was female, barely above a whisper, but it sent a jolt of fear through Jack's veins. He glanced at the radio, confused. There was no station signal out here, no reason for the radio to suddenly come alive. His hand hovered over the dial, but he couldn't bring himself to turn it off. The voice crackled again, more desperate this time. "Please, help me." Jack swallowed hard, trying to steady his breathing. He had heard plenty of stories from other truckers, strange things that happened on the road, ghostly sightings, and haunted highways. He had always brushed them off as campfire tales, just something to pass the time between stops. But now, out here on Route 86, he wasn't so sure. He reached for the radio knob to turn it off, but before he could, the voice came through again. This time, it was right behind him. Jack. His blood froze. The voice knew his name. He slammed on the brakes, his truck screeching to a halt in the middle of the deserted highway. The cab fell silent, the radio now nothing but static. Jack sat there, his heart thudding in his ears, trying to make sense of what just happened. He was miles from anywhere, alone in the middle of the night, and somehow, someone, or something, knew his name. A low hum filled the air, growing louder by the second. Jack's eyes darted to the rearview mirror, and what he saw made his heart stop. The woman in the white dress was standing directly behind his truck, her face still hidden by her hair, but this time, she was moving. Slowly, she began walking toward the driver's side door. Jack's mind screamed at him to drive, but his body felt frozen in place. He could hear the soft crunch of her footsteps on the gravel as she got closer and closer. His breathing grew shallow, panic rising in his chest. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. The woman was gone. Jack's door shook violently as if something had hit it. His pulse spiked, and he jammed his foot on the gas, sending the truck speeding down the road. For the next few miles, Jack didn't dare look back. He kept his eyes glued to the road, heart racing, and tried to convince himself that he was just tired, that his mind was playing tricks on him. But deep down, he knew the truth. Something had followed him. The road ahead curved, and as Jack rounded the bend, he saw it again. His blood went cold. In the distance, a single truck sat abandoned by the side of the road, its hazard lights blinking in the darkness. It was the truck from the stories, the one that had disappeared years ago on this very route. Jack's truck skidded to a halt. He could feel his heart hammering in his chest as he stared at the abandoned vehicle. His mind raced with fear. The stories about this road, the ghostly hitchhiker, it was all real. He had stumbled into a nightmare. He knew he had to get out of there, but something compelled him to investigate. He grabbed a flashlight from the cab and stepped out of the truck. The cold night air hit him like a wave, and the darkness seemed to press in on him from all sides. Jack approached the abandoned truck cautiously. The hazard lights flickered weakly, casting eerie shadows on the ground. As he drew closer, he noticed something chilling. The truck was eerily clean, as if it had been untouched for years. There were no personal belongings, no signs of struggle. It was as if the driver had simply vanished. He shone his flashlight inside the cab. The seat was empty and the steering wheel was frozen in place, as if the driver had just stepped out and never returned. Jack's stomach churned with dread. He knew he should leave, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something he needed to find. He walked around the truck, shining his light on the ground. That's when he saw it. A small, faded photograph lying in the dirt. He picked it up and examined it. The photo showed a young couple standing by a truck. They were smiling, happy. But the woman in the picture had the same haunting, empty eyes as the figure Jack had seen on the road. Jack's blood ran cold. He realized that the woman in white was the ghost of the driver's wife, forever searching for her lost husband. And now, she had found him. The temperature dropped suddenly, and Jack's breath became visible. He could hear the faint sound of weeping in the distance. He spun around, but there was no one there. The radio crackled again, and this time the voice was clearer than ever. "Help me." Jack's resolve hardened. He had to get out of there. He sprinted back to his truck, his flashlight swinging wildly. As he climbed into the cab and started the engine, he could feel the presence pressing in on him. He glanced in the rearview mirror one last time and saw the woman in white standing in the road, her face now visible. Pale and sorrowful, her eyes filled with an eternal sadness. Jack floored the accelerator, speeding away from the haunted stretch of Route 86. He didn't stop until he reached the nearest town. As he pulled into a truck stop, his hands were still shaking. He knew he had escaped, but the memory of that night would haunt him forever. Tom had always been a night owl, but tonight, the loneliness of the road was getting to him. As a long-haul trucker, he was used to the solitude, but this stretch of Highway 13 felt different. It was as if the darkness had a weight to it, pressing down on him and making the miles stretch on forever. The road was empty, save for the occasional flicker of a distant street lamp. Tom had been driving for hours, and his eyes were growing heavy. He needed a break, a chance to stretch his legs and grab a cup of coffee. He had heard about a rest stop ahead, a small one but sufficient for a quick stop. As he approached, the dim lights of the rest stop flickered into view. It was a welcome sight in the otherwise desolate landscape. Tom pulled in, his truck's engine rumbling as he came to a stop beside the lonely building. The rest stop was barely more than a small, rundown convenience store with a few picnic tables outside. The sign above the door was faded, its letters barely visible. Tom climbed out of his truck, the cool night air hitting him like a splash of cold water. He stretched his legs and walked toward the building. The creak of the door as he pushed it open was the only sound in the eerie silence. Inside, the rest stop was dimly lit and empty. The fluorescent lights flickered sporadically, casting strange shadows on the walls. A bell above the door jingled, and Tom glanced around, expecting to see someone behind the counter, but there was no one. The shelves were stocked with snacks and drinks, but everything looked untouched, as if it had been that way for years. A thick layer of dust coated the products. "Hello?" Tom called out, his voice echoing off the empty walls. There was no response. He walked to the counter, where a bell sat on a small stand. He gave it a gentle ring, hoping to attract the attention of whoever was supposed to be working. The sound of the bell seemed to hang in the air longer than usual, creating an uncomfortable stillness. Tom's unease grew as he waited, but no one appeared. He shrugged it off and grabbed a cup of coffee from the self-serve machine. The coffee was lukewarm and stale, but it was better than nothing. As he sipped the coffee, Tom's eyes wandered around the rest stop. He noticed a door in the back that led to what looked like a small storage room. The door was slightly ajar, and he could see a faint light flickering from inside. Curiosity got the better of him. He walked over to the door and pushed it open. The light flickering from inside revealed a cluttered room filled with old furniture, boxes, and broken equipment. It seemed like a typical storage room, but there was something unsettling about it, a sense of being watched. Tom's eyes fell on a small, dusty mirror propped up against the wall. It was cracked and dirty, but as he looked into it, he saw something that made his blood run cold. In the reflection standing behind him was a shadowy figure. Tom spun around, but the room was empty. He turned back to the mirror, but the figure was gone. His heart raced. He backed out of the room, feeling a cold sweat break out on his forehead. As he made his way back to the front of the rest stop, he noticed that the lights had gone out. The entire place was plunged into darkness, save for the faint glow of the exit sign. Panic surged through Tom. He fumbled for his phone to use as a flashlight, but it was dead. The darkness seemed to close in around him, and the silence was broken only by the sound of his own breathing. He heard a noise behind him, a soft whispering sound, like someone calling his name. Tom spun around, his flashlight revealing nothing but empty shelves and shadows. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, and Tom could feel a cold breath on the back of his neck. Tom. The voice was barely audible, but it was unmistakable. He could feel the presence of someone or something close by. He turned and ran back to his truck, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He fumbled with the keys, his hand shaking as he tried to unlock the door. Finally, he managed to get inside and start the engine. As he pulled out of the rest stop, he glanced in his rearview mirror. The rest stop was now completely dark, the building appearing as a dark silhouette against the night sky. Tom didn't stop until he reached the next town. He parked at a well-lit truck stop, his hands still trembling. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed him. The memory of that shadowy figure and the whispering voice haunted him, and he couldn't explain what he had experienced. The next day, Tom learned from locals that the rest stop he had visited had been closed for years. It was abandoned, and there were rumors of it being haunted. No one knew for sure, but the stories of ghostly apparitions and strange occurrences had become local legends. Tom never drove that stretch of Highway 13 again. The memory of the phantom rest stop lingered in his mind, a chilling reminder of the unknown that lay hidden in the darkness. He had survived, but the ghostly whisper of that night would forever haunt his dreams. It was just another late-night haul for Mike, a seasoned trucker who had been on the road for over a decade. He was hauling a load of electronics across a remote stretch of Highway 27, a road that was known for its desolate scenery and lack of rest stops. As usual, he was listening to his favorite old rock tunes, the comforting sound of music keeping him company in the quiet hours of the night. Mike had driven this route many times before. It was routine. Get on the road, drive through the night, and deliver the load by morning. But tonight felt different. There was a strange tension in the air, a heaviness that made him uneasy. Around midnight, Mike decided he needed a break. He'd been driving for hours and wanted to stretch his legs. He spotted a small, dimly lit rest area off the highway, barely visible through the thick fog that had rolled in. The rest area was a welcome sight, and Mike pulled in, hoping to get some fresh air and a quick snack. The rest area was deserted. The flickering lights cast long shadows on the pavement, and the only sound was the distant hum of passing cars. Mike stepped out of his truck, his boots crunching on the gravel as he walked toward the vending machines. He noticed a single figure standing near the far end of the lot, a man in a faded trucker cap and worn-out jeans. He looked out of place, a lone figure in the eerie fog. "Evening," Mike called out, trying to make polite conversation. The man didn't respond, just stood there staring into the fog. Mike shrugged it off and went to the vending machine, buying a bag of chips and a soda. When he turned back, the figure was gone. Mike thought nothing of it. He was tired, and his mind was playing tricks on him. He finished his snack, stretched his legs, and climbed back into his truck. As he prepared to leave, he noticed something strange. A message written in the condensation on his windshield. It read, "Help me." Mike's heart skipped a beat. He rubbed the message away, convinced it was just a prank. He started the truck and pulled out of the rest area, the fog swirling around him as he drove. The fog grew thicker as he continued down the highway, and the darkness seemed to press in on all sides. The headlights cut through the fog, but the road ahead was barely visible. Mike's unease grew as he drove, the eerie silence broken only by the occasional sound of his tires hitting the pavement. Suddenly his radio crackled to life. It was a distress signal, barely audible through the static. Mike strained to listen, trying to make out the words. "Help! Trucker! Disappeared." The signal cut out and the radio went silent. Mike's pulse quickened. He had heard stories about truckers vanishing without a trace, but he had always dismissed them as urban legends. Now, with the message on his windshield and the distress signal on his radio, He couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The fog thickened, and Mike's visibility was reduced to just a few feet in front of him. The road seemed to stretch on endlessly, with no signs of other vehicles or landmarks. It was as if he was driving through an endless void. Then he saw it. Up ahead, barely visible through the fog, was a large, rusty truck parked on the side of the road. Its hazard lights were flashing intermittently. Mike slowed down, curiosity getting the better of him. As he approached, he noticed that the truck was eerily similar to his own, with the same make and model. He pulled over behind the truck, his heart racing. He stepped out of his cab, the fog wrapping around him like a shroud. He approached the parked truck, his flashlight illuminating the area. The truck's cab was empty, but the engine was still warm. There was no sign of the driver. Mike's unease grew into full-blown panic. He turned to leave when he heard a sound, footsteps approaching from behind. He spun around, his flashlight casting wild beams of light through the fog. There was no one there, only the oppressive darkness and the ever-present fog. Suddenly, the radio in his truck crackled to life again, this time with a clear, unmistakable voice. Mike. The voice was faint, but it was definitely his name. Mike's blood ran cold. He ran back to his truck, his heart pounding in his chest. He climbed into the cab, slamming the door behind him. He started the engine and pulled away, desperate to escape the nightmarish fog and the ghostly voice. As he drove, the fog began to clear and the road stretched out in front of him once more. Mike's hands trembled on the steering wheel as he glanced in his rearview mirror. The truck he had seen was now gone, vanished into the mist. He drove through the night, not stopping until he reached a well-lit truck stop. Exhausted and shaken, he parked his truck and sat in the dim light of the station, trying to make sense of what had happened. The memory of the distress signal, the message on his windshield, and the ghostly voice haunted him. Later, Mike learned from other truckers that the area he had driven through was known for strange occurrences. There were tales of truckers disappearing and reappearing, their trucks found abandoned in the fog. It seemed he had become part of the legend. Mike never drove that stretch of Highway 27 again. The foggy night and the vanishing trucker remained a haunting reminder of the eerie and unexplained forces that lurked in the darkness. Rick had been driving the same route for years, hauling loads between small towns across the Midwest. The job was monotonous, but it paid the bills. It was a late Friday night, and Rick was on his way home, eager to get back to his family after a long week on the road. The highway was deserted, the only sound being the hum of the engine and the occasional gust of wind rattling the truck. Rick had just crossed into the state line when he noticed a lone figure standing by the roadside. It was odd to see anyone out here at this hour, especially in such an isolated stretch of road. As he approached, the figure became clearer, a young woman in a tattered dress, her face pale and drawn. She was waving frantically, her eyes filled with desperation. Against his better judgment, Rick pulled over. He knew the risks of picking up hitchhikers, but something about the woman's pleading look made him hesitate. He rolled down the window, trying to see if she needed help. "Need a ride?" he called out. The woman nodded, her eyes wide with relief. She climbed into the truck, and Rick noticed how cold she felt despite the warm night. He offered her a blanket he kept in the cab, but she declined, saying she was fine. As they drove, Rick tried to make conversation to break the uncomfortable silence. "So where are you headed?" The woman's response was barely audible, just a few miles down the road. "I need to get to the old bridge." Rick frowned. The old bridge was a notorious spot known for its eerie reputation. It had been closed for years, a crumbling relic of the past. It seemed strange that she would want to go there, especially at this hour. "Why the bridge?" Rick asked, trying to sound casual. The woman's eyes met his in the dim light of the cab. Her expression was somber. "It's important. I have to go there." Rick didn't press further. He was more interested in getting her to her destination quickly so he could continue on his way. The night had taken on a strange quality, and the atmosphere in the truck felt charged with an unspoken tension. As they approached the turnoff for the old bridge, Rick noticed the temperature in the cab dropping. The woman was shivering, her breath coming out in visible puffs. The fog that had rolled in seemed to thicken, wrapping around the truck like a ghostly veil. Rick slowed down as they reached the entrance to the bridge. The old structure loomed ahead, its silhouette barely visible through the dense fog. The bridge was a skeletal frame of rusted metal and rotting wood, a ghostly remnant of a bygone era. The woman directed him to a spot near the bridge. "This is good. You can let me out here." Rick pulled over, but as he glanced at the woman, he noticed a disturbing change. Her eyes, once filled with desperation, were now hollow and vacant. Her skin had taken on a ghostly pallor, and her form seemed to flicker in and out of focus. "Are you okay?" Rick asked, a note of concern in his voice. The woman didn't respond. Instead, she opened the door and stepped out of the truck. As she walked toward the bridge, her figure seemed to dissolve into the fog. Rick watched, unable to tear his eyes away, until she disappeared completely into the mist. Rick sat there for a moment, his heart pounding. The temperature in the cab had plummeted, and an uneasy feeling settled over him. He shook himself out of his stupor and decided it was time to leave. He started the truck and made his way back to the main road. The rest of the drive home was uneventful, but Rick couldn't shake the image of the woman from his mind. The way she had vanished into the fog, the coldness in the cab, it all felt surreal. He tried to convince himself it was just a figment of his imagination, a trick of the night. The next morning, Rick heard on the local news about a tragic accident that had occurred on the old bridge many years ago. A young woman had died in a crash, and her spirit was said to haunt the area, searching for someone to help her find peace. Rick realized with a shiver that he had encountered that very spirit. The ghostly hitchhiker had been searching for a ride to her final resting place, and he had unwittingly become part of her story. The encounter left him with an unsettling sense of dread and a new respect for the eerie legends that lingered along the roads he traveled. Rick never picked up another hitchhiker. The memory of the midnight hitchhiker and the old bridge haunted him, a chilling reminder of the ghostly encounters that could lurk in the shadows of the open road. It was nearing the end of Mike's shift. He had been driving for hours, transporting a load of industrial equipment across the remote stretch of Highway 39. The sun had set, and the darkness enveloped the road like a heavy blanket. Mike was exhausted, his eyes strained from the long hours behind the wheel. He spotted a small, run-down truck stop ahead. It was a welcome sight in the desolate landscape, and he decided to pull over. He needed to refuel both his truck and himself, grab a bite to eat, and stretch his legs before continuing on his journey. The truck stop was barely illuminated by a single flickering neon sign. The parking lot was empty except for a few scattered trucks, their drivers presumably inside resting or grabbing a late-night snack. Mike parked his truck and walked towards the building, the gravel crunching under his boots. Inside, the truck stop was dimly lit and seemed to be stuck in a time warp from the 1970s. The walls were lined with outdated advertisements and old-fashioned memorabilia. The only sound was the hum of a neon clock above the counter and the faint buzzing of a refrigerator. The cashier, an older man with a grizzled beard and tired eyes, looked up from his newspaper as Mike approached. "Evening," Mike said, trying to sound cheerful despite his fatigue. Evening, the cashier replied, his voice gravelly. What can I get you? Mike ordered a coffee and a sandwich, then wandered over to a small table by the window. He sat down and sipped his coffee, enjoying the brief respite from the road. The warm light from the table lamp provided a comforting contrast to the cold darkness outside. As Mike ate, he noticed a peculiar sight. Outside the window, there was a figure standing near the edge of the parking lot. It was a man dressed in old-fashioned clothing, a dusty suit, and a hat that looked like it belonged to another era. The man stood still, staring at Mike's truck with an eerie intensity. Mike tried to ignore him, attributing the odd appearance to his tired mind playing tricks on him. But the figure remained, unmoving and unblinking. Mike felt a chill run down his spine. He finished his meal and walked back to the counter to pay. The cashier looked up, seemingly unfazed by the odd sight. "Is everything all right?" Mike asked, trying to keep his tone casual. "Just another night," the cashier replied with a nonchalant shrug. "You get all sorts of characters around here." Mike nodded and left the truck stop, his curiosity piqued. He glanced back as he approached his truck and saw that the figure was still there, watching him. Feeling uneasy, he quickly climbed into the cab and started the engine. As he pulled out of the truck stop, he glanced in his rearview mirror. The man was gone, but a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. Mike tried to shake off the unsettling feeling as he continued down the highway. The night was quiet, and Mike was lost in his thoughts when he noticed something strange. The road seemed to stretch on endlessly, with no signs of landmarks or other vehicles. The familiar scenery had vanished, replaced by an eerie emptiness. He turned on the radio, hoping to break the silence. The static crackled, and then a distorted voice came through. "You shouldn't have stayed." Mike's heart raced. He tried to tune the radio, but the voice persisted, repeating the same unsettling message. "You shouldn't have stayed." The truck's lights flickered, and the engine sputtered. Mike's grip tightened on the steering wheel as he fought to keep the truck moving. The road ahead was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, and the familiar feeling of safety on the open road was replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Suddenly, the truck's headlights illuminated a figure standing in the middle of the road. It was the same man from the truck stop, his face pale and expressionless. Mike slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt. The figure slowly approached the truck, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Mike could see his face more clearly now, a gaunt, hollow expression that seemed to be staring right through him. The man raised a hand, pointing towards the horizon. "Where am I?" Mike shouted through the window, but the figure didn't respond. Instead, he continued to point, his gaze unwavering. Mike's fear intensified. He backed up the truck, trying to escape the phantom figure, but the road seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. The headlights revealed no sign of the familiar highway, only darkness and fog. In a panic, Mike turned the truck around and sped back towards the truck stop. The road twisted and turned, leading him in circles. The once familiar landscape had become a nightmarish maze. When he finally saw the flickering neon sign of the truck stop again, he was almost relieved. He parked the truck and rushed inside, his heart pounding. The cashier looked up from his newspaper, seemingly unchanged by the events. "You okay?" the cashier asked. Mike's voice was shaky. "What's going on? I saw a man." He was pointing. The cashier's eyes darkened and he nodded slowly. "You saw him, didn't you? The phantom of the highway. He's a warning for those who get lost in the night." Mike's blood ran cold. The realization hit him hard. He'd been caught in a trap, guided by the phantom's eerie presence. The cashier's words echoed in his mind. a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurked beyond the safety of the truck stop. Mike never returned to that stretch of Highway 39. The memory of the phantom figure and the endless darkness haunted him, a chilling reminder of the mysteries that lay hidden on the desolate roads. Something terrifying happened to me just a few months ago. It was around 9 p.m., and I realized I needed to grab a few things from the store. The closest place was a Family Dollar, so I decided to head there. Everything seemed normal, until it wasn't. After parking my car, I walked inside, quickly grabbing the few items I needed. The store was almost empty, and the eerie quiet made the atmosphere feel slightly off. It couldn't have been more than 10 minutes before I checked out and walked back to the parking lot. But as I stepped outside, I immediately noticed something strange. There was a car parked way too close to mine, almost blocking it. The lot wasn't full, so why park so close? My pulse quickened as I approached. The car next to mine was still running, which sent a wave of unease through me. And then, as if on cue, the door of that car swung open. I froze. My instinct screamed that something wasn't right. I kept walking, but my mind was racing. When I reached my driver's side door, a man was already standing there, waiting. He faced me and without hesitation demanded, "Give me your keys." My stomach dropped. This wasn't just a robbery. It felt like something far worse. His hands were empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was a life or death situation. Why? I stammered, trying to stall, my heartbeat thudding in my ears. His answer was cold. "Just give them to me." Something in me snapped. I didn't think. I just ran. Sprinting away from him, I knew it was dangerous, but I didn't care. I bolted past the front of the store, veering around to the back. I heard his footsteps chasing me, but I didn't dare look back. Fear was the only thing keeping me going. There was a neighborhood behind the store, and I dashed through yards, ducking behind fences and bushes. I could still hear him chasing me, his heavy footsteps pounding behind mine. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but I couldn't stop. Then suddenly everything went silent. No footsteps, no rustling, nothing. I slowed down, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I crouched behind a large bush in someone's backyard. Was he gone? My heart still raced, but I didn't see or hear him anymore. Hiding there, I shakily pulled out my phone and called 911. I explained the situation in a whisper, too scared to make any noise. The dispatcher told me to stay put until the police arrived. I waited, every sound making me flinch, until I saw flashing lights in the distance. Only then did I step out from my hiding spot. By the time I returned to the store with the officers, the man and his car were gone, vanished into the night. I'm just thankful I ran when I did. I haven't set foot in that store since. Have you ever felt like something was wrong, even when everything seemed perfectly normal? That's exactly what happened to me one night, and I still get chills thinking about it. My uncle owned a small local dollar store in town for years, and I used to help out whenever I could, especially during high school and college breaks. The store was quiet, familiar, a place I thought I knew inside out. But one night, everything changed. It was just me, alone, running the store as usual. We were supposed to close at 9 p.m., and by 8, the place was completely empty. Not a single customer in sight. I sat behind the counter, keeping myself busy, when I noticed two men walking through the parking lot. They didn't seem in any hurry, dressed in dark clothing with hats pulled low over their faces. Something felt off, but I brushed it aside until they walked straight into the store and approached the counter. Their steps were slow, deliberate, and unsettling. Without any introduction, they claimed they were there for an inspection sent by the city. My stomach dropped. I hadn't heard anything about an inspection, especially not at night. If it was legitimate, wouldn't we have been notified? And why would they come after hours? The men didn't look official at all. There was nothing about them that screamed authority. I asked who sent them, and they gave a vague answer about being a couple of days early, as if that explained everything. But I wasn't convinced. Something about them just wasn't right. I told them I couldn't let them inspect anything until I had confirmation. They didn't argue. Instead, they just turned and walked toward the back of the store, disappearing into the aisles. At that moment, my heart started racing. I was alone, and these men were acting strange. I called out, asking where they were going, but they didn't respond. Silence. The entire store felt different, as if the walls themselves were closing in on me. Panic set in, and I grabbed my phone, dialing my uncle. Thankfully, he picked up right away. I quickly explained what was happening, and he immediately told me this wasn't right. No inspection was scheduled, and he agreed that it sounded suspicious. He told me to ask the men to leave, and if they refused, I should call the police. Hanging up the phone, I looked around. The store was eerily quiet. I couldn't see the men anywhere. They had completely vanished from sight. With a lump in my throat, I realized they must have gone into the back of the store. There were a few aisles that were out of view, but my gut told me they were hiding. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do, but I couldn't just leave them back there. Taking a deep breath, I left the counter and slowly made my way to the back of the store. Every step felt heavier, my heart pounding louder in my ears. When I reached the back, I found nothing. No sign of the men, except for one place. The back room. The door was closed, a big employees-only sign plastered across it. My hand hesitated on the knob. They weren't supposed to be in there. Only employees were allowed. I slowly opened the door and peered inside. The room was dark. Too dark. I couldn't see anyone, but the oppressive silence filled the space. Something told me they were in there, hiding, watching. I called out, my voice shaky. "Is anyone back here?" No response. Just that heavy, suffocating quiet. For a split second, I thought about going in, about checking every corner, but my instincts screamed at me to stop. Whatever was waiting for me in that darkness, I didn't want to find out. I backed away, closed the door, and hurried back to the front of the store. Finally, the police arrived. They searched the store, went into the back room and checked every inch. But the men were gone. There was only one way they could have escaped. Through the back exit, leading into a dark alleyway. When I followed the officers into the back room, I noticed the mess. Boxes were overturned, and some of our inventory was missing. They hadn't come for an inspection. They came to steal. But it wasn't the stolen items that haunted me. It was the thought of how close I'd come to confronting them alone in that dark, cramped room. I still shudder when I think about what could have happened. If I had gone in, if I had been braver or more foolish, who knows what I would have found in that darkness. All I know is, I'm glad I didn't go looking. And to this day, the memory of those men lurking in the shadows of that small dollar store sends a chill down my spine. Have you ever had that sinking feeling that someone was watching you? That unsettling sensation that makes your skin crawl, but you can't quite figure out why. That's exactly what happened to me one night. A night that still haunts me to this day. It was a regular evening, or at least that's how it started. I had a couple of errands to run, and one of my stops was at Dollar Tree. If you don't know, it's a store where everything is just $1 simple, affordable, and usually pretty uneventful. But that night it became the setting for one of the strangest, most nerve-wracking experiences of my life. I had already visited one store before arriving at Dollar Tree, and by then, the sun had set. The parking lot was dimly lit, giving the area an eerie, almost deserted feel. I grabbed a basket and began wandering through the aisles, casually picking up a few things. Everything seemed normal, at first. As I reached one of the middle aisles in the back of the store, I noticed something, or rather, someone. A man stood at the far end of the aisle, facing me. But he wasn't shopping. He wasn't doing anything, except staring. His gaze locked on me, and for a second my heart skipped. I had no idea who he was. His expression was blank, his eyes fixated. Maybe he thought he recognized me, or maybe he was just one of those people who stare without thinking. Whatever it was, it felt wrong. A chill crept down my spine, but I brushed it off and moved to another aisle, trying to shake the unsettling encounter. I didn't see him again after that. I paid for my items and left the store, hoping to forget the strange man, but I wasn't so lucky. My next stop was the grocery store, the last errand of the night. The store was large, brightly lit, and filled with other shoppers, a relief after the eerie Dollar Tree experience. I wandered through the aisles, picking up groceries, my mind already starting to relax. But then, as I turned into yet another aisle, I saw him, the same man, standing at the end of the aisle. His posture was exactly the same, as if he hadn't moved at all since I last saw him. He just stood there, staring. My heart pounded in my chest. What were the odds? Was it really just a coincidence? I wasn't sure. But the feeling of dread that washed over me was too strong to ignore. I turned around and quickly left the aisle, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. For the next 5 minutes, I hurried through the store, grabbing the last of my items. I didn't see him again, and part of me wondered if I was just being paranoid. But the unease gnawed at me, making it impossible to focus on anything else. Finally, I checked out and made my way back to the parking lot. As I walked towards my car, parked near the back of the lot, I scanned my surroundings, and that's when I saw him again. He was sitting in his car, parked just across from mine. His eyes, still cold and unblinking, were locked on me through his windshield. This time, I knew it wasn't a coincidence. This man was following me. My hands trembled as I got into my car. I didn't dare drive off, not yet. I didn't want him trailing me all the way home, so I waited, glancing at him from time to time, hoping he would just leave, but he didn't. He stayed there, sitting motionless in his car, watching. Minutes passed, each one stretching out longer than the last. My mind raced with questions. Who was he? What did he want? Why was he following me? I didn't have any answers, only the growing fear that something terrible was about to happen. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to go back inside the grocery store. Maybe being around other people would scare him off. I got out of my car and headed toward the store, glancing back every few steps, expecting him to follow. But he didn't. He stayed in his car, his eyes still glued to me. Once inside, I wandered the aisles again, pretending to shop, but my mind was somewhere else entirely. After what felt like forever, I decided to check if he was still there. Slowly, I made my way back outside, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached my car, I scanned the lot, but his car was gone. He had finally left. Relief washed over me, but the fear lingered. Who was he? Why had he followed me from Dollar Tree to the grocery store? What did he want? I still don't know the answers to those questions, but to this day, I can't shake the memory of his blank, unblinking stare. That night I made it home safely, but the thought of him, somewhere out there, still sends chills down my spine. It was a sunny Saturday morning and I had plans for a relaxing weekend. I decided to walk to the local dollar store just a few blocks away to stock up on snacks. The weather was perfect, the kind that makes everything feel right. Little did I know it was about to take a dark turn. After a quick 10-minute stroll, I entered the store, greeted by the familiar smell of cheap snacks and cleaning supplies. It was quiet, just a few other shoppers milling about. I wandered the aisles, tossing treats into my basket, when suddenly a woman approached me. She looked like she knew me, but I had never seen her before. "Excuse me," she said, her voice unnervingly calm. "Do you have an extra room? I really need a place to stay." I was taken aback. "No, I don't," I replied, confusion swirling in my mind. "Why are you asking me this?" "I just moved to town," she said, her eyes darting around nervously. "My apartment won't be ready for 2 more days." I suggested a hotel, but she shook her head, saying she didn't want to spend the money. It was strange. This woman didn't look homeless or desperate. She seemed out of place, asking random people for help. I felt a chill creep down my spine. "I'm sorry, but I really can't help you," I said, and she seemed disappointed as she walked away. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the silence. Who could it be? I walked cautiously to the door and peered through the peephole. My heart dropped. It was her, the same woman from the dollar store. A sense of dread washed over me. Had she followed me home? I froze, my hand hovering over the doorknob. She knocked again, this time harder. "I know you're in there! Open up!" Panic surged within me. I didn't want to engage with her, so I remained silent. The knocking escalated into frantic pounding, lasting for what felt like an eternity. She even tried the doorknob, but it was locked tight. Finally, the noise stopped, and I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. But the relief was short-lived. I heard her footsteps moving to the back of the house. My heart raced. Was she trying to get in? A few moments later, I heard knocking at the back door. I stayed quiet, terrified of what she might do next. After a while, the knocking ceased, but I could still feel her presence outside. I was on edge, unsure of her intentions. Feeling cornered, I made the decision to call the police. When they arrived, the woman was still there, insisting that she lived in my house and that I had kicked her out. I felt a wave of disbelief. How could she think that? The officers quickly assessed the situation. I showed them proof that I lived alone. They talked to her, finally convincing her to leave me alone. As she walked away, I felt a mix of relief and confusion. What had just happened? I was shaken. That woman's behavior was bizarre, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong with her. Why had she chosen me? It was a day I would never forget. A perfect morning that turned into a nightmare, reminding me that danger can lurk in the most ordinary places. I never thought working at a Dollar Tree would lead to one of the scariest nights of my life. I was there for about a year, and most days were uneventful. My co-workers were friendly, and the store never really got too busy. I had come from a much more hectic retail job, so the calm was a welcome change. But everything changed during one eerie night shift. I was closing up the store, with just an hour to go. My coworker left early, leaving me alone in the flickering fluorescent lights. The store was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of plastic bags. A few customers wandered the aisles, but one man caught my attention. He approached my register with a single item, his short hair and average height making him blend into the crowd. I checked him out, and he left without a word. But then, in again. It was him. This time he came in just half an hour before closing. I was alone again, and as he checked out with his item, a sense of dread crept in. The store was silent, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. When closing time came, I made my way to the door. Just as I was about to lock it, I saw him approaching again. He reached the door, trying to pull it open. Panic gripped me. I quickly locked it and told him, "We're closed." "Can I just grab something real quick?" he asked, desperation in his voice. "No, sorry," I insisted, my hands shaking. He turned away, walking down the sidewalk, and I exhaled, relief washing over me again. I finished cleaning the store, but that unsettling feeling lingered. Days later, I was at my friend's house, not even planning to watch the news. But then, a story came on that made my blood run cold. They were reporting on a robbery, and as they showed the suspect's photo, my heart stopped. It was him, the man who had haunted my shifts. I couldn't believe it. I told my friend everything, the unsettling visits, the requests for a ride, the closed doors. I felt chills crawl down my spine, realizing how close I had come to danger. What if I had let him in? What if I had given him that ride? He had been sizing me up all along. I couldn't shake the thought that maybe he was planning to rob the Dollar Tree that night. That was the craziest, most chilling experience I ever had while working there. A constant reminder that danger can lurk in the most mundane places.
Mark and Lisa had been married for just a few days when they embarked on their honeymoon. They chose a secluded cabin deep in the woods, perfect escape from the chaos of their wedding. Cabin was nestled by a serene lake, surrounded by towering pine trees that seemed to touch the sky. It was the perfect getaway, so they thought. First couple of days were blissful. They spent their mornings kayaking on the crystal clear lake,
their afternoons hiking through the dense forest, and their evenings cozied up by the fireplace. The world felt distant, and it was just the two of them, deeply in love, with no one around for miles. But on the third night, things began to change. Lisa woke up suddenly, heart pounding. Cabin was silent, but something felt off. She glanced at the clock. 3:17 a.m. As she lay there in the darkness, she heard it. Soft, deliberate footsteps on the wooden floor outside their bedroom. She nudged Mark awake, whispering that someone was in the cabin. Mark, groggy and half asleep, dismissed her concerns. Probably just the wind, or maybe an animal outside, he mumbled, turning over and pulling the covers up. But Lisa wasn't convinced. The footsteps were too clear, too purposeful. She strained her ears, and the footsteps stopped, replaced by a faint whispering, almost as if someone was standing right outside their door, speaking in hushed tones. She sat up in bed, fear tightening her chest. "Mark, please listen." Urged. Mark sighed, finally sitting up. But as they both listened, the cabin was eerily quiet again. No footsteps, no whispers, just the sound of the wind rustling through the trees outside. Mark tried to reassure her. Maybe it was just the cabin settling. Old wood can make strange noises, especially at night. Kissed her forehead, and eventually she managed to fall back asleep, though her sleep was restless and filled with strange dreams. The next morning, Lisa couldn't shake the unease she felt. As they sat on the porch, sipping coffee, she noticed something odd. The door to the small shed at the edge of the property was slightly ajar, even though she distinctly remembered closing it the day before. She mentioned it to Mark, but he brushed it off, saying she was just spooked from last night. Lisa couldn't let it go. That evening, after they returned from a hike, she decided to take another look inside the shed. The old, weathered door creaked as she pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, filled with the scent of damp wood and earth. There were tools hanging on the walls, an old workbench covered in dust, and something else, an object that caught her eye. It was a journal, lying on the floor as if someone had dropped it in a hurry. Curious, Lisa picked it up and flipped through the pages. The entries were dated from years ago, written in a hurried, almost frantic script. As she read, a chill ran down her spine. The journal belonged to a woman who had stayed in the cabin with her husband. The entries started out normal descriptions of their days spent in the woods, the beauty of the lake, peace of the cabin. But then, the tone shifted. The woman wrote about hearing footsteps at night, whispers in the dark, and a growing sense of dread. She described her husband's growing paranoia, how he became convinced that something was watching them, something that wanted them to stay. The final entry was unfinished, the handwriting shaky and uneven. "I hear it now, outside the door. It wants us to stay forever." Lisa's hands trembled as she closed the journal. She rushed back to the cabin, her heart racing. She found Mark in the kitchen, preparing dinner. She told him about the journal, her voice laced with fear. Mark frowned, trying to calm her down. "It's just an old story, Lisa. Maybe the woman was just paranoid, or maybe she and her husband were playing some kind of game." But Lisa couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. That night, as they lay in bed, the cabin felt colder, darkness deeper. Around midnight, the footsteps started again, louder this time. Mark finally acknowledged the sound, his face pale. They both sat up, straining to hear. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, moving through the cabin. Mark got out of bed, grabbing the flashlight from the bedside table. "Stay here," he whispered to Lisa, though his voice trembled. He opened the bedroom door and stepped into the hallway. The beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness, but it revealed nothing, just the empty hallway. But then, the whispering started again. It was clearer now, almost as if the voices were coming from the walls themselves. Mark's heart pounded as he moved towards the living room. The air felt thick, oppressive. The voices grew louder, unintelligible, but filled with malice. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and died, plunging the cabin into darkness. Mark fumbled with it, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Then, he felt it. Cold, icy hand on his shoulder. He spun around. There was no one there. In the bedroom, Lisa heard Mark's panicked breathing. She called out to him, but the only response was a deep, guttural voice that wasn't his. "Stay, forever," she screamed, leaping out of bed and rushing into the hallway. She found Mark standing there, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. The flashlight flickered back to life, and in its dim light, they saw them. Shadows, twisted and contorted, moving towards them from all directions. They ran, bursting out of the cabin into the cold night. They didn't stop until they reached their car, parked at the edge of the property. Mark fumbled with the keys, finally getting the car started. As they sped away, Lisa glanced back at the cabin. In the rearview mirror, she saw the door slowly closing on its own, as if the cabin itself was alive, watching them leave. They never spoke of the cabin again, but the memory of that night haunted them. The feeling that something had wanted to keep them there forever. And sometimes, in the dead of night, they would wake up, hearts pounding, certain they could still hear those footsteps following them wherever they went. Sarah and Tom couldn't believe their luck when they found an old, luxurious hotel nestled in the heart of the mountain. The Grand Orchid Hotel, everything they wanted: privacy, charm, and a sense of old-world elegance. Perfect place for a romantic honeymoon. The hotel was almost empty, save for a few staff members who were polite but distant. As they checked in, the receptionist handed them a brass key with an intricate design. "Room 217, she said with a slight smile. "One of our finest." Their room was stunning, with tall windows overlooking the misty mountains, antique furniture, and a massive bed draped in velvet. It was like stepping back in time. They spent the day exploring the nearby trails, and by evening they were ready to relax. After a candlelit dinner, they retired to their room, tired but happy. The first night passed uneventful. But on the second night, Sarah woke to the sound of soft sobbing. She sat up, listening intently. It sounded like a woman crying, muffled but close. She nudged Tom awake. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Tom listened, and he heard it too. The soft, heartbreaking sobs of a woman in distress. They got out of bed and followed the sound to the hallway, but it was empty. The sobbing stopped as suddenly as it had started. Tom tried to brush it off. "Old buildings like this make weird noises," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. They went back to bed. Sarah couldn't sleep. She lay awake, her mind racing. Something didn't feel right. The next morning, they mentioned the sobbing to the receptionist. She looked surprised but offered no explanation, simply saying that they would investigate. The rest of the day passed quietly. Sarah couldn't shake her unease. She felt watched, as if the walls themselves had eyes. That night, it started again. This time, it wasn't just sobbing. They heard footsteps pacing back and forth outside their door, and then a loud crash, like a mirror shattering. They rushed into the hallway, but again there was nothing. No broken glass, no one there. Just silent. Sarah noticed something odd as they returned to their room. The hallway mirror had a crack in it that hadn't been there before, as if something had struck it with great force. She mentioned it to Tom, who frowned but said nothing. They decided to stay up, determined to catch whatever was causing the disturbances. Midnight came, and with it, the sobbing, footsteps, and then voices. Low, murmuring voices, speaking in hushed tones that they couldn't quite make out. The air grew cold, and the shadows in the room seemed to stretch and twist. Tom grabbed his phone and turned on the flashlight. As he swept the room, the beam landed on the mirror above the dresser. There, in the reflection, was a woman in a wedding dress, her face pale and tear-streaked. She stared at them with hollow eyes, her lips moving silently. Sarah screamed, and the woman vanished, leaving the room plunged into darkness. They heard a knock on the door, sharp and urgent. Tom flung it open, but there was no one there, just the empty hallway and the cracked mirror on the wall. The next morning, they decided to leave. The hotel, once charming, now felt oppressive, a cage closing in around them. As they packed, Sarah noticed something strange on the dresser. It was a small, ornate locket, something she hadn't seen before. She picked it up and opened it, revealing a photograph of the woman in the wedding dress. Look at this, he said, showing him the locket. Tom's face paled. We need to get out of here now, he said, his voice trembling. They hurried down to the reception desk, but there was no one there. The hotel was eerily silent. They tried to call for a taxi, but their phones had no signal. Panic set in as they realized they were trapped. Just then, the receptionist appeared, her expression calm. Is everything all right? He asked, her voice too cheerful. We need to leave, Tom said, barely hiding his feet. The receptionist nodded slowly. Of course, but before you go, there's something you should know. She handed them an old newspaper thing. The headline read, Bride found dead in Grand Orchid Hotel. Tragic suicide after groom disappears. Sarah's hands shook as she read the article. The woman in the locket, the ghost in their room, had been a bride who checked into the hotel for her honeymoon. Her groom vanished mysteriously, and in her despair, she had taken her own life. Her spirit had been trapped in the hotel ever since, searching for her lost love. The receptionist's smile never wavered. Room 217 was her room. Some say she's still looking for her husband. Sometimes, she mistakes our guests for him. Tom and Sarah exchanged horrified glances. They didn't wait for anything else. Grabbing their bags, they rushed out of the hotel, not looking back. As they drove away, Sarah glanced in the rearview mirror. The Grand Orchid Hotel stood silent and still, shrouded in mist. But in the back seat, just for a moment, she thought she saw a figure. A woman in a wedding dress. Her eyes filled with sorrow, staring at her with an intensity that sent chills down her spine. The locket she had left on the dresser was now in her hand, old and heavy. The clasp was open, revealing the same haunting photograph. Mom, she whispered, it's not over. Emma and Jack had always dreamed of a tropical honeymoon, so when they found an exclusive villa on a remote island, it seemed like paradise. The island was stunning, with white sandy beaches, crystal-clear waters, and a dense jungle that beckoned to be explored. The villa itself was a masterpiece. Open spaces, luxurious amenities, and an infinity pool that seemed to merge with the ocean. But as soon as they set foot on the island, Emma felt a strange unease. The locals were friendly enough, but there was a wariness in their eyes, especially when they mentioned the villa. The old boatman who ferried them to the island had warned them about staying too long, but they dismissed it as superstition. Their first few days were idyllic. They snorkeled, lounged by the pool, and enjoyed the privacy of having the entire island to themselves. But on the fourth night, Emma had a disturbing dream. She dreamt of a woman, her face obscured by shadows, standing at the edge of the jungle watching the villa with cold, empty eyes. The woman's presence was so vivid that Emma woke up in a cold sweat, heart racing. She told Jack about the dream the next morning, but he brushed it off. It's probably just your imagination. We're in a new place. It's normal to have strange dreams, he said. But Emma couldn't shake the feeling that the dream was more than just a figment of her imagination. That evening, as they were having dinner on the veranda, Emma saw something move in the jungle. At first, she thought it was just an animal, but then she saw it, figure standing among the trees, barely visible in the fading light. It was the woman from her dream, face still hidden in shadow. Emma gasped, dropping her fork. Jack, look. But when Jack turned to see, the figure was gone. He tried to reassure her, but Emma was on edge for the rest of the evening. She couldn't stop thinking about the woman in the jungle, watching them. That night, the wind picked up, howling through the trees and rattling the windows. Emma couldn't sleep. She kept hearing faint whispers, carried on the wind, but whenever she tried to listen closely, they faded away. She felt like the villa was alive, breathing around them. Around midnight, the power went out. The villa was plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the moon and the occasional flash of lightning. Emma's unease turned to fear as the whispers grew louder, or insistent. She could almost make out words, but they were in a language she didn't understand. Jack got up to check the fuse box, leaving Emma alone in the bedroom. She lay in the darkness, listening to the wind and the whispers, her fear mounting. Suddenly, she heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, coming from the hallway. She called out for Jack, but there was no answer. The footsteps grew closer, stopping just outside the bedroom door. Emma held her breath, too terrified to move. The door creaked open, and in the dim light, she saw the silhouette of the woman from her dream, standing in the doorway, her face still obscured. The woman stepped into the room, a presence cold and menacing. Emma felt a crushing sense of dread, like she was being suffocated by the very air. The woman raised a hand, pointing directly at Emma, and in that moment, Emma knew she was in the presence of something ancient and malevolent. Just as Emma was about to scream, the lights flickered back on. The woman was gone, and Jack was standing in the doorway, a look of concern on his face. "Emma, what's wrong? You're white as a sheet." Emma told him what she had seen, but Jack was skeptical. He suggested they leave the island the next day, just to be safe. Emma agreed, desperate to get away from the villa and whatever was haunting it, but the island wasn't done with them yet. The next morning, they packed their bags and headed to the dock. The boatman was nowhere to be found. They waited for hours, but no one came. The whispers started again, this time louder, echoing through the jungle. As the sun began to set, they realized they were trapped. Emma's fear turned to panic. She knew the woman was still out there, watching, waiting. As darkness fell, the whispers grew to a deafening chorus. The villa itself seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, the walls vibrating with the force of unseen voices. Emma and Jack huddled together in the bedroom, the only place they felt somewhat safe. But safety was an illusion. In the dead of night, the villa came alive. The doors slammed shut on their own, the windows rattled violently, and the temperature plummeted. Then, the woman appeared again, this time at the foot of their bed. Her face was no longer hidden, it was a grotesque, decaying visage, her eyes hollow and filled with hatred. She spoke, her voice a guttural rasp. "You shouldn't have come here. You will never leave." The room filled with a blinding light, and when it faded, Emma and Jack found themselves standing in the middle of the jungle, the villa nowhere in sight. The whispers had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. They were never seen again. Months later, the island was abandoned. The locals refused to go near it, calling it cursed. The villa, once a symbol of luxury, was left to decay, overtaken by the jungle. But some say on stormy nights you can still hear the whispers of Emma and Jack, lost in the jungle, forever searching for a way out. Nina and Eric had always dreamed of a honeymoon cruise, sailing across the open sea, visiting exotic locations and enjoying all the luxuries a cruise ship could offer. When they found an all-inclusive, week-long cruise on the SS Elysium, they didn't hesitate to book it. The ship was a majestic vessel, with grand dining halls, a sparkling pool, and endless entertainment options. From the moment they boarded, everything seemed perfect. They were greeted with champagne, their cabin was spacious and beautifully decorated, and the ocean stretched out in all directions, a shimmering expanse of blue. But as the ship pulled away from the dock, Nina felt a strange sense of unease. The first few days were wonderful. They dined under the stars, explored the ship, and made friends with other honeymooners. But on the third night, everything changed. It began with a strange noise, a soft humming that Nina heard while they were having dinner in the grand dining hall. It was a low, mournful tune, like someone humming an old lullaby. Nina looked around, but no one else seemed to notice the sound. She mentioned it to Eric, but he just shrugged. "It's probably just part of the music," he said, though Nina wasn't so sure. That night, as they returned to their cabin, Nina felt a sudden chill. The corridor leading to their room was dimly lit, and as they walked, she thought she saw something out of the corner of her eye, a shadowy figure standing at the end of the hallway. But when she turned to look, it was gone. They entered their cabin, and Nina tried to shake off the feeling of unease. But as she was getting ready for bed, she heard the humming again, this time louder, coming from the bathroom. She froze, listening. The tune was the same, a haunting melody that seemed to echo through the walls. "Eric, do you hear that?" she whispered. Eric listened, and for a moment his face paled. "Yeah, I hear it," he admitted. He got up and checked the bathroom, but it was empty. The humming stopped as soon as he entered, leaving only the sound of the ocean outside. They both tried to dismiss it as a trick of the mind, but the unease lingered. The next morning, they decided to explore the ship's lower decks, hoping to distract themselves. As they wandered through the ship, they came across a section that seemed older, less maintained. The walls were lined with old photos of the ship's early voyages. The air felt thick, heavy with the scent of salt and decay. As they examined the photos, Nina noticed something odd. In one of the pictures, taken decades ago, there was a couple standing on the deck, their faces partially obscured by shadows. The woman looked eerily similar to Nina, and the man's face was disturbingly familiar, almost like Eric, but with a haunted, hollow expression. "Eric, look at this," Nina said, pointing to the photo. Eric frowned. "That's weird," he muttered, clearly unsettled. "It's just a coincidence, though." But Nina wasn't convinced. The couple in the photo seemed out of place, almost like they didn't belong in the picture. As they continued exploring, they came across a closed-off section of the ship. A sign on the door read, "Restricted access, crew only." A sense of foreboding washed over Nina. "Let's go back," she urged. Eric was curious. "Just a quick look," he said, pushing the door open. The hallway beyond was dark and narrow, the walls lined with old, rusted pipes. The air was colder here, and the humming started again, louder, more insistent. They followed the sound down the corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The hallway ended at a heavy steel door, slightly ajar. Eric pushed it open, and they stepped into a small, dimly lit room. Inside, they found a makeshift shrine, filled with old photos, trinkets, and candles. At the center of the shrine was a large portrait of the same couple from the photo they had seen earlier. But now, the couple's faces were clearer, and the resemblance to Nina and Eric was undeniable. Nina's heart pounded in her chest. "Eric, we need to leave," she whispered, backing away from the shrine. But Eric was frozen, staring at the portrait. This isn't possible," he muttered. "How can they look exactly like us?" As they turned to leave, the door slammed shut behind them, trapping them in the room. The humming grew louder, filling the air with a haunting melody that seemed to seep into their bones. The candles flickered, and the shadows on the walls began to move, swirling around them like a dark fog. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a figure stepped into the room. It was the woman from the portrait, her face pale and ghostly, her eyes filled with sorrow. She stared at Nina, her expression unreadable. "You shouldn't have come here," the woman whispered, her voice echoing through the room. "You were never meant to leave." The room began to spin, the walls closing in around them. Nina felt herself being pulled towards the woman, her body heavy and unresponsive. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. Eric grabbed her arm, pulling her back towards the door. "Run," he shouted, his voice barely audible over the deafening hum. They stumbled out of the room, and down the hallway, the shadows chasing them, reaching out with long, dark tendrils. They burst back into the main part of the ship, slamming the door behind them. The humming stopped, and the air was suddenly calm again. They didn't stop running until they reached their cabin, where they locked the door and collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath. That night, they couldn't sleep. Every creak of the ship, every whisper of the wind sent them into a panic. The next morning, they demanded to disembark at the next port, cutting their honeymoon short. As they left the ship, Nina looked back one last time. Standing on the deck, watching them, was the woman from the portrait, her eyes filled with sadness. As the ship sailed away, Nina realized with a chill that the woman was still humming that haunting lullaby. And in the back of her mind, she knew that no matter how far they ran, the phantom of the SS Elysium would follow them, forever bound to their fate. Lily and Max had always loved winter getaways, so when they found a secluded chalet in the snowy mountains, it seemed like the perfect spot for their honeymoon. The The chalet was charming, with a cozy fireplace, large windows overlooking the snowy landscape, and a secluded location that promised privacy and romance. First few days were magical. They skied, built snowmen, and enjoyed the crisp, fresh air. The chalet was everything they had hoped for, until the fourth night when the peaceful retreat turned into a nightmare. It began with strange noises. Lily woke in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps creaking on the wooden floor. But when she looked around, Max was fast asleep. She tried to ignore it, attributing it to the old building settling. But the noises continued, growing louder and more frequent. The next night, Lily heard the sounds of someone pacing back and forth outside their bedroom door, followed by the sound of something scratching at the wood. She woke Max, and they checked the chalet, found nothing amiss. Following day, they decided to explore the area around the chalet. They came across a small, abandoned cabin deep in the woods. It was old and dilapidated, with broken windows and a sagging roof. Lily felt an odd sense of dread as they approached. Max, ever the adventurer, wanted to investigate. Inside the cabin, they found old furniture covered in dust and cobwebs. On a dusty bookshelf, there were old photographs of the chalet and its previous occupant. One photo in particular caught Lily's eye, a group of people standing in front of the chalet, their faces grim and serious. Among them was a woman with hollow eyes, a ghostly pallor. "Who are these people?" Lily asked, voice trembling. Max shrugged. "Probably the previous owners. Maybe they had a rough time here." That night, the disturbances escalated. Lily woke to find the room freezing cold, her breath visible in the air. The scratching sounds were now accompanied by whispers, soft, eerie voices that seemed to come from the walls. She clutched Max's arm, but he was still asleep, seemingly unaffected. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out. The chalet was plunged into darkness, and the temperature dropped even further. Lily's heart raced as the whispers grew louder, their words growing clearer. They spoke of betrayal, loss, and death, filling the room with a sense of impending doom. Lily grabbed a flashlight and shone it around the room. The beam of light revealed nothing but shadows. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they were a cacophony of mournful cries. Lily felt a cold hand on her shoulder and spun around, but there was no one there. Desperate, she shook Max awake. "Max, wake up. Something's wrong." Max groggily opened his eyes. But before he could react, the room was filled with a blinding light. Lily shielded her eyes, and when the light faded, she found herself alone. Max was gone, and the chalet was eerily silent. She called out for Max, her voice echoing through the empty rooms. As she searched the chalet, she came across an old journal hidden in a drawer. The journal belonged to a woman named Eleanor, who had lived in the chalet many years ago. The entries were filled with despair and fear, describing how Eleanor's husband had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Eleanor's writings grew more frantic as she described hearing whispers, seeing shadows, and feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. In the final entry, Eleanor wrote, "They come for those who stay too long. The spirits of those who were wronged haunt this place, seeking vengeance. Beware, for they will take what is theirs." Lily's blood ran cold. She realized with a shiver that Eleanor had been the woman in the photograph from the abandoned cabin. The chalet was cursed, haunted by the spirits of those who had suffered. Just then, Lily heard a noise, a faint, sorrowful wail coming from the basement. She hesitated. Her fear drove her to investigate. She descended the creaky stairs into the darkness, the flashlight's beam revealing old, dusty storage boxes and cobwebs. At the bottom of the stairs, she found a small, locked door. The wailing grew louder, more desperate. Lily's hands trembled as she fumbled with the lock, finally prying it open. Inside, she found a small room with a single broken mirror and a dusty old bed. On the bed was a pile of old clothes and a locket. Lily picked up the locket and opened it, revealing a photograph of Eleanor and her husband, both looking happy and content. But beneath the photo was a letter, written in Eleanor's hand. It described how Eleanor had been betrayed by her husband, who had planned to leave her behind in the mountains. The spirits of the wronged had taken him, leaving Eleanor to die alone in the chalet. As Lily read the letter, the temperature dropped even further. She felt a presence behind her, and when she turned, she saw Eleanor's ghostly figure standing in the corner of the room, her eyes filled with anger and sorrow. "You must leave," Eleanor's ghost whispered. "The spirits demand retribution." Lily fled from the basement, scrambling up the stairs and out of the chalet. She ran through the snow, not stopping until she reached the nearest town. Exhausted and terrified, she sought help and reported the strange events. When authorities returned to the chalet, it was abandoned. The chalet had been empty for years, and the haunting seemed to have been a part of its tragic history. Townspeople spoke of the curse, warning others not to stay too long. Lily and Max never returned to the chalet, and their honeymoon ended in a blur of fear and confusion. The chalet remained, a silent witness to its dark past, waiting for the next unwitting couple to stumble into its grasp. Clara and Daniel were looking for the perfect honeymoon destination when they stumbled upon an old, opulent mansion on the outskirts of a quaint, historic town. The mansion, known as the Ravenwood Estate, had been recently renovated and was available for private rental. It seemed like the perfect blend of elegance and seclusion, with grand halls, antique furnishings, and sprawling gardens. Upon arrival, the estate lived up to its reputation. The mansion was magnificent, with high ceilings, ornate chandeliers, and luxurious decor. Clara and Daniel were thrilled with their choice and eagerly settled in for a week of romance and relaxation. Their first few days were blissful. They explored the gardens, dined by candlelight in the grand dining room, and enjoyed the solitude of the estate. But on the fourth night, things began to take a dark turn. It started with strange occurrences. Clara woke up to find the bedroom door slightly ajar, though she was certain she had closed it. Following night, she heard soft footsteps in the hallway, but when she checked, there was no one there. Daniel dismissed these events as quirks of an old house, but Clara couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. On the fifth night, Clara decided to explore the mansion's upper floors, which they hadn't yet visited. The upper floors were dimly lit, with long corridors and locked doors. Clara found an old key in a drawer in the library, which fit one of the locked doors. As she unlocked the door, she felt a shiver run down her spine. The room beyond was a private study, filled with dusty books and old paintings. One painting, in particular, caught her eye. Portrait of a woman with piercing eyes, dressed in Victorian clothing. There was something unsettling about her gaze, as if she was watching Clara. In the corner of the study, Clara found an old journal. It belonged to a woman named Evelyn Ravenscroft, last owner of the estate. The entries were filled with cryptic notes about forbidden rituals, hidden passages, and a pact with dark forces. Evelyn had been obsessed with the occult and had made a deal with a mysterious entity in exchange for eternal beauty and youth. The final entry described a ritual performed in the mansion's cellar. Evelyn had written, "Tonight, I summon the spirits. Price will be steep, but I am willing to pay. The power will be mine, and the estate will be ours for eternity." Clara's curiosity was piqued, but she was also deeply unsettled. She decided to show Daniel the journal, but when she returned to the bedroom, she found him missing. The room was in disarray, and there was a note on the bed, written in shaky handwriting. "I've gone to find the truth." Panicked, Clara searched the mansion for Daniel, calling out his name. She found a hidden passage behind a bookshelf in the library, leading down to a dark, musty cellar. The passage was narrow and steep, and the air grew colder as she descended. At the bottom of the stairs, Clara found herself in a large, candle-lit chamber. The walls were adorned with strange symbols, and in the center of the room was a stone altar. On the altar lay a book bound in dark leather, and beside it, Daniel was kneeling, seemingly in a trance. Clara approached him, shaking him awake. "Daniel, what are you doing? We need to get out of here." Daniel looked up, his eyes vacant. Clara, it's too late. We've unleashed something. Before Clara could respond, the candles flickered and went out, plunging the chamber into darkness. Clara's heart raced as she heard whispers, low and guttural, coming from all directions. The shadows in the room seemed to writhe and twist, forming grotesque shapes. A chilling wind swept through the chamber. Clara felt a cold presence behind her. She turned to see Evelyn's ghostly figure emerging from the shadows, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. You should not have disturbed my work. Evelyn's voice echoed through the room. Now, you must pay the price. The room seemed to collapse in on itself, the walls closing in, and the air became thick with a malevolent energy. Clara grabbed Daniel and tried to drag him towards the passage, but the shadows clawed at them, pulling them back. Evelyn's spirit moved closer, her face twisted in a mask of rage and despair. The pact was made long ago. The estate is mine, and those who intrude will be trapped forever. In a desperate move, Clara grabbed the journal and threw it into the altar's flames, hoping it would disrupt the ritual. The flames roared to life, casting an eerie light across the chamber. Evelyn's ghost screamed, her form flickering and distorting. With a final burst of strength, Clara pulled Daniel towards the passage, and they ran, the shadows snapping at their heels. They scrambled up the stairs and out of the mansion, a dark presence retreating behind them. As they fled into the night, the mansion seemed to shudder and groan, its dark secrets finally unleashed. The once grand estate was left behind, dark silhouette against the moonlit sky. Clara and Daniel never spoke of their experience again, their honeymoon ending in a haze of fear and confusion. The Ravenwood estate remained, its dark history a warning to those who might seek its forbidden allure. The townspeople spoke of strange happenings at the mansion, of lights flickering in empty rooms, of eerie whispers on the wind, and of the mansion's dark, watchful presence. And in the quiet of the night, if one listened closely, they might hear the mournful wail of Evelyn's spirit, forever bound to the estate she had sought to control.
Amelia had always loved old things, vintage clothes, ancient books, and antique furniture. So when she found a quaint apartment in the city, untouched by modern renovations, she knew it was meant for her. Everything about it felt right, except for the bathroom mirror. It was strange. The apartment was old and worn, but the mirror above the sink was pristine, almost regal. Its frame, intricately carved with swirling patterns, was tarnished with age, yet it emitted a soft glow. Something about it made her uneasy, but she brushed the thought away. She was just tired from the move. On the first night, Amelia didn't think much of it. The bathroom light flickered a bit, but that was to be expected in an old building. As she brushed her teeth, she caught herself staring into the mirror. The reflection seemed normal, yet something felt off. She leaned closer, squinting at her own face. For a split second, her reflection smiled, but she wasn't smiling. Startled, she stepped back, heart pounding. When she looked again, everything was normal. She laughed nervously. It's just the exhaustion. Pulled herself, turned off the bathroom light, and went to bed, the unease lingering. Days passed, and the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it grew worse. The mirror seemed delayed. Whenever Amelia would pass by, her reflection would lag just a second behind. It wasn't noticeable at first, but soon it became impossible to ignore. Her movements were no longer synced. It would turn her head, and her reflection would turn a beat later. One evening, after a particularly long day, she stood in front of the mirror again. A reflection stared back at her, but there was something wrong. She raised her hand to touch her face, but the reflection didn't mimic her. Just stood there, staring. Breath hitched. Slowly, her reflection began to smile, a wide grin that stretched unnaturally across its face. Amelia gasped, stumbling backward. She looked again. The reflection was back to normal, her face expressionless, just as it should be. But that was it. She couldn't take it anymore. Something was wrong with the mirror. She had to get rid of it. That night, Amelia couldn't sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw that twisted grin. She needed answers. Grabbing her laptop, she began researching. She scrolled through articles about cursed mirrors, haunted reflections, and strange phenomena. One story caught her eye. A mirror, much like hers, was said to have belonged to a sorceress centuries ago. The tale was eerie. People who stared into the mirror for too long would find themselves trapped in it, their souls imprisoned while their reflections lived on, feeding off their fear. Her heart raced as she read on. The mirror in the story sounded just like her. Ornate, ancient, and undeniably cursed. She had to leave. Whatever was happening, it was dangerous. She decided to pack up and move out the next morning, but as she packed, the bathroom door creaked open. Amelia froze. The air felt thick, oppressive, as if someone or something was watching her. Slowly, she turned toward the bathroom. The mirror seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Its surface almost lithe. Her reflection was there, but it wasn't alone. Dark, shadowy figures crowded behind it, their faces twisted in agony. They weren't just reflections, they were trapped souls. People who had fallen victim to the mirror's curse. Panic surged through Amelia as she realized she wasn't just seeing things. Figures behind her reflection were real, and they were watching her, waiting for her to make a move. She needed to destroy the mirror, and whatever horror was lurking inside it. Without thinking, she grabbed a heavy object from the counter and swung it at the glass. The mirror cracked, but as she went to swing again, something unexpected happened. Her reflection moved, not just mimicking her movements, but reaching out toward her. Cold, invisible fingers wrapped around her wrist, pulling her closer to the mirror. Amelia struggled, screaming as she tried to break free. The pull was too strong. Crack in the mirror widened, distorting her reflection, making it look more grotesque. Her reflection smiled again, that same horrible grin, as it yanked her through the glass. The world shifted. She felt herself falling, tumbling through darkness, her screams swallowed by the void. The next morning, the apartment was silent. Sunlight filtered through the windows, but the bathroom remained dark. The mirror stood unbroken, surface smooth, untouched. There was no sign of Amelia, but in the reflection, a faint, twisted smile appeared, waiting for the next victim to look too closely. Ryan moved into his college apartment with excitement. It wasn't fancy, but it was his first place on his own, and he couldn't wait to make it his. The apartment was small but comfortable, and for the first few weeks, everything felt normal. But then he started hearing the whispers. It began one evening after a long day of classes. Ryan was in the shower when he heard something strange. Faint whispering sound. Paused, listening, but it disappeared almost as quickly as it had come. He shrugged it off, figuring it was just the pipes or maybe his neighbor's TV. The next night, it happened again. This time, it was clearer. The sound wasn't coming from his neighbor. It was coming from the drain. Ryan leaned down, staring into the dark hole in the shower floor, trying to make sense of it. He listened carefully, heart racing. There were voices, soft and distant, but undeniably real. He stepped out of the shower quickly, his mind racing. It had to be his imagination. He'd been stressed from school, and maybe his brain was just playing tricks on him. But deep down, Ryan couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The whispers didn't stop. Over the next week, they became louder, more insistent. Sometimes they sounded like they were right there with him, just beneath the surface of the water. They weren't just voices anymore. They were words, though distorted and hard to understand. Ryan couldn't make out much, but what he did hear chilled him to the bone. "Help us," the voices seemed to say. "We're trapped underneath." Ryan didn't know what to do. He told a few friends about it, but they laughed it off, saying it was probably just the pipes making noise. But Ryan knew better. Every time he stepped into that shower, the voices grew louder, more frantic. He tried ignoring them, tried drowning them out with music, but nothing worked. They were always there, whispering, calling to him. Then one night, the whispers changed. They weren't asking for help anymore. They were warning him. "Get out," they said. "It's coming. It's in the walls." Ryan's heart raced as he listened to the voices, his blood running cold. What was in the walls? Was it the source of the whispers? He didn't have time to think. Suddenly the pipes rattled violently, and the shower water turned ice cold. Then he heard it, scratching. It was faint at first, but then it grew louder, more frantic. Something was moving inside the walls, something that didn't belong there. Ryan bolted out of the shower, his mind racing with terror. He tried to leave the apartment, but the door wouldn't budge. The scratching grew louder, accompanied by more whispers, angry, pleading voices that filled the air around him. The walls seemed to pulse with life, pipes groaning as if under pressure. Ryan felt trapped, suffocated by the noise. Suddenly, the bathroom drain gurgled loudly, and a rush of dark water began to pour out of it. It wasn't normal water. It was thick, black, and reeked of something foul. Ryan backed away as the water spread across the floor, the voices now screaming in his ears. "It's too late," they said. "It's here." Before Ryan could react, the drain exploded open, and something emerged from it. It was dark, amorphous, and filled with writhing shadows. He screamed as the thing surged forward, wrapping around his legs, pulling him toward the drain. Clawed at the tiles, desperately trying to hold on, but the force was too strong. The last thing Ryan heard before being pulled under was the sound of the whispers, now deafening in his ears. The next morning, Ryan's apartment was quiet. Black water had vanished, and the drain was normal once again. But there was no sign of Ryan. The whispers, however, remained, waiting for the next tenant to hear their call. Sarah had always been a rational person. She didn't believe in ghosts, demons, or anything supernatural. So when she started noticing something strange in her bathroom, she tried to rationalize it. Some things defied explanation. It started with a shadow. Every night, as she stood in front of the bathroom mirror brushing her teeth, she noticed something out of the corner of her eye, a dark shape behind the shower curtain. At first, she ignored it. Her bathroom was small, and there was no room for anything to hide. It had to be a trick of the light. The shadow was always there. No matter how many times she glanced over, it remained, lurking just behind the curtain. Never moved, never made a sound. It simply stood there, watching her. One night, Sarah decided to confront it. She gathered her courage and yanked the shower curtain open, expecting to find nothing. But the shadow was gone, just as she knew it would be. The tension in her chest eased slightly, but as she turned back to the mirror, she froze. In the reflection, the shadow was still there, standing behind her, unmoving. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she spun around. The shower was empty. She checked the mirror again. The shadow was gone. She told herself it was a hallucination. She was just imagining things, but deep down, she knew something wasn't right. Over the next few nights, the shadow grew bolder. It no longer stayed in the periphery. Every time Sarah looked into the mirror, it was there, standing behind her, its dark form looming just out of reach. Sometimes it seemed to get closer, as if it were slowly advancing toward her. The worst part was, it never showed up when she looked directly at the shower, only in the reflection. One night, in a moment of desperation, Sarah set up a camera to record the bathroom while she slept. She hoped to catch whatever was happening on tape, prove to herself that it was all in her head. But when she reviewed the footage the next morning, she felt sick. The video showed her standing in the bathroom, brushing her teeth, but she wasn't alone. The shadow was there, clearly visible behind her. But that wasn't the worst part. In the footage, Sarah was talking to it. Her lips moved silently, her eyes glazed over as she spoke to the shadow behind her. She couldn't hear what she was saying, but her face was expressionless, her voice lost to the recording. Terrified, Sarah deleted the footage. She didn't want to know what she had said. She tried to avoid the bathroom after that, but eventually she had no choice but to face it. One night, the shadow appeared again, this time closer than ever before. It was no longer standing behind the shower curtain. It was right behind her, its dark form nearly touching her in the reflection. Sarah couldn't move. She was paralyzed with fear, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she stared at the mirror. The shadow tilted its head slowly, as if acknowledging her presence for the first time. Then, without warning, it reached out, its dark hands stretching toward her. Sarah screamed and spun around, but the bathroom was empty. The next morning, Sarah packed her things and left the apartment. She couldn't stay there any longer, but as she closed the bathroom door for the final time, she caught a glimpse of the mirror out of the corner of her eye. The shadow was still there, waiting for her to return. Jake was thrilled to move into his new house. It was small but charming, with just enough space for him to live comfortably. The bathroom, however, had one strange flaw: single cracked tile in the corner. At first, Jake didn't think much of it. It was an old house after all, and small imperfections were to be expected. But no matter how many times he tried to fix the tile, it kept cracking again. And each day, the crack seemed to grow. Then came the noises. It started with a faint scratching sound, like nails scraping against the tile. Jake dismissed it as the house settling, or perhaps rodents in the walls, but the noise grew louder with each passing night. It was no longer a soft scratching, it was frantic, desperate, like something trying to claw its way out from beneath the floor. Jake tried to ignore it. The sound gnawed at him. He found himself avoiding the bathroom, crack in the tile always seeming to beckon him, daring him to investigate. One night, the scratching was so loud, it woke him up. Jake couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed a flashlight and crouched down by the cracked tile, determined to find the source of the noise. As he shined the light on the crack, something caught his eye. Dark water, thick and oily, was seeping out from beneath the tile. He recoiled in disgust, but the water continued to spread, forming a pool around the crack. Then the laughter started. It was faint at first, like the giggle of a child, but it grew louder, more sinister, echoing through the bathroom. Jake's heart pounded in his chest as he stood up, backing away from the tile. The laughter continued, accompanied by the scratching, which was now frantic, almost violent. Before Jake could react, the tile shattered. Dark, twisted hands burst from beneath the floor, their fingers long and clawed, covered in dirt and grime. They reached for him, pulling at his legs, trying to drag him down into the dark pit that had opened up beneath the tiles. Jake screamed and struggled, but the hands were too strong. They pulled him down, inch by inch, as the laughter grew deafening. The last thing Jake saw before he was swallowed by the darkness was the bathroom floor closing up behind him, cracked tile resealing itself as if nothing had ever happened. The next morning, the bathroom was spotless. The tile, once cracked, was now whole, but there was no sign of Jake. The house remained quiet, the laughter and scratching gone, but the tile still had a small, faint crack, waiting for its next victim. Mia had always loved taking long, hot showers. The steam and heat helped her unwind after long days at work, but lately her showers had become anything but relaxing. Started innocently enough. After every shower, when the mirror fogged up, Mia noticed strange patterns forming in the condensation. At first, they looked like random streaks, caused by the steam and water, but over time, the patterns became more distinct. Letters, words, as if someone was writing on the glass. First message was simple: "Hello." Mia stared at the foggy mirror, heart racing. She wiped the glass clean, hoping it was just her imagination. The next day, the message returned. This time it said, "Can you see me?" Mia was unnerved, but still tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an old message from a previous tenant, something that had been left behind and was only showing up because of the steam. But as the days passed, the messages became more frequent, more personal. "I'm watching you. Don't leave me." One night, after a particularly long day, Mia stepped out of the shower and froze. The mirror was completely fogged over, but in the center, a single clear handprint stood out. It wasn't hers. Panic surged through her. She wiped the mirror clean, but the handprint remained. And this time, there was a new message. "I'm coming." Mia felt a cold chill crawl down her spine. She stepped back from the mirror, heart pounding. Suddenly, the lights flickered and the temperature in the bathroom dropped. Mia's breath came out in visible puffs as the room grew colder and colder. Then, the mirror fogged up again, and a figure appeared in the reflection. It wasn't Mia. The figure was tall, shadowy, its face obscured by the fog. It stood directly behind her, watching her through the mirror. Mia spun around, but the bathroom was empty. She looked back at the mirror. The figure was still there, closer now, hand reaching out toward. Terrified, Mia bolted from the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. She refused to go back in for days, but eventually she had no choice. When she did return, the messages were gone, mirror clear. For a moment, she thought it was over, but as she turned to leave, the mirror fogged up one last time. You can't run forever. Jessica had always been a night owl, often finding solace in the quiet solitude of her small apartment. One evening, after a long day, she decided to take a relaxing bath. As she filled the tub with warm water and added her favorite lavender bubbles, she heard a faint, almost imperceptible whispering. She assumed it was just the house settling or the sound of the water running, so she dismissed it and sank into the tub. But the whispering grew louder, more distinct. It was coming from the pipes, faint yet unmistakable voice echoing through the bathroom. Jessica strained to listen, but the voice was unintelligible, a low murmur she couldn't quite make out. It was unsettling, but she tried to relax, thinking it was just a figment of her imagination. The next night, the whispering returned, more persistent this time. Jessica's curiosity got the better of her, and she placed her ear against the bathroom pipes, trying to decipher the voice. To her horror, she realized it was calling her name. The voice was desperate, pleading, with a tone that made her skin crawl. "Jessica," it whispered. "Help us. It's coming." Fearful, Jessica left the bathroom, but the voice followed her. It echoed through her apartment, growing louder and more frantic. Desperate to escape the eerie sound, she left her apartment and went for a walk, trying to clear her head. When she returned, the whispering had intensified. That night, Jessica lay awake in bed, the voice echoing in her mind. She heard the sound of scratching from the pipes, as if something was trying to break through. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, until they were screaming. In a fit of terror, she went back to the bathroom. The mirror was fogged up, and in the condensation, she saw words forming. "It's here. We're trapped." Suddenly, the water in the tub started to bubble violently, and the temperature dropped sharply. Jessica's breath fogged up as she watched in horror. The voice in the pipes grew deafening, and she felt a cold hand wrap around her ankle from the bathtub. Screaming, Jessica tore the bathroom apart, trying to find the source of the voice. As she did, she noticed the pipes were shaking violently, and the walls were cracking. The last thing she saw was the bathroom floor giving way, and she was pulled into the darkness below. The next morning, Jessica's apartment was silent. The bathroom was empty, with no sign of the terror that had unfolded. The pipes were still, and the whispering had stopped. But if you listen closely, you might hear a faint, desperate whisper coming from the pipes, calling for help. Emily moved into an old farmhouse that had been vacant for years. The house had charm, but the bathroom was particularly unsettling. It had an old wooden cabinet above the sink with a rusted lock. The cabinet had been sealed shut. Emily was curious about what might be inside. One evening, she decided to clean the bathroom and tried to open the cabinet. To her surprise, the lock came off easily, and the cabinet door creaked open. Inside, she found old toiletries and faded towels, but nothing out of the ordinary. She put everything back, locking the cabinet once more. That night, Emily heard strange noises coming from the bathroom. At first, she thought it was the house settling. The noises continued, a scraping sound, as if something was being dragged across the floor. She tried to ignore it, but the sounds grew louder, more insistent. Unable to sleep, Emily went to investigate. The bathroom was dark, but the cabinet door was ajar, slightly open. She felt a chill as she approached it, and the scraping sound grew louder. The cabinet seemed to be moving on its own, creaking and rattling. Suddenly, the door flung open, and a gust of cold air blasted Emily. The cabinet was filled with old, dusty items, but one thing caught her eye. an old, faded photograph of a woman with hollow eyes. The photo was staring directly at her, its eyes following her every move. Emily felt a cold hand on her shoulder, and she spun around, but no one was there. The bathroom light flickered, and the temperature dropped dramatically. The photograph seemed to move on its own, the woman's eyes shifting and her expression changing to one of terror. Panicked, Emily tried to close the cabinet door, but it resisted. The scraping sound intensified, and the cabinet began to shake violently. She heard whispers coming from within, pleading and begging for release. "Let us out," the voices cried. "Help us." Emily slammed the cabinet door shut and locked it tightly, hands trembling. She ran out of the bathroom, her heart racing. That night, she couldn't sleep and the noises continued, echoing through the walls. The next morning, Emily found the cabinet door open again, photograph missing. The noises had stopped, but the cabinet felt colder than ever. She left the farmhouse soon after, unable to shake the feeling that something was still trapped inside, waiting for someone to unlock it again.
In the heart of a sprawling metropolis, the life of Daniel, a struggling artist, had become a daily grind of debt and despair. When an enigmatic invitation arrived at his doorstep promising a life-changing fortune, he hesitated but ultimately couldn't resist the lure. The letter was simple, adorned with a crimson emblem, and directed him to an abandoned amusement park on the outskirts of the city. Daniel arrived just as twilight began to cloak the park in shadows. The once vibrant rides were now rusted and decrepit, and the laughter that once echoed through the air had been replaced by an eerie silence. A large gate, adorned with the same crimson emblem from the letter, creaked open, inviting him inside. With a deep breath, he stepped into the darkness. As he ventured deeper into the park, he noticed other participants emerging from the gloom, each bearing the same haunted expression. They were guided to a central tent, where a masked figure awaited them, holding a large, ornate book. The figure's voice was smooth, chillingly calm as he explained the rules. There would be a series of games, each designed to test their skill and luck. The grand prize for the sole survivor was a fortune beyond imagination, but there was a catch. Failure meant death. The first game was a twisted take on the classic carousel. Participants were led to a dilapidated merry-go-round that seemed frozen in time. The game was simple. Choose a horse and stay on it as the carousel spun. But there was a sinister twist. As the carousel gained speed, the horses' mouths opened in silent screams, and the park's once muted lights began to flicker ominously. The horses, once mechanical, were now alive, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. As the ride continued, the horses became increasingly erratic, bucking and spinning uncontrollably. Those who fell were immediately seized by shadowy figures and dragged away, their screams echoing through the night. Daniel, clinging desperately to his horse, watched in horror as one by one the other participants were thrown from their steeds. His own horse reared violently, its eyes locked onto his with a malevolent glare. Sweat dripped from Daniel's brow as he fought to stay on, his grip slipping with each spin. The carousel seemed endless, the lights blinding, and the air filled with the stench of fear and desperation. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the carousel began to slow. Daniel was one of the few who managed to stay on, his body trembling with exhaustion and terror. As the ride came to a halt, the remaining participants were herded to another part of the park, their faces ashen and haunted. The next game was a macabre version of hide-and-seek. Participants were scattered throughout the park, which had been transformed into a labyrinth of darkened alleys and twisted pathways. The rules were simple. find a hidden key, and unlock a door before time ran out. However, the park was now alive with shadows that whispered and slithered, hunting the participants with a relentless hunger. Daniel stumbled through the maze, his heart pounding as the whispers grew louder. The shadows seemed to reach out, brushing against his skin with icy fingers. In the distance, he saw a glimmer of light, the key. With a surge of adrenaline, he darted toward it, narrowly avoiding the grasping shadows. As he reached the key and unlocked the door, he could hear the agonized cries of those who had failed the game. The door creaked open to reveal a small, dimly lit room filled with eerie silence. The final game was a cruel twist on a classic playground game. Musical chairs. The participants, now reduced to a handful, were forced to circle around a ring of antique chairs as haunting music played. When the music stopped, they had to find a seat. The catch? The chairs were rigged with hidden blades, and those who didn't find a seat were subjected to a horrifying fate. The music played, its melody haunting and discordant as the participants moved in a slow, tense rhythm. When the music stopped, the room erupted into chaos. Chairs were wrenched away, and those who didn't find a seat were immediately engulfed in a cloud of red mist. The air was filled with screams and the clatter of metal as the participants fought desperately for their lives. Daniel managed to secure a seat each time, his fear growing with each round. The final moments were a blur of frantic movement and sheer terror. When the music stopped for the last time, Daniel found himself alone, the final chair reserved for him. The masked figure appeared, nodding solemnly as he handed Daniel a small envelope. As Daniel opened it, he found a card with a single chilling message. "Congratulations. Your survival is just the beginning." The park began to dissolve into darkness as Daniel stumbled out, his mind reeling. The streets outside were deserted, and the once grand amusement park was now a ghostly ruin. The fortune he had hoped for was nowhere to be found, and the haunting memories of the Crimson Carousel and the twisted games would forever haunt him. The city had changed, and so had Daniel. The whispers that once filled the park now seemed to follow him, a constant reminder that he was never truly free from the horrors he'd survived. In the neon-lit underbelly of a sprawling city, where the line between luxury and despair was razor-thin, Victor, a failed entrepreneur, received an invitation that promised a chance to start anew. The envelope was luxurious, lined with gold, and the letter inside was adorned with an intricate crimson mask. It invited him to a masquerade ball hosted in a grand, abandoned mansion on the edge of town. Curiosity and desperation led Victor to the mansion, a sprawling edifice of faded opulence. The once grand estate stood shrouded in darkness, its windows broken and its doors creaking on their hinges. As he entered, he was greeted by an eerie silence, broken only by the distant sound of a piano playing a haunting melody. Inside, the mansion was a morbid tableau of grandeur gone to seed. Chandeliers hung precariously from the ceiling, their crystals casting ghostly reflections in the dim light. The walls were lined with portraits of long-dead aristocrats, their eyes seeming to follow Victor as he moved through the rooms. The ballroom, where the masquerade was to be held, was a vast, shadowy expanse, illuminated only by the flickering light of a single chandelier. Victor was not alone. Other guests, all wearing elaborate masks, filled the room. Their masks were grotesque and eerie, some resembling twisted faces or nightmarish creatures. As the clock struck midnight, a hush fell over the room, and a masked figure emerged from the shadows. Dressed in a crimson suit, the figure's mask was a sinister, smiling visage. The figure explained the rules of the masquerade dance with the masked partner of your choice and survive the night. The game had begun. Victor chose a partner, a woman in a hauntingly beautiful mask with hollow eyes. As they danced, the room seemed to warp around them. The once luxurious mansion was now a labyrinth of shifting walls and endless corridors. Each turn led them to new, unsettling sights. A room filled with broken mirrors, a gallery of grotesque sculptures, and a library where the books seemed to whisper secrets. The music grew louder, more frenetic, and the guests' movements became erratic. Victor's partner's touch grew colder, her steps heavier. Shadows twisted and writhed on the walls, and the floor beneath them seemed to pulse with an otherworldly rhythm. As Victor danced, he noticed that some guests were missing, their masks abandoned on the floor. The tension mounted as the night wore on. The once beautiful ballroom now felt like a tomb, its walls stained with an ominous dark substance. The crimson mask of the host seemed to glow with an unholy light, and the guests' movements became more frantic. Victor's partner began to whisper in his ear, her voice a chilling blend of seduction and malice. The final dance arrived, and the music reached a fever pitch. The remaining guests, their masks cracked and bloodied, moved in a chaotic frenzy. The room spun, and Victor struggled to keep his balance as the music crescendoed. His partner's grip tightened, and he could feel the cold, clammy touch of death closing in. As the music reached its climax, the chandelier above shattered, sending shards of glass raining down. The guests screamed, their masks falling away to reveal faces twisted in terror and agony. The once grand ballroom was now a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Victor stumbled through the chaos, his partner's hand still gripping his arm with a vice-like hold. He reached the exit, only to find it sealed with a wall of solid stone. The crimson mask of the host appeared before him, its eyes glowing with malevolent glee. The masked figure explained that the masquerade was a test of survival, a twisted game where the only way to escape was to endure the night. Victor, now alone in the blood-stained ballroom, realized the truth. The masquerade was not just a game but a ritual, a macabre celebration of the end of those who dared to enter. The mansion remained abandoned, its doors sealed, and the guests' screams echoed through the night. Victor's fate was sealed, and the masquerade continued its dark tradition, welcoming new souls to dance with death. In the heart of a bustling metropolis, where the glitz and glamour of high society masked a darker underbelly, Claire, a debt-ridden artist, received an invitation to an exclusive auction. The letter promised an opportunity to bid on rare and valuable items, but it came with a cryptic warning. Only those who can endure the night will leave with a prize. Curiosity and desperation led Claire to a grand secluded estate on the outskirts of the city. The mansion was a relic of opulence, with its towering columns and sprawling gardens now shrouded in darkness. As Claire approached, she noticed a crowd of guests, all dressed in elegant evening attire, gathered outside. They all seemed nervous, their eyes flickering with a mix of anticipation and dread. Inside the mansion was a labyrinth of luxury. Crystal chandeliers cast a dim, flickering light over the room, and the walls were adorned with exquisite artwork and priceless antiques. At the center of the room stood an auctioneer, a gaunt figure dressed in black with a face concealed by a silver mask. The auction began with a series of ordinary items, jewels, paintings, and antique furniture. But as the night wore on, the items grew more bizarre and unsettling. One lot was a portrait of a family with eyes that seemed to follow the guests around the room. Another was a book bound in human skin, its pages filled with cryptic symbols. The bidding became increasingly frenzied as the items grew more grotesque. When the auctioneer announced the final lot, Claire's heart raced. The item was a sealed box, its surface engraved with intricate patterns. The auctioneer's voice was cold and hollow as he explained that the box contained a prize of unimaginable value. The catch? The winner would have to endure one final, deadly challenge. Claire, driven by a mix of fear and hope, placed a bid. The room fell silent as the bidding war intensified, and she found herself locked in a desperate struggle with the other guests. Finally, with a trembling hand, she made the winning bid. The box was presented to her with a flourish, and the guests were instructed to follow the auctioneer to a hidden chamber in the mansion. The room was stark and sterile, with a single chair in the center and a series of ominous-looking contraptions lining the walls. The box was placed on a pedestal in front of the chair, and the auctioneer's mask gleamed ominously. Claire was instructed to open the box. Her hands shook as she lifted the lid, revealing a single blood-stained note inside. The note read, "To claim your prize, you must survive the night." As Claire read the note, the room's lights flickered and went out, plunging her into darkness. The contraptions around her began to hum and whir, and she could hear faint, ghostly whispers echoing through the chamber. The temperature dropped and an icy chill filled the room. Claire's heart pounded as she realized the true nature of the challenge. The contraptions began to activate, their movements slow and deliberate. Some were mechanical, with sharp blades and pincers, while others seemed to be alive, writhing and shifting in the darkness. Claire had to navigate the room, avoiding the deadly traps while searching for an exit. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Claire maneuvered through the chamber, her movements guided by instinct and sheer will. The whispers grew louder, forming a chorus of taunts and threats. Shadows danced on the walls, and the floor seemed to shift beneath her feet. Every misstep brought her closer to the deadly contraptions that lurked in the darkness. As the night wore on, Claire's strength began to wane. Her breath came in ragged gasps and her vision blurred with exhaustion. The final trap, a massive contraption with a spinning blade, loomed before her. She had to navigate through a narrow gap, barely wide enough for her to pass. With a surge of adrenaline, Claire squeezed through the gap, narrowly avoiding the spinning blade. The room's lights flickered back on, and the auctioneer appeared, his mask still gleaming with cold satisfaction. Claire was exhausted but relieved. She had survived the night. The auctioneer handed her a small, ornate key and a final note. "Congratulations. Your prize is the truth you have sought." Claire left the mansion, the key and the note clutched in her hand. The city outside seemed unchanged, but she knew she would never be the same. The auction had been more than a game. It had been a test of survival, a twisted trial designed to reveal the true nature of its participants. The mansion remained a haunted relic, its secrets buried in the shadows. Claire's experience was a grim reminder that some auctions come with a price far greater than anyone could imagine. In a city known for its opulence and hidden secrets, Michael, a struggling writer, received a mysterious invitation to an exclusive art gallery event. The letter was adorned with a gold seal and promised a glimpse of a unique collection of artwork. Intrigued by the prospect of gaining inspiration for his writing, Michael accepted the invitation, unaware of the sinister events that awaited him. The gallery was located in a grand abandoned mansion at the edge of the city. The exterior was dilapidated with overgrown ivy and broken windows, but the interior was a stark contrast. A pristine, eerie expanse of gleaming marble and shadowed corners. As Michael entered, he was greeted by an unsettling silence, broken only by the soft echo of his footsteps. The gallery was filled with stunning, yet disturbing artwork. The paintings were hauntingly beautiful, depicting scenes of joy and horror intertwined. Each piece seemed to come alive with a life of its own, the figures within them appearing to move and shift as if trapped within the canvas. The gallery's atmosphere was heavy with an unsettling energy. As the evening progressed, Michael noticed that the guests, all elegantly dressed, moved through the gallery in a trance-like state, their eyes fixed on the paintings. The air was filled with a low, murmuring hum, as if the paintings themselves were whispering secrets to those who dared to look. One painting in particular drew Michael's attention. It was a large, ornate piece depicting a grand ballroom filled with masked figures. The scene was eerily vivid, with the figure's eyes seemingly following him as he moved. The longer he stared, the more he felt a sense of unease, as if the painting were reaching out to him. The gallery's lights dimmed, and a chilling announcement echoed through the room. Welcome to the Whispering Gallery. The art you see here is more than mere decoration. It is a reflection of your deepest fears. Survive the night, and you shall be rewarded. A cold shiver ran down Michael's spine as the whispers grew louder. The paintings seemed to come alive, their colors swirling and shifting. The guests began to move erratically, their faces twisted with fear and confusion. The gallery's once beautiful corridors became a maze of darkened hallways and shifting shadows. Michael tried to navigate through the gallery, but the walls seemed to close in on him, the paintings whispering dreadful secrets that gnawed at his sanity. The whispers grew more insistent, becoming a cacophony of voices that seemed to claw at his mind. He felt as if he were being watched, his every move scrutinized by unseen eyes. As he ventured deeper into the gallery, Michael encountered rooms filled with grotesque and nightmarish art. One room was filled with distorted, nightmarish sculptures that seemed to reach out with twisted limbs. Another held mirrors that reflected not just his image, but dark, distorted versions of himself. Each room was a test of his resolve, a trial designed to unravel his mind. Michael's fear mounted as he realized the gallery was not just a place of art, but a twisted game of survival. The paintings seemed to feed off his terror, their whispers growing louder and more menacing. He saw visions of his own darkest fears, haunting figures from his past and grotesque, monstrous apparitions. Michael's mind was reeling, and he felt a deep sense of relief as he exited the gallery, the book clutched tightly in his hands. The Whispering Gallery remained an enigma, its secrets buried within its haunted walls. Michael's experience was a grim reminder that some places hold dark, unspeakable truths, and that art can be a reflection of not just beauty, but of the deepest fears and horrors that lie within us all. In a world where technology and entertainment often cross the line into obsession, Evelyn, a brilliant but reclusive game developer, received a mysterious invitation to test a groundbreaking virtual reality game. The letter was sleek and modern, promising an immersive experience like no other, and urged her to participate for a chance to win a substantial cash prize. With her career on the line and curiosity piqued, Evelyn accepted the invitation. The location was a state-of-the-art facility on the outskirts of town. The building was sleek and futuristic, its exterior a stark contrast to the decaying neighborhood surrounding it. Inside, the facility was pristine, with high-tech equipment and a minimalist design that spoke of cutting-edge technology. Evelyn was greeted by a team of technicians who briefed her on the game. It was called The Last Game, a fully immersive VR experience that promised to push the boundaries of reality and virtuality. The game's objective was simple: survive the night and escape the virtual world. Evelyn, eager to prove her skills and win the prize, agreed to participate. She was fitted with a high-tech VR headset and entered a sleek, futuristic chamber designed to look like a luxurious mansion. The setting was elegant but strangely empty, with echoing silence that felt unnerving. As the game began, Evelyn found herself in the center of a lavishly decorated room, with the game's rules displayed on a holographic screen. The objective was to navigate through various challenges and escape before sunrise. At first, the game seemed straightforward. Evelyn explored the mansion, encountering puzzles and challenges that tested her wits and reflexes. The mansion was filled with hidden rooms, secret passages, and bizarre, otherworldly decor. However, as the night progressed, Evelyn began to notice unsettling changes. The mansion's once elegant design became increasingly twisted and nightmarish. The walls seemed to pulse and shift, and shadows danced in the corners of her vision. The game's challenges grew more sinister and surreal. One room was a grotesque mockery of a dining hall with rotting food and decaying carcasses. Another was a ballroom where the music played a haunting, discordant melody, and the figures in the paintings seemed to move and whisper. As Evelyn progressed, the game took a darker turn. She began to encounter strange, ghostly figures, distorted spectral versions of herself, whispering dark secrets and threats. The mansion seemed alive, with shifting corridors and rooms that distorted reality. The line between the virtual and the real began to blur, and Evelyn's sense of time and space became disoriented. Desperation set in as Evelyn realized that the game was not just a test of skill, but a twisted psychological experiment. The challenges were designed to exploit her deepest fears and anxieties, pushing her to the brink of madness. Each time she failed a challenge, she was thrust into a more nightmarish version of the mansion, her torment escalating. The final challenge was a descent into the mansion's basement, a place of darkness and decay. Evelyn navigated through a labyrinth of twisting, narrow passages, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The basement was a macabre gallery of horrors, with scenes of suffering and despair displayed on the walls. The air was thick with the stench of rot and decay, and the whispers of the ghostly figures grew louder. At the heart of the basement was a chamber with a single ominous door. The door was marked with a cryptic symbol and seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. Evelyn knew that beyond the door lay the final challenge, the key to escaping the game and winning the prize. With a surge of determination, Evelyn opened the door, revealing a dark, foreboding room. In the center was a pedestal with a small, ornate box. The box was adorned with the same symbol as the door and seemed to radiate a chilling energy. Evelyn approached the box, her hands trembling as she opened it. Inside the box was a small, ancient-looking book. The cover was inscribed with the words, "The Last Game." As Evelyn opened the book, she was met with a series of disturbing illustrations and cryptic messages that seemed to describe the mansion's dark history and the nature of the game. The final page revealed a chilling message: the game never ends. A cold realization dawned on Evelyn. The game was a trap, a never-ending cycle of torment designed to ensnare those who dared to participate. The virtual world was a prison, and the game's true purpose was to trap players in an eternal nightmare. As Evelyn's reality dissolved into darkness, she understood that the game had claimed another victim. The facility remained an eerie monument to the dark side of technology and entertainment, a place where the boundaries of reality and fiction were forever blurred. Evelyn's fate was a grim reminder that some games are best left unplayed, and that the price of curiosity can be far greater than anyone could imagine.
Have you ever felt someone's eyes on you, watching your every move, and yet no one's there? What if that feeling turned out to be real? I'm a woman living alone, working a regular office job 5 days a week. One of my favorite hobbies is cooking, so I often stop by Walmart for fresh ingredients after work. It's convenient, just a mile from my apartment, and has the best prices for produce and meat. I've always enjoyed cooking a good meal after a long day, but recently my routine was shattered by something or someone that still haunts me. It all started a few months ago. Like any other day, I stopped at Walmart to pick up a few things. I typically go around 3 or 4 p.m. right after work. As I was browsing the produce aisle, a Walmart employee greeted me with a friendly, "Hi." I thought nothing of it at first. Employees often greet customers, but the next time I was there, I saw him again. This time, he struck up a conversation. He was a big guy, bald with a short, dark beard. He seemed friendly enough and asked me how my day was going. We made small talk for about 30 seconds before I continued shopping. I didn't think much of it, but after that I began to see him every time I visited. Every single time. Each day he would say hi and make small talk. His questions became more personal with each encounter, asking if I was coming from work, where I worked, and even where I lived. These questions started to make me uneasy. Was this just a friendly employee or something more sinister? I told myself not to overthink it. After all, he was just being nice. That's what I kept telling myself. Until things took a darker turn. One day I was picking up a few ingredients when he approached me again. This time, after the usual small talk, he asked for my number. I politely declined, explaining I wasn't comfortable sharing it. His entire demeanor changed. The friendly smile faded, and he abruptly turned and walked away before I could even finish speaking. I felt a chill run down my spine. Something about his sudden change in behavior alarmed me. I quickly finished my shopping and headed to the checkout, eager to leave. When I got to my car, I saw something that made my heart race. The same man was sitting in a car a few spots away from mine, just watching. At first, I thought he might be on break or off work, but the uneasy feeling gnawed at me. Trying to shake it off, I started my car and pulled out of the parking lot. That's when I noticed him pull out right behind me. He was following me. I turned out of the Walmart parking lot and onto the road leading to my apartment. My heart raced as I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, hoping he would turn off, but he didn't. He followed me through every turn. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter with each passing second. By the time I reached my apartment complex, I knew this wasn't a coincidence. He didn't live here, I was sure of it. Instead of pulling into my usual parking spot, I kept driving around the complex hoping to lose him. But his car trailed mine, sticking close no matter where I went. Panic took over. I didn't dare stop, fearing what he might do. I had to get out of there. I drove out of the complex and onto a busy road. It was nearly 5 p.m. and rush hour traffic was my best chance of losing him. I waited for a gap in the traffic and pulled out, cutting off another car in the process. Horns blared, but I didn't care. I had to get away. When I looked in the mirror again, I saw that he hadn't made it through the traffic. I was safe. For now, still shaken, I decided to drive back to Walmart. Furious and terrified, I went straight to customer service and told them what had happened. They looked concerned, but confused. When they called someone from the produce section, they told me something that made my blood run cold. No one matching his description worked there. That man, he wasn't an employee. He must have gotten a Walmart vest from somewhere, but he had no reason to be there. The realization hit me hard. This guy had been pretending to be an employee, waiting for me, watching me. The store assured me they'd keep an eye out for him if he returned, but that didn't make me feel much better. I drove home carefully, constantly checking my mirrors. Thankfully, I didn't see him again. Since that day, I haven't been back to that Walmart, and I still wonder who was that man, and what would have happened if I hadn't noticed him following me. What would you do if you saw a child being led away by a stranger? Would you second guess yourself? Would you act? These are questions I never thought I'd have to answer until one ordinary night turned into a nightmare. It was a regular weeknight, nothing out of the ordinary. The kind of night where you run errands, grab a few things, and go home. I found myself at my local Walmart, the store nearly empty, the air thick with the usual hum of fluorescent lights and soft background music. It was around 8 or 9 p.m., and I had been there for about 15 minutes. As I walked through the aisles, browsing aimlessly, I ended up in the fitness section, eyeing one of those massage guns. I wasn't planning on buying one, certainly not from Walmart, but it had been on my mind for a while, so I stopped to read the box. That's when I heard it. The faint sound of voices from the next aisle over. It was a man and a child. Normally, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. People bring their kids shopping all the time. But something about the tone in the man's voice made me pause. Have you ever heard something so unsettling that it sends a chill down your spine, even though you can't explain why? That's how I felt. The man's voice was low, persuasive, like he was trying too hard to convince the child of something. "I'll buy you this toy if you come with me," I heard him say. My first thought was that it had to be the kid's father, but the words were strange. What dad would bargain with his child like that? I couldn't quite make out the child's response, but I heard the man speak again. "Your mom said it's okay." My heart skipped a beat. Why would a father need to tell his kid that their mom said something was okay? It was then that a gnawing thought crept into my mind. What if this man wasn't her father? What if something much worse was happening right in front of me? The man said something else, but I couldn't focus. My instincts screamed that something was very, very wrong. Then I heard it. "Come on, let's go," he said, urgency creeping into his voice. I could hear their footsteps now heading toward the end of the aisle. At that moment, I had a choice. Do I intervene or mind my own business? What if I was wrong? What if I was making something out of nothing? But what if I wasn't? My stomach twisted as I made up my mind. I couldn't just walk away. I had to know. I left the aisle I was in and walked to the next one over, which was filled with toys. As I rounded the corner, I caught sight of them just a few feet away. The man was wearing a black jacket and a winter hat, even though it wasn't cold out. He was holding the hand of a little girl, probably no older than 6 or 7. Her small frame made her look even more vulnerable next to him. They were walking away from me, their backs turned, heading toward the exit. What do you say to a stranger who might be kidnapping a child? My heart pounded as I decided to take a chance. "Excuse me," I called out, forcing my voice to sound casual. The man stopped and turned to face me, his eyes widening in surprise. I grabbed the first thing I saw off the shelf, a stuffed animal, and walked toward them. "Hey, do you think this would make a good gift for my niece?" I asked, trying to sound nonchalant. The man's eyes flickered with annoyance, and he muttered something about not knowing. I wasn't going to let it drop. "Is that your daughter?" I asked, feigning curiosity. His reaction was immediate, too immediate. His face tightened, and he quickly said, No, I'm just watching her for a minute, but we really need to get going." He started walking again, pulling the little girl with him. Everything inside me screamed that something was wrong, but I hesitated. What if I was overreacting? I didn't want to accuse a random man of something so horrible if I was wrong. My mind raced, trying to convince myself that maybe I was just being paranoid. But deep down, I couldn't shake the sinking feeling in my gut. Just as I started to walk away, I heard a woman's voice call out. A single name, frantic but soft enough that it didn't echo through the aisles. Sarah? Sarah? My blood ran cold. Was that the little girl's name? I hurried toward the sound, heart pounding in my chest. I found the woman a few aisles down, her face flushed with panic. She was scanning the shelves, her eyes wide, looking for her daughter. "Is Sarah your daughter?" I asked, my voice tight. The woman's face fell, and fear flooded her eyes. "Yes," she said, her voice trembling. "Have you seen her?" My stomach twisted into knots. "I think I saw her with a man," I stammered. "They might be heading for the front of the store." Without another word, we both broke into a sprint, racing toward the exit. My heart was in my throat as I feared the worst. Would we get there in time? As we reached the front, I spotted them. The man was standing at the self-checkout, hurriedly purchasing a toy. The little girl stood beside him, her face blank, as if she didn't fully understand what was happening. The woman screamed her daughter's name, and the little girl's head snapped up. Relief flooded her face as she saw her mother. The man, however, looked like a deer caught in headlights. "She's my daughter!" the mother cried, rushing toward them. The man's face twisted with fake innocence. "I was just trying to buy her a toy," he said, but his voice wavered. It was a weak lie, and we all knew it. He turned on his heel and bolted for the door, leaving the toy and his empty excuses behind. By the time the store staff reacted, he had already fled into the night. For a brief, terrifying moment, I thought he would get away. But later I learned that he didn't make it far. The police found him not long after, lurking near the edge of the parking lot. They arrested him, and it turns out he had a history, a long, disturbing history of attempting to lure children. This time, he was caught before he could do something irreversible. Sarah was safe, and her mother was eternally grateful. But the thought of how close things came to disaster still haunts me. You know that eerie feeling, the one that creeps up on you, raising the tiny hairs on the back of your neck as you realize you're not alone. Now imagine feeling that in a place where you should feel safe, under bright fluorescent lights, with security cameras on every corner. A place like Walmart, open 24 hours. But what if one night, in the stillness of the early hours, someone was watching you? Someone who wasn't there to shop. Someone who wasn't there for any reason you'd want to know. This happened to me. It was the night I learned that even in a brightly lit store, danger can lurk in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. It was a typical night, or so I thought. The year was 2014, back when Walmart stores were still open 24 hours in many places. I had just finished a brutal shift at work, one that dragged on for hours longer than expected, leaving me physically and mentally drained. By the time I clocked out, it was nearly 3 a.m. Exhausted and starving, I realized there was nowhere else to go for food at that ungodly hour. All the nearby restaurants were closed, and I wasn't in the mood for fast food. So, I decided to make a quick stop at the Walmart near my house. It was a quiet, almost lifeless place at that time of night, with only a handful of employees restocking shelves. As I parked my car in the mostly empty lot, I felt a strange twinge of unease. I brushed it off, convincing myself it was just the fatigue talking. After all, this was Walmart. It wasn't some dark alley. What could possibly happen in a store like this? But unsettling questions began to gnaw at my mind. Was someone watching me even now, in the parking lot? Or worse, could someone be waiting for me inside the store? I pushed the thoughts away as I stepped through the automatic doors. The store was nearly deserted. It felt oddly hollow. The bright lights above flickered slightly, casting long shadows in the empty aisles. A few employees were visible, but they were busy stocking shelves, hardly paying attention to the lone customer wandering the aisles. I headed toward the snack section, my eyes scanning the shelves for something to fill the gnawing hunger in my stomach. As I debated between bags of chips and trail mix, that feeling hit me again, the distinct sense that I wasn't alone. At first I told myself it was nothing, just my tired mind playing tricks on me. But when I looked up, I saw him. A shadowy figure stood at the far end of the aisle. He was tall, lanky, and wearing a black Adidas hoodie. His posture was stiff, unnatural, and though his face was partly obscured by the shadow of his hood, I could feel his eyes on me, watching. Why wasn't he shopping? Why was he just standing there? I tried to ignore him, telling myself it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. My hands trembled slightly as I grabbed a random bag of snacks off the shelf. When I glanced back, the man was still there, staring, unblinking. Was he following me? I moved to the next aisle, hoping to lose him. My heart raced as I walked faster, my eyes darting around the store. I convinced myself I was just being paranoid, that this was all in my head. But as I turned the corner into the next aisle, there he was again, creeping around the edge of the aisle, watching me. His movements were slow, deliberate. He didn't say anything, just stared. That's when the fear started to creep in. I wasn't imagining things. This man was following me. I decided to walk to the back of the store, hoping to shake him off. My pace quickened as I made my way past the electronics and toward the far back corner where the home goods were. The store felt like a labyrinth, each aisle stretching endlessly under the flickering lights. But no matter where I went, he was always there, lingering just out of sight, waiting. Why wasn't he saying anything? Why wasn't he shopping? What did he want? Finally, I had enough. I wasn't going to let this guy intimidate me. I walked straight to the front of the store, heading for the checkout. There was only one lane open, and I approached the tired-looking cashier. "Hey," I said, trying to sound calm, though my voice wavered. "There's this guy who's been following me around the store. It's really creeping me out." The cashier gave me a sympathetic look, but there wasn't much she could do. She glanced over at the clothing section where the man had wandered off to. He wasn't following me anymore, at least for now. "Thanks for letting me know," she said, her voice low. "That is weird." I paid for my snacks and made my way to the exit, my nerves on edge. I scanned the store one last time before stepping outside, hoping, praying that the man wasn't waiting for me. The parking lot was eerily still. My car was parked a good distance away from the store, far enough to make me feel uneasy, but not far enough to be isolated. The few cars scattered across the lot were most likely employees. I walked briskly, clutching my keys in my hand. I just wanted to get to my car, lock the doors, and drive home. I kept my eyes trained ahead, not daring to look back. As I reached my car and unlocked it, I paused for a moment, glancing around. The man wasn't anywhere in sight. A wave of relief washed over me. But just as I started the engine, I saw him. He was sprinting toward me, full speed. In that split second, my mind went blank. Why was he running at me? Was he trying to catch me? My hands fumbled for the gear shift as panic set in. My heart pounded in my chest, and for a brief moment, I was frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the man charging toward my car. What was he going to do? What would happen if he caught me? Suddenly, adrenaline kicked in. I slammed the car into drive and hit the gas. My tires screeched as I sped out of the parking lot, glancing in the rearview mirror. He kept running all the way to the edge of the lot until I turned onto the main road and disappeared from his sight. I didn't stop driving for miles. My hands were shaking and my breath was coming in ragged gasps. I didn't know who that man was or what he wanted, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never go back to Walmart in the middle of the night. Even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that I narrowly escaped something terrible that night. Was he just trying to scare me? Or was it something more sinister? Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had hesitated a moment longer, if I hadn't gotten away in time. Would he have caught me? Would he have dragged me out of my car? Would anyone have found out what happened to me if I hadn't made it home that night? The questions still haunt me. I'll never know for sure who that man was or why he chose to target me. But every time I drive past that Walmart, I get a shiver down my spine, remembering the man in the black hoodie, sprinting toward me in the dead of night. Maybe it was just a random encounter. Maybe he wasn't a threat at all. But something in my gut tells me that I was in real danger that night. And I'll never forget the feeling of being hunted. What would you do if someone was watching you in a place you thought was safe? Would you trust your instincts, or would you brush it off, telling yourself it's nothing? Because sometimes it's not nothing. Sometimes your instincts are the only thing standing between you and something truly terrifying. So the next time you're alone in a seemingly harmless place, ask yourself, who's watching you and why? Have you ever felt eyes on you? That unsettling, creeping sensation that someone is watching your every move. It's a feeling that no one can quite prepare for. A feeling that makes your skin crawl and your heart race with dread. I never thought much about shopping at Walmart at night. After all, it's just a quick trip for groceries, right? But after this night, I don't know if I'll ever walk into a store without that gnawing feeling in the back of my mind. What if he's there? This happened around 4 years ago. I was doing something I had done countless times before, heading to Walmart for a quick run to grab just a couple of things. It was already nightfall by the time I parked my car, but the store was still relatively busy, full of people looking for late-night snacks or last-minute items. Everything seemed normal at first, as I strolled down the aisles. But by the time I walked out of those sliding doors, everything would change. Why was he there? What did he want from me? Could I have escaped a dangerous situation? Or was it all just a strange coincidence? But the scariest part, the part that keeps me awake at night, was that he found me again. It started innocuously enough. After finding my items, I was moving toward the self-checkout area, minding my own business. As I turned down one aisle, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a man. He wasn't particularly striking, maybe around 5'8", with grayish hair, but something about the way he appeared out of nowhere sent a chill down my spine. His eyes met mine, and there was something wrong. I couldn't place it at first, but an uneasiness crept over me like a shadow. "Hey, how's it going?" he asked with a disarming smile. There was no Walmart vest, no indication that he was an employee. He was just there. His questions seemed innocent enough at first. What was my name? What was I shopping for? But the way he looked at me felt too familiar, too personal. Why did he care what I was buying? And why was he so intent on holding a conversation? I have to go, I said, trying to shake off the encounter. As I turned away, he lingered for a moment longer than necessary, like a predator sizing up his prey. Something was definitely off, but I brushed it aside, thinking he was just a random creep. Without hesitation, he leaned in and offered to pay for my items. "Why would you do that?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. He simply shrugged, claiming he was trying to be nice, but his eyes, they didn't match his words. There was something far more sinister lurking behind that faux kindness. I declined his offer and hurriedly scanned the last of my things, desperate to get away from him. He left before I did, disappearing through the sliding doors. But my sense of relief was short-lived, because when I stepped outside into the cool night air, there he was again, waiting for me. I muttered a quick hi and tried to walk past him. But before I could make it too far, he asked the most chilling question I had ever heard. "Do you want to come over to my house?" His words were simple, spoken without malice or aggression. But in that moment, my blood turned to ice. Why would a stranger, someone I had spoken to for less than 2 minutes in a Walmart, invite me to his house? I stammered out a refusal, my legs carrying me toward my car faster than I intended. He followed for a few steps, but then, mercifully, stopped. I reached my car, my heart thundering in my chest, and drove away as quickly as I could. After that night, I should have learned my lesson, but I convinced myself it wasn't a big deal. Maybe he was just lonely. Maybe I had overreacted. It was about a month later when I returned to that same Walmart. I hadn't thought about the man since. That was until I saw him again. It was like a nightmare materializing in broad daylight. I was just browsing the aisles, completely oblivious to the storm that was about to hit. I turned down a food aisle, looking at cereal boxes when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him, standing there, as though he had been waiting for me. His posture was casual, but his eyes were locked onto me like a predator stalking its prey. At first I didn't recognize him. My brain had buried that memory deep, convincing me it wasn't important. But then, it hit me like a tidal wave. The man from a month ago, the one who had followed me through the store, offered to pay for my groceries and invited me to his house. My heart raced. He hadn't seen me yet, so I took my chance and left the aisle, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. I wandered into the far end of the store, far from the groceries, hoping to avoid him. My mind was racing. Why was he here again? Was it a coincidence? Or had he been waiting for me? I spent the next few minutes wandering the quietest sections of the store, pretending to browse but constantly scanning for any sign of him. I kept telling myself I was overreacting, that it was all just a coincidence. But deep down, I knew the truth. And then I saw him again. He was far down another aisle, but his eyes were searching for me. The way he moved, slowly and deliberately, chilled me to the bone. He wasn't shopping. He wasn't even pretending to be interested in anything else. He was there for me. But then it hit me like a tidal wave. The man from a month ago, the one who had followed me through the store, offered to pay for my groceries, and invited me to his house. My heart raced. He hadn't seen me yet, so I took my chance and left the aisle, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. I wandered into the far end of the store, far from the groceries, hoping to avoid him. My mind was racing. Why was he here again? Was it a coincidence? Or had he been waiting for me? I spent the next few minutes wandering the quietest sections of the store, pretending to browse but constantly scanning for any sign of him. I kept telling myself I was overreacting, that it was all just a coincidence. But deep down I knew the truth. And then I saw him again. He was far down another aisle, but his eyes were searching for me. The way he moved slowly and deliberately chilled me to the bone. He wasn't shopping. He wasn't even pretending to be interested in anything else. He was there for me. I knew I had to get out. There was no way I could continue shopping without him catching up to me. I abandoned my cart, filled with the few items I had picked up, and made a beeline for the exit. I didn't look back until I was safely inside my car. The doors locked. My hands were trembling as I started the engine, and I scanned the parking lot for any sign of him. He wasn't there. At least, I couldn't see him. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching, waiting, somewhere just out of sight. As I drove home, my mind raced with questions. Was it just bad luck that I had run into him again, or had he followed me? I haven't been back to that Walmart since. I still wonder, was it all just a series of unfortunate events? Or was he watching, waiting for the right moment? I'll never know for sure, but what I do know is that the world is full of shadows, full of people who hide behind smiles and friendly gestures, but whose intentions are far more sinister. Every time I walk into a store, every time I hear footsteps behind me, I can't help but wonder, is he out there? What happens when the doors close and the night creeps in? When the familiar aisles of Walmart transform into a labyrinth of shadows and secrets? This is the story of a night that should have been like any other, but turned into a chilling encounter that lingers even years later. I still remember the night that changed everything. I had decided to take a late-night trip to Walmart. It was an impulse decision, driven by a restless energy that seemed to come alive when the world went quiet. I didn't need anything in particular, just wanted to wander the aisles and lose myself in the fluorescent glow. As I stepped through the sliding doors, a wave of familiar scents washed over me. Cleaning supplies, food, and the faint trace of cardboard boxes. The store was empty, its vastness echoing with silence, which I usually found comforting. But that night was different. As I strolled through the aisles, I felt an unsettling sense of being watched. At first, I brushed it off as paranoia. Was I really afraid of the shadows, or was it something more? I made my way to the pet supplies aisle, drawn by the colorful displays of dog toys and cat litter. It was a section I had always found oddly soothing, but as I reached for a toy, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned quickly, my heart racing, but there was nothing there. Just shadows dancing in the corners, flickering under the overhead lights. Get a grip, I muttered to myself, shaking my head. But the feeling of unease lingered, curling around me like a thick fog. I tried to dismiss it and continued shopping, but the sensation only intensified. That's when I saw him. He stood at the end of the aisle, half hidden in the shadows. A tall figure with an unkempt appearance, his clothes ragged and stained. The moment our eyes met, a chill raced down my spine. He wasn't just another shopper, he was something else entirely. My instincts screamed at me to run, but instead I froze. The man seemed to sense my fear, a twisted smile creeping across his face. I felt paralyzed, trapped in a moment that stretched on forever. Finally, he stepped into the light, revealing a gaunt face and hollow eyes. "Lost, are we?" he asked, his voice low and gravelly. "Just shopping," I managed to say, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound calm. He took a step closer, invading my personal space. "You shouldn't be out here alone at night, it's dangerous." I took a step back, desperately trying to maintain some distance. "I'm fine, really," he chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "You think you're safe in here? There are things lurking in the shadows you can't even begin to understand." Panic surged through me. I turned to leave, but he grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "You don't want to go just yet. I think we have more to talk about." Adrenaline kicked in, and I yanked my arm away, bolting down the aisle. I could hear his footsteps echoing behind me, quickening as I ran. I darted through the aisles, weaving between shelves, desperate to lose him. The fluorescent lights flickered ominously above me, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance with every step. I could hear his laughter, low and menacing, chasing me through the store. I finally reached the front of the store, my heart pounding in my chest. The exit loomed ahead, a beacon of safety. I burst through the sliding doors and didn't stop running until I reached my car. I jumped in, slamming the door behind me and locking it as though it could keep him out. My hands trembled as I fumbled with my keys, desperate to start the engine. What had just happened? Why had I let fear take hold? As I sped away from that Walmart, the shadow of the man lingered in my mind. What if he had followed me? What if he was still out there? In the days that followed, I found myself haunted by that encounter. The fear was palpable, a weight pressing down on my chest. I avoided going out at night, opting for the safety of my home instead. My once carefree demeanor was replaced by a constant vigilance, my mind replaying the scene over and over. I turned to online forums to find solace, searching for others who had faced similar fears. There were countless stories, people sharing their own encounters with the darkness. Each tale was more terrifying than the last, and as I read, I felt a sense of camaraderie with those who understood. How many others had faced their own shadows? Months passed, and while I slowly regained my confidence, the shadow of that man loomed larger in my thoughts. I learned to navigate life with caution, but the questions remained unanswered, a lingering specter haunting my mind. One night, while lying in bed, I decided to confront my fear head-on. I would return to that Walmart not to shop, but to face whatever darkness resided there. Armed with a flashlight and a sense of purpose, I set out into the night. As I approached the store, its bright lights flickered against the night sky, almost beckoning me forward. I hesitated for a moment, the weight of my decision pressing down on me. What if the man was still there? What if he had been waiting for me all along? Gathering my courage, I stepped through the sliding doors, the familiar sounds of the store enveloping me once more. The aisles were empty, the shelves towering like sentinels. I made my way to the pet supplies aisle, where it had all begun, and turned off my flashlight, allowing the ambient store lighting to guide my way. Was this foolish? Could I truly face my fears alone? I stood in the aisle, surrounded by the silence that felt almost deafening. The memories flooded back, the man watching, the footsteps echoing behind me. I felt a chill creep up my spine. What if he had left a piece of himself behind? A lingering darkness that still haunted these aisles. Suddenly a noise shattered the silence, a rustling sound coming from the end of the aisle. My heart raced as I spun around, expecting to see that man standing there waiting. But there was nothing. Just the faint hum of the store's air conditioning and the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. Was I imagining things? Or had my mind conjured the very shadow I sought to escape? As I stood there, grappling with my fears, I heard a soft voice echo through the aisle, barely above a whisper. "Help me." I froze, my blood running cold. Had I really heard that? Or was it a figment of my imagination? The store was closed. There shouldn't be anyone here. But the voice, faint and desperate, seemed to call out from the depths of the darkness. "Help me." Summoning every ounce of courage, I moved toward the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. Each step felt like a leap into the unknown, the shadows stretching around me as if they were alive. As I turned the corner, I found myself face to face with an empty aisle. Where was the voice coming from? My mind raced, wondering if this was some twisted game the man had been playing all along. Just as I was about to turn back, I caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye. My breath hitched as I turned to see a figure standing at the far end of the aisle. Was it him? Had he returned? But as I squinted through the dim light, I realized it was just a display of pet food bags, swaying slightly as if pushed by an unseen force. What was happening? I stepped closer, feeling a mix of dread and curiosity. Suddenly the voice echoed again, now more insistent. "Help me." I looked around, desperate to find the source. My heart raced as I called out, "Who's there?" The silence enveloped me, thick and suffocating. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to escape whatever horror awaited me in the shadows. But something compelled me to stay, to uncover the truth that had eluded me for so long. I took a deep breath and called out once more, "I'm here. What do you need?" The darkness seemed to shift, and for a moment I felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over me. Was it possible that the spirit of the man lingered here, trapped in the very place where he had once instilled fear? With renewed determination, I stepped further into the aisle, the voice growing louder and more desperate. "Help me!" And then I saw it, a flicker of movement just beyond the shelves. My heart raced as I approached, ready to confront whatever lay in wait. As I turned the corner, I was met with a wall of emptiness. The aisle stretched endlessly before me, but the voice faded, replaced by the steady thump of my own heart. What had I done? Was I chasing ghosts? Or had I awakened something far more sinister? In that moment, I realized the truth. The shadows are not always the enemy. Sometimes they are merely a reflection of our own fears, an echo of the things we wish to forget. As I stood in the darkness, I understood that I was not just confronting the man from that fateful night. I was facing the shadows within myself. The fear, the doubt, the uncertainty that had clung to me for far too long. I took a step back, deciding to leave the darkness behind. I had faced my fears, and in doing so, I found a sense of peace I had never known. As I walked away from the pet supplies aisle, I felt lighter, as if the weight of my anxieties had begun to lift. The Walmart, once a place of dread, now felt like a space of liberation. I stepped through the sliding doors and into the night, the cool air refreshing against my skin. The shadows no longer seemed so frightening. Instead, they were just a part of the world, a reminder of the courage I had found within myself. And as I drove away, I realized that sometimes the greatest battles we face are not against the darkness outside, but against the shadows that linger within. Have you ever felt eyes on you, even when no one was looking? I hadn't, until that night. The last thing I expected when I agreed to go to that party was to end up running for my life, haunted by a green mark that I can never forget. College had been a blur of classes, part-time jobs, and an overwhelming sense of monotony. I'd never been much of a party goer, but the prospect of finally breaking free from my routine seemed too good to pass up. When my friends Bryson and Ian dragged me along to what they called the party of the semester, I didn't resist. Little did I know that this night would forever change my life. Bryson was always the life of the party, loud, confident, and fearless. He could walk into any room and immediately become the center of attention. Ian, on the other hand, was quieter, more reserved, and deeply invested in his online dating life. For weeks he had been talking non-stop about a girl he met online, Callista. She was apparently everything he'd ever wanted. Beautiful, smart, and mysterious. But despite their lengthy virtual conversations, they had never met in person. That is, until tonight. As we sat in the car waiting for the party to begin, Ian couldn't stop glancing at his phone, growing more anxious by the minute. He was supposed to meet Callista at the party, but she hadn't responded to his texts all day. Maybe she's just busy, Bryson teased, nudging Ian with a grin. Or maybe she's standing you up. Ian scowled, but didn't respond. I could tell he was nervous. He had invested too much hope in this girl, and the silence from her end was eating away at him. We pulled up to the house. It was massive, more like a mansion than a house, with pristine white walls and towering windows that reflected the evening's fading light. The neighborhood was eerily quiet, no sign of the usual college party chaos. No loud music, no throngs of people spilling onto the lawn. It was too quiet. "This doesn't feel like a party," I muttered, glancing around. Bryson shrugged. "Maybe we're early. Let's check it out." Ian's mood didn't improve as we approached the front door. He checked his phone one last time before stuffing it into his pocket with a resigned sigh. Callista still hadn't texted back. We stepped inside and immediately I knew something was off. The house was filled with people, but there was no energy. Everyone was dressed far too formally for a college party. Men in suits and women in elegant dresses, standing around with drinks in hand, speaking in hushed tones. The music playing in the background was strange, almost hypnotic, with a slow rhythmic beat that seemed to seep into my bones. "Who throws a party like this?" Bryson whispered, looking as confused as I felt. We wandered further into the house, weaving through the crowd. No one paid us any attention, not even a passing glance. It was as if we were invisible. I noticed a group of girls sitting on a plush sofa, all of them wearing matching emerald green dresses. Their faces were expressionless, and they spoke in hushed voices, as though sharing secrets too important for outsiders to hear. "Let's grab a drink," Bryson suggested, pulling us toward a nearby bar. The bartender, a tall man with sharp features and piercing eyes, silently handed us drinks without asking what we wanted. I took a sip, but the taste was strange, bitter and metallic, leaving an unsettling aftertaste. "I don't like this," I said, feeling a growing unease. "This party is weird." "You're just paranoid," Bryson replied, taking a long swig of his drink. "It's fine, just relax." But I couldn't relax. Something about the atmosphere felt off, like we didn't belong here. My gaze kept drifting back to the group of girls in green. One of them, a girl with long dark hair, glanced in our direction, her eyes locking with mine for a brief moment before she looked away. There was something unsettling about her, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. "Hey, isn't that Callista?" Ian suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the back of the room. We all turned to look. Standing near the large staircase was a woman in a flowing green gown, her back to us. Her hair was the same shade of auburn that Ian had described, cascading down her shoulders in loose waves. Ian's face lit up with excitement. "I think it's her," he said, already making his way toward her. Bryson and I followed close behind, not wanting to leave him alone in this strange party. As we approached, the woman turned to face us, and my heart skipped a beat. It wasn't Callista. The woman's face was beautiful but cold, her expression blank as she regarded us with disinterest. Sorry, Ian stammered, clearly embarrassed. I thought you were someone else. The woman didn't respond. Instead, she smiled, a slow, eerie smile that didn't reach her eyes, and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. What the hell? Ian muttered, looking around. Where is she? I don't think she's coming, I said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Maybe we should just leave. But Ian wasn't listening. His eyes scanned the room, desperate to catch a glimpse of Callista. Bryson, on the other hand, was more focused on the drinks and the mysterious atmosphere, seemingly oblivious to the growing tension. As we stood there, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. My gaze drifted to the staircase again, and that's when I noticed it. The woman's neck. A small green mark peeked out from beneath her hairline, glowing faintly under the dim lights. Do you see that? I whispered to Bryson, nodding toward the woman. See what? That mark on her neck. It's green. Bryson squinted, trying to see what I was talking about, but the woman had already disappeared into the crowd again. You're imagining things, Bryson said with a shrug. Probably just a tattoo. But it didn't feel like a tattoo. Something about it felt wrong. As the night wore on, the unsettling feeling only grew stronger. I couldn't shake the sense that we were out of place, that we didn't belong here. The partygoers moved around us like shadows, their eyes cold and distant. Every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of someone with a similar green mark on their neck. Small, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. At one point, I excused myself to use the bathroom, hoping a moment alone would help clear my head. As I washed my hands, the door creaked open behind me, and I turned to see a man standing in the doorway watching me with a smirk. Who invited you? He asked, his voice low and menacing. I froze, unsure how to respond. Something about him felt dangerous, like he knew something I didn't. We're here with some friends, I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. The man stepped closer, his smirk widening. You don't belong here. I glanced at his neck, and there it was. The same green mark, glowing faintly under the bathroom's harsh lights. Without another word, I pushed past him and hurried back to find Bryson and Ian. I needed to get out of here, now. Ian, we need to leave, I said, grabbing his arm. Ian looked confused, still distracted by the idea of finding Callista. What? Why? Something's wrong here, we need to go. Bryson, ever the skeptic, rolled his eyes. You're being paranoid, it's just a weird party. But I wasn't imagining things. The green marks, the eerie atmosphere, the man in the bathroom, it all pointed to something far more sinister than just a strange party. And I wasn't about to stick around to find out what. As we made our way to the door, I noticed more and more people with those green marks. They were everywhere now, like a secret code that only the partygoers understood. The tension in the air was palpable, and I could feel eyes on us as we walked through the crowd. By the time we reached the door, my heart was racing. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. What the hell? I muttered, trying again. Locked. Bryson stepped forward, trying to force the door open, but it was no use. We were trapped. Ian's phone buzzed in his pocket, and he pulled it out with a frown. His eyes widened as he read the message. It's from Callista, he said, his voice shaking. She says we need to leave, now. I didn't need any more convincing. I grabbed Bryson's arm and pulled him toward the back of the house, searching for another way out. The partygoers seemed to sense our panic, their cold stares following us as we moved. Finally, we found a side door leading to the backyard. We bolted through it, stumbling into the night air, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. The cold night air hit me like a slap, and I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the partygoers following us. But they didn't. The house remained eerily silent behind us, the windows dark and empty. Ian was still staring at his phone, his face pale. She says we were never supposed to be there. What does that mean? I asked. my voice trembling. "I don't know," Ian replied, his voice barely a whisper, "but I think we just escaped something bad. We didn't stick around to find out what." We ran to the car and sped away, leaving the house and whatever dark secret it held far behind. But even now, weeks later, I can't forget that night. The green marks, the eerie atmosphere, the cold, unfeeling stares of the partygoers. It haunts me, creeping into my thoughts at the most unexpected moments. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I swear I can still feel eyes watching me, cold and unblinking, just like at that party. Maybe we didn't escape after all. As a graduate student studying civil engineering at Purdue University, I thought I had my life figured out. A few months in, everything seemed stable. Classes were manageable, I'd made a couple of friends, and my apartment was decently priced, albeit in a sketchy part of town. The landlord? He was a different story. There was something unsettling about the way he looked at me, but I brushed it off. After all, I was a guy in my mid-20s. I could handle myself. I found solace in my drives, the solitude of the road wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. Life felt predictable, maybe even a little boring, but I was there for my degree, not a wild social life. That was until the day everything spiraled out of control. It happened so quickly. I was in a lecture hall, the room buzzing with conversations, and in my absent-mindedness, I left my backpack on a table while I stepped out for a quick bathroom break. When I returned, it was gone. I cursed myself for being so careless, but I figured it was just a minor inconvenience. Without thinking, I let the incident slide. Then reality hit hard. Days later, I came home to find a handwritten note slipped beneath my door. I assumed it was from my landlord, maybe a reminder about the rent. But when I read it, chills crawled up my spine. It simply said, "I see you." No signature, no explanation, just those 3 words. Panic set in as I pieced it all together. Whoever had stolen my backpack had found my laptop, dug through its contents, and discovered my address. And then the realization struck me like a cold wave. They now had my apartment keys. My skin prickled as shadows in the dimly lit hallway seemed to stretch and breathe around me. I bolted inside, slamming the door shut, locking it tight, as if that would protect me from the lurking terror. The week that followed was a blur of dread. More notes appeared, each one more cryptic than the last. "I know what you did, and watch yourself." These phrases haunted my thoughts, gnawing at the edges of my sanity. I hadn't done anything wrong, but the fear of the unknown gripped me tighter than ever. Would reporting this to the police even help? Would they take me seriously? One night, as I was preparing for bed, the oppressive darkness outside my window felt alive. I glanced at my blinds and swore I saw a flash, like someone snapping a picture of me. My heart pounded in my chest as I yanked the blinds shut. But when I peered into the void outside, I found nothing but a suffocating silence. Then, the small disturbances began. My shoes would be in different spots, my coat hanging off the chair instead of on the hook. I brushed it off as forgetfulness, a harmless trick of the mind. But one day, I returned home to a sight that shattered my fragile sense of safety. My bed sheets had been stripped away, my room turned upside down. My dresser drawers lay pulled out, books scattered across the floor like fallen leaves in a storm. It looked like a whirlwind had swept through my sanctuary. I immediately called the police, but their response was as cold as the grave. No forced entry, nothing stolen. There's not much we can do. Their apathy felt like a knife twisting in my gut. I asked my landlord to change the locks, but he dismissed my fears, saying it wasn't an emergency. How could he not see the danger? Despair clawed at me as I pressed him for action, but eventually he ceased answering my calls altogether. That was yesterday. Last night I barely slept, the darkness pressing in around me like a suffocating shroud. The deadbolt felt like a flimsy barrier against whatever unseen terror stalked me. I contemplated changing the locks myself, but the thought of damaging the door filled me with dread. Today, I skipped all my classes, my fear chaining me to this haunted space. I'm writing this now, my heart racing with every creak of the old building. I've made a plan. If they come back, I'll confront whoever is tormenting me. Surely if they've gone through my laptop, they know my class schedule. I'll hide, biding my time, waiting for them to make their move. If I don't make it out of this, let this be my final message. There's something waiting in the shadows, something that knows too much. I'll update you when I can, or if I can. I can't keep this secret any longer. The shadows that linger around my life have become too heavy to bear. Just a few weeks ago, I broke up with Ben, my boyfriend of 2 years. It wasn't a catastrophic end, but it certainly wasn't peaceful either. The arguments had spiraled for months, building a wall between us that I knew we couldn't break down. When we finally parted ways, I thought I had escaped the turmoil. I blocked him on every platform, convinced that would be the end of it. A few days after our breakup, I began to hear unsettling noises outside my window. They weren't the typical city sounds. No, these were something else entirely. Footsteps. Soft, shuffling sounds that felt too close, too deliberate, as if someone was lurking just beyond my view. At first I dismissed it, chalking it up to my imagination. But soon, unease settled in, and I found myself thinking it was Ben. I tried to quell my anxiety. He was harmless, right? A sweet guy, albeit a little lost. Surely he wouldn't hurt me. I figured he simply missed me and would eventually grow tired of it all. Life was already weighing down on me with a massive group project looming, and I had no time for paranoia. I worked late into the night perfecting our video project. I hit send just before midnight, relief washing over me. I crawled into bed hoping for a few hours of peace, but the next day shattered that fragile calm. In class, my professor pulled up the video I had submitted. My stomach twisted as it started playing. The pride I felt instantly morphed into horror. It wasn't our project that filled the screen. Instead, it was a grainy video of a figure in a grotesque scream mask, their voice dripping with venom as they spewed vile things about me, about my life, about everything I'd ever cared for. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat like a death knell echoing in the silent classroom. Frozen in place, I felt the weight of 100 eyes piercing into me. The seconds stretched into an eternity before I exploded into tears and bolted from the lecture hall, my breath hitching in panic. I stood outside, trembling, battling the urge to run home. I knew I couldn't just abandon my responsibilities. Eventually, I spoke to my professor, begging him to understand that I hadn't sent that horrific video. He confirmed my fears. 2 videos had been sent. One was mine and the other a grotesque attack. Clearing my name took a toll, but I thought I could move past it. Then I discovered my email had been hacked. Days later, I awoke to find myself logged out of Snapchat. The cold realization hit me like a slap. Someone had accessed my account, my private life laid bare. I reached out to the police, and to my shock, Ben agreed to be questioned. He claimed innocence, but revealed he had posted my personal information on some dark forum. He swore he never shared my passwords, but I had used the same simple password for everything. How foolish I had been. The police had little to offer, leaving me feeling exposed and vulnerable. Weeks passed in silence, and I hoped my tormentor had grown bored. I should have known better. One day, a stranger added me on Snapchat. The moment I accepted, the darkness returned. Images began to flood my phone. Pictures of me, in intimate moments I thought were mine alone. I couldn't breathe. I blocked them, my heart racing. But they were relentless. Each day brought a new profile, a new threat. I lived in a prison of fear, knowing they were out there, watching, lurking just beyond the veil of my privacy. I felt trapped, with nowhere to turn. The police couldn't help. They needed evidence I didn't have. I feared for my safety, knowing this person knew my address, my routines. The shadows outside my window grew darker each night, and I prayed for an end to the torment, for them to simply lose interest. To any young women listening, guard your privacy fiercely. What feels harmless today could haunt you tomorrow. I'm still waiting for the nightmare to end, but deep down I know it's only just beginning. In this video, we're going to go over 3 stories featuring caves that are incredibly unique compared to the others covered on the channel. And because of these unique features, they probably never should have been entered at all, as the people in the stories found out. As always, viewer discretion is advised. About 12 million years ago, an underwater volcano formed in the Atlantic Ocean that produced many eruptions over the course of 9 million years. And with the help of tectonic plate movement, the island of Tenerife, as we know it today, was created. Tenerife is the largest of the Canary Islands and sits about 300 miles, or 480 kilometers, off the western coast of Africa. The Canaries are a chain of islands that are Spanish territory, and Tenerife is the most populated among them, with nearly 1 million people calling it home today. In terms of annual visitation, however, Tenerife sees 5 times that as one of Spain's most popular and important vacation destinations. Most tourists come for the beautiful beaches, but the landscape of the island is incredibly diverse for a landmass of just 785 square miles. Central Tenerife is home to dense pine forests, while closer to the coastline, you'll find steep, rocky terrain, beaches, and of course caves. Unlike some of the places featured on the channel to this point, tourists don't feel an irresistible draw to the island's caves. Instead, the complex underground systems on the island are more of a hidden gem reserved for those with an adventurous side. Scientists take great interest in the caves of Tenerife too. That's because many of the island's caves aren't caves in the traditional sense. Instead, they're actually lava tubes. When a volcano erupts, lava travels outward through self-made channels. And when particularly thick and slow-moving lava seeps out of the earth, it remains extremely hot in the channels while the area around the lava actually cools. This causes a hard crust to form on top of even the most active lava streams. As the molten hot liquid rock flows over a long enough time, it creates tunnels that remain behind long after an eruption ceases and the lava recedes. Tenerife just so happens to have a lot of lava tubes, also known as galleries, including Cueva del Viento. This particular one holds the title of the largest volcanic tunnel in Europe at 11 miles or 18 kilometers long. And systems of lava tubes can be found all over the island, and many of them connect to one another. Water. consciousness, so rescuers would have to be careful not to end up in a similar state as those trapped inside. Beyond that, though, the effort to get all 16 to safety was not going to be an easy one. The tube the group mistakenly entered was at its largest about 6 feet wide and 6 feet high, or 2 by 2 meters, but most of it was even tighter than that. Thankfully, as rescuers made their way inside, some of those 16 who passed out regained consciousness and were able to make it out of the cave under their own power. As they continued on, somewhere around 5,000 feet, or 1,400 meters, rescuers found the first of those who hadn't woken back up yet, and began the process of removing them. Then, just beyond that, they began to notice the smell of gas that had been reported by those who escaped before passing out. Throughout the night and into the morning hours of February 11th, rescue workers needed to proceed with an extreme amount of caution. As they located and extracted hikers further and further in, the consequences of being in the tube for long periods of time became known. 8 of the ones that were rescued, who were unconscious, were airlifted to a hospital with issues that varied in severity. Most of them had acute breathing issues, but 2 were in more serious condition, showing signs of muscular injuries from the awkward position they passed out in. As the afternoon of February 11th approached, only 6 of the original 29 hikers remained inside, but rescuers were concerned about their conditions. The 6 hikers had been leading the group, and so they were the furthest inside the cave. And as rescuers advanced toward them, the smell of gas inside became stronger and stronger, suggesting that higher concentrations of it were lingering the deeper you went into the tube. Finally, about 20 hours after the hikers began what they hoped would be a fun, leisurely exploration, the rescue effort took a tragic turn as the last 6 were discovered dead. All of them had died from oxygen deprivation. The amount of time that the brain can go without sufficient oxygen is so scarce that they were likely dead long before the first part of the group escaped. It takes just 1 minute of oxygen starvation for the brain cells to begin dying, and 4 minutes later, death is just about inevitable. In the aftermath of the disaster, those who were intimately familiar with the lava tubes in the area said the hikers were in just about the worst place they possibly could have been. Tenerife is an active volcano island, and just because it hasn't erupted since the start of the 20th century doesn't mean that there isn't a lot going on underground. As rock melts under the indescribable heat inside a volcano, it produces gases that travel through the network of lava tubes. Volcanic gas is denser than air, so as it builds up and becomes more concentrated, it replaces the breathable air. Fatigue sets in and rapidly advances, and once you notice it, you only have moments to reverse it by getting out of the affected area. 3 days of mourning was declared by local governments after these 6 dead hikers were discovered and extracted from the cave. It was getting late in the evening on August 15th, 1992, as friends Dave, Scott, and Alex dressed in scuba gear and descended beneath the waters of Nickajack Lake in Tennessee. And there was a good reason why they were diving under the cover of darkness. Their plan was to enter Nickajack Cave, which was forbidden by the Tennessee Valley Authority, or TVA, due to the cave being home to an endangered species of bat. Outside the cave, a heavy chain-link fence protected the entrance, but that didn't stop Dave and his friends. underwater. There was a gap between the fence and the bottom of the lake, so all they had to do was swim under it. This would actually be their third time in the cave as well, with their second coming only the night before. And funny enough, the reason for their dive was fish. Dave and his friends were after catfish, and those inside the cave were said to be of mythical proportions, maybe even as much as 200 pounds or 91 kilograms. During the dive the night before, Dave spotted one of the monsters and got a shot off from his spear gun, but only managed to graze the fish. Throughout the day on August 15th, he just couldn't get it off his mind. The fish was too big to just let it go, so this night was all about redemption. Now, in a strange way, the cave was kind of a place of second chances. Just prior to the completion of a hydroelectric dam operated by the TVA in 1967, the cave was actually dry. And one day that year, a man dressed in all black made his way inside and sat down. At the time, he viewed himself as a hopeless addict whose marriage was crumbling as a result of his habits. Inside the cave, he planned to end things, but before he went through with it, he sat deep in thought for a few hours. As he did, he had a spiritual experience that completely and instantly changed his outlook. He had come all this way to end it all, but he suddenly saw his place in life in the world. So instead of the cave being a setting for the end, it was a new beginning for, if you can believe it, none other than As Dave, Scott, and Alex made their way deeper into the cave with their spear guns ready, disappointment began to grow as none of them spotted the fish. Visibility inside the cave was a bit better in the lake, but not by much. So as much of a letdown as it was hardly a surprise. Around 11 o'clock that night, Dave looked at his air gauge and knew it was time to head out. He looked at his friends and pointed upwards. And after receiving the OK hand signal back, the three started their ascent. As they came closer and closer to the surface, however, all they could see with their flashlights was an underwater ceiling which had to have been slightly alarming. Having gone further into the cave than they realized, they were still a bit of a swim from the entrance. After feeling around the ceiling for a while, they descended again to regroup, as they swam toward where they believed the way out was. This is a good time to point out that none of the men were trained or certified in cave diving. While they were experienced open water divers, cave diving requires a specialized set of skills, knowledge, and equipment. When they entered the cave that night, they had committed one of cave diving's greatest sins, which is that they went in without a guide rope. Caves that are legal to dive in will often have permanent guide ropes fixed to the entrance that lead throughout the system. In legal caves without permanent guide ropes, and even in those with fixed lines, divers will tie off their own rope to the entrance with the other end attached to a spool on their belt. And it's impossible to overstate just how important this piece of equipment is. A diver can suddenly panic or become disoriented, or visibility can be reduced to zero. But with a guide rope, divers will always be able to find safety. Without one, divers can easily be doomed in that type of a scenario. When they tried to surface once again and found only rock above them, their composure evaporated. All three of them then panicked, and in their flailing to find an exit, Their fins kicked up all the loose silt that had settled on the rock wall, ceiling, and floor. This then completely blinded the three men, making their situation infinitely worse. The three men then lost track of each other, and Dave swam one way, while Scott and Alex went to another. Miraculously, moments later, Scott and Alex found the tunnel that leads the entry and surfaced with one of them. As they did, they saw that their air tanks were literally a few breaths away from empty. But even more alarmingly, immediately they noticed Dave wasn't with them. After waiting a few more moments with no sign of Dave, Scott and Alex made their way for the exit to call for help. Around 2 a.m., the 911 call came into TVA, and rescue agencies started to arrive, but not a single one of the more than 100 people who responded to the call was cave diving certified. If they wanted certified cave divers capable of rescuing Dave, the closest ones were located at least 2 hours away. According to the rescue commander of the lead agency, however, getting cave divers to the cave wouldn't be necessary. As the sun started to rise, TVA made a call to Buddy Lane, who was the captain of the local cave and cliff rescue team. During a conference call, Buddy pulled out a map of the cave that was made in 1962, before the dam was opened and the cave was allowed to flood. On it, he marked where Dave likely was when he split from his two friends, and noticed that there was a very real chance that there were air pockets nearby. If there were, they probably weren't very big, but they could at least sustain Dave long enough to be rescued. So when Buddy learned that the mission was being treated as a recovery, he could hardly believe what he was hearing. No team anywhere at the time had more rescue experience in the area than Buddy's, and he knew that you don't give up a rescue until a body is found, or enough time passes that the situation becomes unsurvivable. The rescue lead, however, was firm that this was a water rescue and not a cave rescue, so Buddy's pleas to summon the help of certified cave divers fell on deaf ears. Buddy even offered to come to the scene himself to help organize the rescue effort, but this was rejected too. By this point, divers on the scene had already gone into the cave 3 times only to get turned back, further convincing the rescue lead that Dave would be dead by then. Despite this, Buddy continued to essentially beg to be allowed at the scene, but his offers were repeatedly turned down. So next, with only one option available to him, he called Mark Caldwell. Mark was an executive with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, and just about the only person with the authority to change the scope of the operation. After hearing Buddy's assessment, Mark rushed to the cave and took the scene over. The first thing he did after assuming command was to bring Buddy and his team Lieutenant Dennis in to attempt the rescue. During his call with Buddy, Mark discussed the possibility of opening the dam to reduce the water level inside the cave. But this move would come at a heavy financial cost for the TVA. Upwards of hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of electricity production could be wasted. But after mulling it over, Mark ordered that the system operators begin to lower the level in the lake. What Buddy and Mark hoped this would do was open up the tunnel so that more air could reach Dave if he was still alive in an air pocket. Buddy estimated that if this was the case, Dave would only have a few inches of space between the water and the ceiling, and that small of a supply of air would run out soon if nothing was done to get more oxygen to him. So with Mark's call, the TVA moved more than 3.9 billion gallons of water out of the lake to drop the level by 14 inches, or 36 centimeters, which was the furthest they could go without disrupting boat navigation on the lake. Once this was complete, Buddy and Dennis hurried inside the cave with their caving gear and some fins they borrowed. Now, to be clear, Buddy and Dennis were cave rescuers, but not cave diving rescuers. Thankfully, though, the reduction in the water level allowed them to navigate without the need for air tanks and full diving gear. After the water was lowered, there was just enough space for them to breathe, and by just enough, we're talking about as little as 1.5 inches, or 4 centimeters in some places. Deep inside the cave, Buddy and Dennis called out for Dave and then waited silently to listen for a response, but there was no reply. Pretty quickly, hope of finding him alive started to wane. A little further in, Buddy called out again and waited. Suddenly, a distant voice came echoing through the tunnel. Buddy and Dennis then looked at each other and hurried in that direction. Inside a small air pocket, there was Dave, exhausted but alive. He would end up asking Buddy and Dennis if they were angels, to which Dennis replied that they had been called a lot of things before, but angels was never one of them. As they led Dave toward the cave exit, it brought an end to a harrowing 18-hour ordeal for him. The ordeal Dave endured deepened his faith and gave him his own second chance at life. Every year, visitors flock to Weeki Wachee Wildlife Management Area just north of Tampa, Florida, to catch a show you can't really find anywhere else. Inside the state park is Weeki Wachee Springs, which is home to a live mermaid show. And tourists come to watch in awe inside an aquarium-like area as divers dressed as mermaids entertain them with synchronized swimming routines. Interestingly, most who attend the show may never know it, but beneath the underwater stage is a cave system so extensive and dangerous that it's often called the Mount Everest of cave diving. And in fact, it was mostly unexplored all the way until 2007. Droughts that year finally presented a prime opportunity for cave divers from the CAST underwater research team. This group would then manage to explore the system and document around 6,700 feet, or 2,000 meters, of passageways. This discovery of tunnels that stretch well beyond 400 feet, or 122 meters in depth, also put Weeki Wachee Springs at the top of the list of the deepest known freshwater cave systems in the US. With this new title, cave divers from all over the world were eager to explore the hidden reaches below the mermaid show. Unfortunately, the spring isn't exactly the type of cave where you can just show up and dive. First of all, it requires a reservation, but more importantly, conditions have to be just right in order to safely navigate the extremely tight tunnels, because it has a current running through it that most divers find difficult to dive in. This is because more than 117 million gallons of water flow from the caverns every single day. And in addition to that already being an insane volume, supposedly, it's one of those things you have to experience to fully understand. In fact, it's been described as trying to climb a rock face with a fire hose blasting down at you, and these conditions have claimed lives inside the system before. As a result, the only time to explore the system in the safest way possible is during drought conditions. Florida is a state that gets a lot of rain, and in central Florida, where Weeki Wachee is located, the area can experience somewhere between 0 and 11 weeks of drought per year, making opportunities to dive the system extremely limited. One of the members of the Karst underwater research team, Marson, was a successful information technology staff member at a local blood center in Gainesville, Florida. And while he loved computers, cave diving was his true passion. In fact, he was known as a bit of a thrill seeker by his family and friends, always willing to try new things that would get their adrenaline flowing. Anytime he brought up cave diving around his mother, her demeanor would understandably always be sour. She absolutely hated that Marson had picked up such a dangerous hobby, but he would always tell her that if he ever died while cave diving, then he would die doing the thing he loved most. And also unsurprisingly, although he was trained, certified, and experienced, and by all accounts a careful and cautious diver, this did very little to ease her concerns. Because of where he lived, Marson explored underwater cave systems around Gainesville at least 2 or 3 times a week, and by 2010, he had extended his passion into something that could truly help others. He had taken to rescue diving, like for example when a diver went missing that year at Vortex Springs in the Florida Panhandle. Marson was one of the volunteers who searched for him, although unfortunately, the diver's body was never located. 2 years later, on March 31st, 2012, Marson traveled to Weeki Wachee Springs with the Karst team for another research dive. After the final mermaid show of the day wrapped up, Marson and 5 other members of the research team suited up and entered the water around 3:30 that afternoon. The divers then passed by turtles, fish, and man-made rocks to use in the mermaid show on their way to the entrance. Now, unlike many of the caves featured on the channel, the way into Weeki Wachee Springs Cave isn't some wide, grand opening. Instead, it's only about the size of a door, and this tight space constricts the already fast-moving current to 1,800 gallons per second. After passing through the entrance, the divers begin to encounter some of the tightest sections of the cave at around 100 feet, or 33 meters, on the way to their target depth of 178 feet, or 54 meters. most constricted portions of the system. This was a confusing decision to the others, especially since Marson had been in the cave many times before and knew the way out. And not only was he going the wrong way, but it appeared as though he had overcompensated for the current as he rapidly ascended into the crack and then just disappeared. The others continued behind him at a safer pace, but when they finally reached the 100-foot mark, there was Marson, completely wedged in a restriction. He seemed to be alert as he struggled to free himself from the space, but the opening he had chosen was so enclosed that even divers with side-mounted tanks would barely be able to get through. When cave divers know they'll encounter such tight sections, they'll often wear their air tanks on their sides instead of their backs. This reduces their overall profile and makes it easier to get through tight squeezes. Marson, however, was diving with a traditional setup, wearing his tanks on his back. This means he had to force himself through, probably very forcefully, only to come to a stop when there was literally no more room to move. As soon as the divers with him saw him, they sprang into action, trying to pull and push him free. But it was no use. They tried signaling to Marson to establish some communication, but strangely, he acted as if they weren't there. So with him wedged in this extremely tight space and quickly running out of gas, the others realized they'd need to get help immediately. They then returned to the surface quickly to alert the support team there, and within moments, they were in the water and descending to the crevice. No more than 3 minutes later, they reached Marson, and the sight of him was absolutely horrifying. He was still firmly squeezed in the rock walls, and he was completely lifeless with his mask over his forehead and his regulator floating in the current. For the better part of an hour, the divers worked to free Marson and had to resort to literally cutting his equipment off to wiggle him out. At around 4:45 p.m., he finally broke the surface. A quick check of his air gauge revealed that he still had half of his supply left in both tanks, which means he didn't run out of air while wedged in the crevice. Instead, he'd succumbed to something else, and one of the most dangerous conditions a diver can experience. An autopsy was then performed, and while it was initially speculated that Marson drowned and that his regulator came free of his mouth as a result of panic, his cause of death was determined to actually be an arterial gas embolism. As you're probably well aware, as divers descend, the pressure on their bodies increases, and this pressure does strange things to the gases in our bodies. Nitrogen is absorbed into the soft tissues on the way down, but on the way back up, it releases back into the blood vessels. And if a diver ascends too quickly, nitrogen causes bubbles in the blood, which causes a whole bunch of issues. An arterial gas embolism, however, forms as a result of defying one of diving's golden rules. Never hold your breath on ascent. During this stage of the dive, the water pressure on the body gradually decreases, which causes air in the lungs to expand. If a diver holds their breath as this occurs, the gas can expand to the point of bursting the lungs and cause gas bubbles to release into the arteries. And gas bubbles in the arteries are much less forgiving than those formed in the veins. Just 2 to 3 milliliters of air released into the bloodstream that goes to the brain can cause death. And all it takes for the same thing to occur in the heart is about half a milliliter. This is because the embolism simply blocks the vessel entirely, leading to a complete loss of blood flow. For this reason, an embolism is fatal more often than not, even in divers who make it safely to the surface. According to Marson's autopsy, he suffered an embolism during the ascent that caused him to become disoriented, which is why he took the wrong route up through the crevice. As he ascended, a large gas bubble began making its way from his lungs through the arteries to the heart, where it lodged in place and cut off blood flows to his lungs. Sadly, it's estimated that Marson was dead before the support team even had a chance to enter the water that day. So these were the stories. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe if you want more chilling stories that will keep you up at night. Until next time, stay safe and stay out of the dark places.